delegates who have taken time to join us. Thank you all for joining for another exciting discussion on a very important and close to the heart subject called Bhashantara, which is the annual language symposium, which FICCI has been doing since 2018 with Ministry of Electronics and IT. And we of course, look forward to hear everybody's views and find the next path of collaboration and moving forward. So we all know that we've been talking about that India is, of course, a language of diverse culture, which more than 22 official languages and more than 30 plus main languages, which have more than 1 million native speakers. And of course, on the top of it, more than 1600 plus dialects. So when we talk about such a complexity and the opportunity which comes here with, like we talk about the numbers, that in the coming year, out of 745 million internet subscribers, 75% would be the Indic subscribers. So, and the content is 0.1%. So that's the whole opportunity which we all together as groups have to work together. FICCI-ILIA aims to do that along with the support of the government and the industry together, and of course the academia. We know that this pandemic has, of course, presented some challenges to different stakeholders in different manner, and also shown us a silver lining where we have seen the amplification of the digital transformation in such a stronger way that we can see that something which was supposed to happen in years has been compressed down to months. And on the top of it, the collaboration of digital and Indic has further played a role on it. As FICCI-ILIA, we have, of course, collaborated with various stakeholders across the world as well, and have done various I would say technical webinars and events where we talked about the promotion of Indian language industry. Our members have worked on various initiatives like development of applications where we can have a one-stop solution for the digital and Indic composition or voiceovers and many others. And there are various, I would say, we've worked on the skilling part as well with our members, and there are various initiatives which as FICCI-ILIA we continue to do, and many of them we have done it in collaboration with the government. So thank you. Thank you, Secretary, sir, for joining in, and thank you for the everlasting and strong support we get it from your department. So it's been a really, really pleasure and good motivation and encouragement for us to work with you and your team on this important initiative. And of course, our members look forward to the further discussions during the day, where we, of course, look forward to your address and then the subsequent important discussions we are having it today, starting from NLP to skilling and reskilling and importance of language computing. And then, of course, talking about IDNs. So we are trying to pretty much cover up the ecosystem which we can in a day long, and we'll do multiple sessions on this. We have eminent set of speakers for the inaugural session. I would now formally say that we will begin our event now, and I would request first the chairman for our committee, Mr. Virat Bhatia. He is the chairman for ICT and Digital Economy Committee, to kindly deliver the official welcome address. Over to you, Mr. Bhatia.
Thank you, Sarika. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Shri Ajay Prakash Sahni, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Professor Rajat Mona, Director, IIT, Bhilai, my friend Manish Gupta, Director of Google Research in India, and Dr. Ajay Gupta, my colleague and chairman, co-chairman of the ICT Digital Economy Committee at FICCI. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you to the third edition of Bhashantara, which is an initiative by FICCI-ILIA since 2018 in partnership with the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, Shri Ajay Prakash Sahni. I thank him for accepting our invitation and the other distinguished guests and colleagues for sparing their valuable time. So before I begin today, I wanted to recognize the outstanding work that you and your officers have done over the last 9 months in this most difficult time, without flinching an eye, whether it's the connectivity issue, whether it's creating platforms, whether it is the whole issue of Arogya Setu and the manner in which that has succeeded, the kind of effort that went in. I think that this country certainly is running on the wheels of IT more than ever before in the last 9 months, and a huge amount of responsibility for that was taken in by you and your officers, including some who have fallen victim to COVID but have continued to work. And we know those very brave officers, and I thank you. We have the pleasure of having to, and the safety of working from home, but you have sacrificed that and been in office every day. And heartfelt thank from the entire industry and the community and the country. Before I begin my official representation, this has had to be said. It's most heartfelt. We are deeply grateful, sir. for everything.
Thank you on behalf of all the officers. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'd also like to welcome Professor Rajat Moona, Director of IIT. So this sector, as you know, is one of the leading spaces of innovation in India. There's work going on every day in this sector, and we indeed look forward to your guidance and support. As you're aware, FICCI-ILIA is an initiative taken by FICCI for development and growth of Indic-Internet and Language Technology sector in India, which is a very important developmental issue for Internet. I'm delighted to inform you that we are actively working with multiple partners across domains and continuously working towards the development and proliferation of Indian languages across all digital platforms. We truly believe that the Indic-Internet is a key factor for making Internet a socio-economic tool for development in India. And as we are gathered here today at the third edition of Bhashantara, it gives me immense pleasure to see the solidarity and the passion with which Indian language technology industry has come together and working in this very difficult time for the development of the ecosystem towards the broader goal of Digital Bharat. Since its inception, FICCI-ILIA has grown to form a strong alliance with support of industry members, excuse me, who are working tirelessly towards bridging the linguistic digital divide in India through their innovative technologies. I would also like to thank all the members of FICCI and ILI for supporting us and believing in the cause for making India its own local language internet. I would like to thank the entire team of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology and TDIL for their continuous support. Ladies and gentlemen who've joined as delegates today, there is a popular aphorism that depicts India's linguistic diversity rather well. Kos kos par badle pani, char kos par badle bani. The language that is spoken in India changes every few kilometers, just like the taste of water. This is a mark of our diversity and our inclusivity, perhaps unparalleled in the world, most definitely unparalleled in the world. As of 2013, we have 700 languages spoken in the country, and the internet penetration in India is on the rise. Without doubt, vast majority, if not all of the next 500 million internet users in India will come from non-English speaking and very likely semi-urban and rural citizenry of this country. That's quite remarkable. I don't think any country in the world either has those numbers pending or can actually talk about such a diverse set of people joining the internet. The Indian language internet users are expected to grow at a CAGR of 18% to reach approximately 536 million by 2022, and this will account for nearly 75% of the internet user base in India. If somebody wants to see sunlight on diversity, on the range of users, the kind of work that needs to be done, India is an outstanding example of what is currently being done and what the future holds for us. Let me also touch upon the current scenario around COVID-19, which has pushed the rate of digital transformation around the world. The role of Indic languages and language technology has become even more prominent during this period because people who didn't think they had to depend on the internet now have to depend on the internet. So it's been if I say, a silver lining to this otherwise cloud. Along the same lines, one of the areas of immediate support requested from the government would be to think of a incentive tax structure for Indic language content. That would be a good thing to consider, sir, perhaps for the next budget. We have some time to discuss that. Content writers, owners, developers, aggregators, and distributors need to be provided some sort of a tax incentive, as they will eventually bring down the cost of development and foster innovation. This will go a long way. You've seen how this has responded and how the industry has responded in the manufacturing sector. We believe that the same results are possible. In a manner, it doesn't have to be a replica of the PLI scheme, but some sort of an incentive so that this sector quickly builds on its own successes. It's well known that standardization leads to lowering of developmental costs, maximizing returns, and leading to future growth. And this is what we aim to achieve at this forum, as it is extremely important for the country to develop and foster more language inclusive digital ecosystem, so every citizen in the nation, every common man can eventually gain access to internet and embrace the benefits in education, communication, and the socio-economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, with this objective, we have joined here today to understand how we can collaboratively join hands together to move forward towards this goal. The primary objective of this year's symposium is to understand and develop an effective mechanism towards the development and usage of Indic language technologies in various socio-economic sectors to further enable the expansion of Aatmanirbhar Bharat. I hope everyone mutually gains through the deliberation and what would like to take place at the symposium today. And I think together we can work towards the betterment of the digital economy in India. Again, a very warm welcome and thank you for being here today. Sarika, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatia. Thank you for rightly putting up the objective, which as a chairman, of course, you lead it and write things which we as FICCI is working in a collaborative manner with the stakeholders and will continue to do so. Thank you for the welcome address. With this, now we come on another important aspect. We have with us Dr. Manish Gupta, who's the Director, Google Research India. So we know we have been talking about the collaboration with the industry, and there's lots been done with the industry. There have been, I would say, the players from all the fraternity, be it the technical giants or MSMEs or the startups or others, they are working in this area. So how do you see the way forward for this one? How do you see the things would move forward after this current time, and when it gets over, how do you see the whole Indic content movement can be taken into a next level? So with this, we request officially welcome you, sir, and also request you to kindly deliver your industry address. Over to you, Dr.
Thanks. Again, greatly appreciate the opportunity. And again, Mr. Bhatia has set the stage beautifully about the importance of this work. So we are a relatively young lab. So we got established last year in September. And I'll just take you through some of the work that we have started doing in natural language understanding. And of course, it's really very motivating for us to pursue this research, because we know this is really the basis for providing access to information, right, for billions of people across the planet. So you and I, those of us who are attending this seminar, right? So we are all used to using things like Google search engine for finding any information that we need. There are additional products like Google Assistant, which are available, which now, in addition to English, they support 8 additional Indian languages. But one thing which we keep thinking about is how do we democratize access to information, right? So that it's not just people who are in this room or whatever virtual room, but also that farmer in Haryana, that laborer's son in Assam, how do they get access to the information, right? That would be very helpful to them. So as Mr. Bhatia already mentioned, I mean, India is a very, very rich country in terms of diversity of languages. We have 22 scheduled official languages and over 1,500 languages that we speak as a country, many different scripts. The other very interesting thing about our country is that we are quite multilingual by nature. So many of us speak more than one language, and that gets reflected when we are, let's say, interacting, for instance, with people, when we are interacting with systems, when we are querying, let's say, Google search. Often we would mix up multiple languages in the same query. So what it means is that when we are providing these tools, the traditional approach has been to build different models for different languages, right? A separate model for each language. That approach does not work anymore when you have all of this, what is known as code mixing and code switching, right? When you're mixing up multiple languages in the same query. The other aspect is that while we have all this diversity of languages, a lot of the content, especially the labeled data, which is available to train these various AI models, the machine learning models, it's not available uniformly for all of the different languages. And even when you look at something like Hindi, which is, again, spoken by over 400 million people, Hindi itself, in fact, consists of many different related languages. and there are so many different dialects that just providing a single model for Hindi is often not sufficient. So one of the things that we have taken on as a young research lab in India is to really commit to advancing the state of the art in Indian language capabilities and democratize this access to information for Indian language users. So one recent piece of work that we have done is something called Mural, where we are coming up with these multilingual representations for Indian languages. So here we are recognizing upfront that you cannot just think about building a separate model for Hindi, Bengali, Tamil, and so on. Can we start to build multilingual models? And as we build these multilingual models, we are also trying to make sure that you are able to pass on the learnings from the dominant languages where you have more data available, let's say languages like Hindi, to languages which have where there is much less data available, languages like Assamese and so on. And through this effort, Mural, we have actually again taken on 16 Indian languages in addition to English. And so this is the largest coverage that any tool to date has done. And we also looked at supporting not just native languages, but also transliteration. So often people are writing up, let's say, queries in Hindi, but using the Roman script. So using this, we came up with this representation. And we were able to significantly improve the current state of the art. So recently there has been this technology called BERT that came out of Google. And in fact, BERT, the incorporation of BERT led to some of the most impressive improvements in search results in recent history. There is a multilingual version of BERT, which had been available. But when we looked at the representation of Indian languages in multilingual BERT, it was still not very satisfying. So with Mural, we have taken that to the next level, and we have again obtained some very, very promising preliminary results, which show significant improvements on these various language tasks like named entity resolution, sentiment analysis, cross-lingual natural language queries, and so on. So we've come up with and we've shown impressive improvements even over a multilingual version of BERT for these tasks. And when it comes to transliterated text, we are seeing even more impressive improvements. Now, to try and make sure that these improvements aren't just getting incorporated, so we are working, of course, with our product groups to incorporate these improvements into our products like Search Assistant, which get used by, again, hundreds of millions of people. But we are also trying to make all of these technologies available to the research community as well as the practitioners in India who are incorporating Indian language capabilities into their products. So we recently released Mural on TensorFlow Hub so that it can be freely used by any of the academic researchers as well as the industry practitioners. And we look forward to, again, continuing to build up on this work. And our goal is to ultimately, in the not too distant future, provide support for all 22 official Indian languages, as well as significantly improve the accuracy of various products for these languages, so that ultimately we kind of get closer to our dream of democratizing access to information for every Indian. One final example I'll give is this has been a collaboration as under our AI for Social Good program with Pratham Books Story Weaver. They provide this platform for children's storybooks, which are made available in over 100 different languages. So Pratham Books came to us and they looked for our help in helping them provide support for some of these very low resource languages, including some languages which they mentioned are about to go extinct. So it is very important for us to revive those languages. So as a first step in this collaboration, we work together with academic partners from IIT Madras, and we provided, again, support for Maithili and Konkani languages. So input tools for these languages. And again, we were able to show fairly significant improvements in transliteration accuracies. So now the writers who are going to write stories in Maithili and Konkani, now they have much better native tools available to create. So again, I mean, these are just some initial steps that we have taken in what we look forward to a long journey ahead. So we look forward to, again, working with academia and with government and other players in the industry at large to ultimately significantly improve the capabilities of various products for Indian languages. And to us, again, the whole diversity of Indian languages provides an amazing opportunity for us to do first of a kind kind of research, and really leading research, which becomes, again, which leads to ultimately impact on other parts of the world, because there are several other places which are very multilingual in nature. But I think India can be one of the leaders in this kind of research with the kind of diversity that we have. So again, thanks for the opportunity to share some of the work that we are doing, and very excited about what the future holds. And really looking forward to various partnerships in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for sharing the work which has been done by the research lab, and of course, enlightening us with Mural and the work we are doing with Pratham Books. We definitely feel, yes, that something in these kind of initiatives and more of these with others would be helpful in this journey. We definitely look forward now to have an address from another eminent dignitary, because we understand that we've heard the industry, we have heard what as a chamber we would like to work on along with the stakeholders, and definitely we would be having the inaugural address later on by our Honorable Secretary, sir. But before that, we have with us for a special address Professor Rajat Moona, Director, IIT Bhilai, Government of India. So we know that academia is playing a very important role and will continue to do so. You heard Dr. Gupta as well, and we know that I would say the starting point comes in from what academia would really think about how the whole ecosystem can be complete in this area with respect to the Indic. We're definitely talking about taking it to the next level with the support of our industry, but we would like to hear, how do you see the role of academia, and what do you think can be done more so that we all can take it and we can work together? So, sir, for this, I request you to kindly deliver your special address. Over to you, Professor Moona.
Thank you, ma'am Sarika. And thank you for FICCI for inviting me to this particular platform. Bhashantara had been a very good initiative of FICCI to bring education, to bring languages into a common forum. I just want to explain how Indian languages have grown with the academic support. Right way back in 1980s, IIT Kanpur actually worked on computerization of Indian languages. The course started coming in, and I was a student at that time there. And what culminated out of this was FICCI, Indian Standard Code for Information Exchange, which eventually basically got adopted in Unicode, and Unicode code pages came. So our history of Indian languages go back in 1980s, where the first effort was to standardize the way we represent the Indian language on computers, coding, and then subsequently technologies such as translation, representation, printing, and all of those things came. Because of this work, Unicode actually came up with a very different thing, where linear codes to font display actually got converted into a algorithmic mapping of font code to display, and this is what we actually see in all applications, where open type fonts and Unicode compliant fonts actually are driven by rules rather than just linearization of font codes to text. Lot much more has actually been done, whether it's in translation, and people have realized that translation is always centric to domains. Transliteration, again, a very, very important thing that has come about, and lot of reports and lot of such things actually are being carried out. Languages have actually played always a very central role, whether it is voice, voice to text, text to voice, text to speech, such kind of recognitions. Again, academia has worked tremendously on this. We have come about with various kinds of parsers, and credit to this goes to MeitY, which actually supported a major program called Technology Development in Indian Languages, TDIL, which brought academia, research labs, and industry together in developing and standardizing variety of Indian languages. However, there are lot to do and lot has been done. As we are talking today, Manish has already said many things about the Indian languages and the way Google and such kind of supports actually are available for Indian languages. I was talking to our IT doyen, FICCI-ILIA, whom we lost last week. At one point in time, when I was talking to him, he was very passionate about Indian languages. And he said that our Indian IT industry has shown the capability of Indian young leaders of technology to the world. And it has actually exposed our Indian programmers, Indian computer scientists to the world. And yet it only represents less than 1% of our total population. So he was very passionate and he said, imagine what can be done. Imagine what is the potential available. For example, if you can have operating system in Indian languages, lot many more people will start typing commands in Indian language. Now, what he meant was not really an operating system as a kernel, but operating system as a full-fledged environment. And today, our operating systems have kind of changed. They become pictorial. Interfaces have become pictorial. You do a drag and drop rather than command line interfaces, which have virtually got eliminated. Very little work is done in command line languages today. But yet another thing, which is actually a possibility, and I once again bring Dr. Kohli's vision into this. Can we actually have a programming language in Indian language? Most programming languages are in English. I mean, actually, I would not even call them if they are actually languages. But whether you use keywords like for, repeat, while, or whether you use if then else, or whether you use any assignment, set aside, or whatever, is all based on English language. And if we actually say English language-based programming language, can it be given to everybody around on the road? The answer is no, with English being only about 10 to 15% people who can probably do something with English language. And if we want to actually scale up, we need to have Indian language-based programming languages. The capability, the capacity, all will get tremendously utilized. And India can actually be a very big leader in creating these kind of apps and all that development if it is possible. Indian languages, even though Manish talked about, interfaces of Indian languages, why do we actually think of phonetic keyboards? Because it's a lot much easier for one to type in English or in Roman than in Indian language. So there is a huge amount of focus or huge amount of effort that can be put in on input devices so that one can actually type in Indian languages right there. Or maybe some pictorial mechanism or something may not be keyboards, but something else. So there is a lot much work that can actually be done to improve the IO in Indian language. The output part is very well today catered to, but input side also can probably be handled. One of the input method has been voice typing. So you type it out, you speak it out, and it is represented in Indian languages. But yet the tools are very, very primitive even as of today. In research domain, quite a lot of work which has been done. Corpus has been developed in various languages. Unfortunately, these actually were developed in an organic growth manner. No specific standardization was carried out. With industry and government support, I think today it is possible for us to define a standard for corpora so that the corpora developed by one can actually be utilized by others. Tagged corpora, untagged corpora, and variety of things. And lot much more can possibly, lot much output can possibly achieve if we start looking at the standardization. I think translation, representation has already been kind of covered to a better way, it already come out as a technology. Yet another form of technology that actually is going to probably take lead in Indian languages is looking at intelligence extraction from Indian languages text, especially of the older generations, of the older era, ancient text. And this is considered that there is huge intelligence and a huge information in our ancient text. How can we use computers to extract that information? Information extraction actually goes beyond the translation, beyond the speech, and beyond the textual representation and graphics to text extraction. It actually, one has to look at this and see in what way our traditional medicines, traditional knowledge, all of this can be extracted from the ancient text. A lot of such knowledge has been lost already. With this, I think in Indian academics, we have been working tremendously on supporting such kind of technologies. However, with support from industry, with support for standardization, and support from the government, a lot much work can be done and outcomes can be lot much bigger. With this, I would once again like to thank FICCI for inviting me here. Over to you, Sarika, for the better future with Indian language.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words for the ending note. And definitely a thought, coding languages in the Indian languages. So that's something which is something we talked about. And yes, thank you also for reiterating the words by literary F.C. Kohli ji. Of course, we all will cherish the work which he has done, and of course the great role he has played in the IT industry. As FICCI, of course, we pay our tribute to him. And we all feel that his loss is something which cannot be filled, but that's something he has charted a vision which all collectively has to take together. So thank you, Professor Moona, for putting up the points from the academia side. And we definitely feel standardization is another area which we are working together with the ministry and with academia and the industry, and we will further continue to do so. There are various aspects which needs to be taken forward in this area. So with this, now we come to the inaugural address. We have heard the industry and academia. So the inaugural address is from Shri Ajay Prakash Sahni ji, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. So there are more than 400 people live right now who are now looking forward to hear what's government's vision, what do you think your vision for the sector, and what do you expectations also from the industry and academia, keeping in view the current time which is existing. And we also have Dr. Ajay Data Kochia just joined in, sir. So thank you, sir. Now over to you, Sahni ji. We'll really look forward to, and as I mentioned in the starting, thank you to the ministry for supporting the initiative of Indic languages, which is really, really important for the really, I would say, achieving the true power of digital revolution, or I would say digital India. Over to you, sir, for your inaugural address.
Thank you, Sarika, and thank you for your tremendous amount of enthusiasm and also tremendous amount of organizing skill in sort of bringing to us the third edition of Bhashantara. And I've been a part of all your editions, so I've really enjoyed the kind of people you have brought together to discuss about languages, especially Indian languages, the need and also what needs to be done. A very good morning to Virat, to Manish Gupta ji, to Professor Rajat Muna, again for your wonderful insights and messages on this occasion. I think you have set a good benchmark for what should prove to be a scintillating exercise, this entire exercise of Bhashantara. From government side, I think I really feel elated to be a part of this exercise. Truly, the language is something which all of us share. All of us share the passion for languages, especially for Indian languages. I think all of us are also together in recognizing that we have we have a very long way to go. If ever we have a doubt about if we feel we have done a lot in Indian languages, I think a reality check is not difficult at all. It's very easy. Go to Wikipedia, look at the homepage itself of Wikipedia, see what is the number of articles in English and other prominent international languages, and where do the Indian languages figure in terms of number of articles. I think more than any other, more than anything else, Manish must be having many more ways to check out things using Google, but this is my sort of favorite way of forcing myself to confront the not so good reality. And it's very disheartening sometimes to find that even the number of articles in Hindi, Bengali, Tamil, many other languages that we all take tremendous pride in, and that those are very seriously lagging behind relatively smaller languages that are spoken by a far smaller cohort across the globe. So we still have a long way to go. It's heartening that the new technologies are sort of coming together to make it easier for us to tackle this problem. And if we have to actually make progress, we need the industry, the academia and research fraternity, and the government to move together in a concerted manner. Ajay Dattaji, who is here today in this forum, has also been doing a lot of work on bringing email, in bringing many other tools into this area. But again, it's a humongous amount of work that lies ahead of us. During this COVID period, we have also seen how important the internet is to our normal lives. I think more than ever, we have all very quickly been able to move on to a new way of living, a new way of working. As Virat also mentioned, I am thankful that we had these tools available. Many of them were developed, they were all ready, but we were not making full use of them. The coming in of the pandemic actually forced us to rapidly move to the online tools. Working in our office, all the files, etc. I think within 48 hours, we were able to migrate to a complete online way of working. Similarly, I think many other things happened in this period. The Arogya Setu app, which we were able to bring out in 11 languages, then we added some more. And, very quickly we were able to reach out to people, and also made use of multiple languages. And it becomes so clear whenever you are actually addressing a real problem, I think it becomes very clear that English alone or English and Hindi together will not help you to resolve that. You have to find a way to help people who use other languages, and sometimes even if they can comprehend what is there in English and Hindi, to touch their heart, to actually get your message in, you need not just the local language, but also the people who are influential in the local culture and the local films, etc. Only when they give that message does the message actually go across well. I'm very happy to see the kind of work that especially Manish has outlined. As he was speaking, I went to Storyweaver and checked it out. I think it's a fascinating collection of sort of stories which are appropriate for different age groups. And the work being done to make it come alive in the Indian languages, I think is extraordinarily important. And my thanks to Google and to Manish for making that effort in equipping them with those tools. This is something that I am going to definitely use for my grandson, and I hope that much more such effort actually happens, where on one side the creative content, on the other side making it available across 22 languages and many more. As Virat said, every few kilometers it's a different dialect, and then there are so many different languages as well. So I also believe that on the search engine, on enabling the tools which we are now very used to in English, I think it's very important for us to keep making an effort to bring those tools alive in all the Indian languages. And in this, many of the multinational, many of the top global companies that have their research centers in India, and now research teams which are focused on India and the Indian language and Indian cultural requirements, I think they have a major role to play. In addition to them, as Professor Rajat Muna has pointed out, I think even having again, those are issues that have been highlighted or that have been flagged for a long time, and we have not really been able to come out with the solutions. Even an operating system. Do we need an operating system? Does it have to be just a language avatar of the existing operating systems? Does it have to be a new operating system? So all those questions are there. Again, these are problems that are available before us to be solved. And I would like to, get proposals from both from industry, ideas from industry and academia as to which are the problems that can be solved by simply having applying a new language to something which is existing, or what is it that requires a sort of ab initio effort, an effort to create something completely new, and what is the support that you would want from the government side, so that we can also look at prioritizing some of these issues and then taking them forward. Input devices appear to be a simpler phenomena, but again, Rajat has pointed out that we have been working on this for a long time, and nothing really, something which merits use across the ecosystem. That kind of elegance or that kind of devices have not really come our way, and we still have work to do. Is it that do we expect a shortcut based on the voice-based internet, on speech recognition, or do we still have to figure out much better input devices apart from voice? And if so, what is the effort that we need to make? I would love it if the participants today have a go at this and actually advise us as to what are the different priorities and what are the strands of thought to be followed through. Within the government, we have been working with the Umang app, again made available in I think more than a dozen languages now. We have DigiLocker, which is available in a number of languages as well. We have MyGov, where we have been creating state instances of MyGov to facilitate citizen engagement by the state governments within their own states. So again, we are using a format in many of these. We are using a format where the base engine is the same, and its variants, which again, whatever happens in those variants, they add to the richness, the complexity, the technology that goes into the core mother engine. So I think in that we have learned from big giants that this is a good way to go. And there are many more efforts that we will attempt in this manner. One of the challenges that we are looking at is that of making all the Indian websites, all the government websites to begin with, start with central government, all government websites available in all the Indian languages. So in that also, if we have some very good tools available, we have done some competitions earlier, but if there are updates to those, if there are good tools available, we would love to have, again, a further idea. If FICCI can suggest to us a challenge round that we can do, especially around some of the ideas that come out of this Bhashantara set of interactions, I think we would love to partner with FICCI to have a jointly run a challenge round. Earlier, we have done some things together, but I think it's time to bring a new edition to the forefront and create opportunity for industry, for research teams, for startups to actually participate, get their efforts recognized. We can help them with some orders and assignments from within the government, and by actually doing real work, let them prove their tools and techniques, and build their businesses around that. Once again, this period has been has presented a number of challenges. So one of the things that we had hoped to bring out by now, but has got delayed on account of some of these challenges, has been the National Language Technology Mission. It is now in almost a ready to go situation. There have been extensive interactions with the research community, with academia, with some of the industry players. to give a shape to this National Language Technology Mission. I hope that in this month of December and January, we are able to actually bring it to a level where we can announce it and where we can move forward. This would have a role not only for central government and its ministries and departments and the academia and research players, but also for the state governments, because I believe that many of the Indian languages are large enough to merit something like a mission of their own. And we will need support from the state governments and the industry which is active in different parts of the country to also come together, especially those entities that have a lot of their own original content and data, which can actually, which can become a very good set of content, helps us to work on the different tools and the technologies required, and gets our research teams and startups, gives a good fillip to our research teams and to our startups. With this, as the new technologies start coming in, we are very keen to bring in the government buying as one of the ways to popularize and to provide resources to those tool providers. And then also very keen to see how a complete category of tools and resources can come onto the GEM platform, so that not only from MeitY, but across the length and breadth of the government, it becomes easy for not only the central ministries, but also the state departments, the city governments, to easily come across, first of all, discover what are the tools available, and then make it easy for them to get those tools and start working with those tools. There is one more organization where I happen to be the chair, and Mr. Anil Kumar Jain is participating from NIXI, NIXI, the National Internet Exchange of India. Within NIXI also, we are trying to popularize the Indian URLs and also take up a number of initiatives that will catalyze more activity in this area, create opportunities. We can provide recognition, we can come up with some resources even from NIXI's side. So I encourage the participants to have a discussion with Mr. Anil Kumar Jain, who is the CEO of NIXI, to also bring to him what kind of initiatives they would like to take up, and we'll see whether we can support, we can provide support for those. Finally, I would like to say that there's one book that has influenced me a lot in the past 2 to 3 years. This book is about machine platform crowd. It brings out, the role that these three phenomena play in technology development today, and they have played for the past couple of decades. I think we have to plan our initiatives taking advantage both of what the machine can do, what AI can do, what data analytics can do, what large amount of data can do. We have to create platforms, and we hope to create a national platform for this purpose through the National Language Technology Mission. Platforms bring all these stakeholders together and help us to, instead of doing things in a separate, disaggregated manner, they help us harmonize across different stakeholders, different interests, and bring the essence of it together, be able to work together on a collective collective corpus of what we all together are able to create. And finally, I think the crowd being able to create mechanisms that tap or that harness what crowdsourcing is able to bring us. I think all three of these factors are exceedingly important as we look at the problems that confront us in Indian languages, in language technologies for Indian languages. And I look forward to creative ways in which we can rope in all three phenomena into our programs as we design and shape the programs together. My best wishes, my compliments to Sarika and her team, to the organizers, and I wish you all a wonderful set of deliberations, and I look forward to the recommendations from these deliberations, suggestions that we can actually follow and take forward. Thanks a lot. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. A very insightful, deep, and I would say a very, very, very address. Starting from a right emphasis to be given on the research. You talked about the case of Google, which they have been doing currently, and of course, to moving on the various challenges which our industry feels could be taken care of by putting up the piece of languages. So definitely, so on that piece, and along with the challenge which you mentioned, we'll discuss with our members, and if we come back to MeitY on that, we'll definitely run that challenge. Last year we did Bhasha Anuvad. We'll come back to you with a new version and different way what we can take it forward for the coming year. We will definitely take up the discussions on the important three areas you mentioned: machine, platform, and the crowd. And every aspect of it, the three pillars has its own importance, which you rightly highlighted it. So definitely we'll have a discussion, sir. Mr. Anil Kumar Jain is currently also online with us, and he would be speaking up during the day. We are having a special session with him. And as FICCI, we are working with him on we would be taking the discussion forward and taking the strong role in the promotion of Indian URLs. And we'll come back to you, sir. There is a plan in place, which we have discussed with our members, which is at the advanced level. And we'll come back to you, sir, with Mr. Jain on that part as well. And definitely as part of the discussions during the Bhashantara, we'll be happy to come back to you what are the proceedings and what has been the development. So that we come up to the next level in the next edition of Bhashantara, and in between we keep on doing the multiple initiatives. Thank you, sir, for the everlasting support from the MeitY on this subject. We hope we stand up to the expectations from both from the industry and the government. And as you said, a platform is an important area. So FICCI-ILIA is a platform where we get the people of different interests together, synergize it, and then move it in one direction for the growth of the sector. Thank you, sir, for your kind words. It was really encouraging. I'm sure my team has just told me that more than 450 people are online, and there are a few questions coming over. So we would record those questions, and in terms of our feedback, we'll come back to you on those things as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. With this, I now request our co-chairman for the IC&T and Digital Economy Committee, Dr. Ajay Data, to kindly deliver his vote of thanks. Over to you, Dr. Data.
Thank you, Sarika. Thank you, sir, for addressing us and giving us a powerful insight and welcoming hand to address them. Sir, before I put my vote of thanks, I want to say my two suggestions here directly. Of course, we will give in writing. One is, sir, enablement from the roadblocks. Why people cannot just survive with the local language. We have to also see in a government and the education system that can I become an engineer by reading just Hindi? Can I become a doctor? Can I read my medicines? Can I file in a Supreme Court? Can I file a case? There are many roadblocks for a person to remain in his own regional language. He has to shift to learn English. And these are the very different decisions and the tools which only at your level can address them. Of course, we will send the suggestions. One very specific point which I want to mention to Manish and Virat here, and this is a actionable item which I would request, because Government of India is supporting .Bharat domains, and .Bharat domains, both the organizations support for a partial support. So I can send an email to Google servers, I can send an email to Apple servers. Apple iOS 14 supports them now, all the Indian languages for email, but I cannot configure my email account. I cannot sign up with my EAI address to an Apple account. I cannot sign up an app store with my EAI account. And that again becomes a roadblock for somebody who is just interested to have a Hindi email ID. So this becomes a ecosystem roadblock for people not to adopt them, because they are forced to go to English. And I think no matter how many tools we create, if we do not give him a 100% journey to remain his own language, we will be always not doing the full task. And this is what we need to really think, the 100% life cycle for a person to remain his own language and still survive his life and do well in his life. That's very extremely critical, especially in an ecosystem. So with those words, I think we will all bring these things in the system. I would propose my vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, the present status of Indic-Internet, we all heard the stalwarts here, including the Secretary, sir, and Indian language industry can be described in several different ways. While it is true that considerable progress has been made in developing digital content in Indian languages, the real challenges lies in providing a single platform to the vast array of stakeholders to come and work together. India's digital growth story in the last few years has shifted to Tier 1 and Tier 2 cities, a population that prefers more regional language over English. This opens a unique window for all of us, to the industry, to innovate and ideate a reach out to these first-time Indic-Internet users. Ladies and gentlemen, as FICCI-ILIA, our goal is to work towards bridging the linguistic digital divide with the help of technology, and we are immensely thankful to the Ministry of Electronics and IT for supporting the various initiatives of FICCI-ILIA. And sir, thank you for inviting us to send the suggestions on this area. We will certainly work hard and do that. We aim to work with multiple stakeholders to create a true digital India where every common man can access the digital information and government service to and his native language and can be empowered as much as we all are. As we have come closer to the conclusion of the inaugural address of Bhashantara, I would like to take this opportunity to especially thank Shri Ajay Prakash Sahni, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, for sparing his valuable time for us. I agree with you, sir, that the true success of the initiative or any technology is not achieved until it has reached to the common man, the last mile. And we appreciated the tremendous work done by your ministry under your wise guidance. I would also like to thank Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, for partnering with us in Bhashantara and supporting us. Further, I would also like to thank Professor Rajat Muta for accepting our invitation and always sharing a lot of innovations, ideas, and roadblocks and experienced with the view of participants. Always very, very enriching us and talks with us. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Manish Gupta and thank him for delivering the industry address, and my colleague Virat Bhatia for supporting us and building this mega initiative of Bhashantara. My vote of thanks will not be complete if I don't acknowledge our sponsors, Google and Facebook, for supporting our cause. I am also grateful and thoroughly enjoyed sharing the dais with all of you. It has been indeed a great session today. Last but not the least, I would also thank the members of media for investing interest in covering this event. Always very thankful. You take up the very important task to the last mile. Very good. And also, I would also thank my gratitude to all the honored guests and delegates for their presence and participation in today's event. Almost 450 people. This is a great success. Finally, I would like to thank and appreciate FICCI-ILIA Secretariat, Sarika Guljani and her team for a great job done. Guys, we have some interesting sessions today covering a wide range of topics from NLP to deep learning to growth of language technology, skilling, universal acceptance, and many more. And I wish the participants for great interaction and thoroughly thought-provoking sessions ahead. Enjoy your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Data, for your official vote of thanks. With this, we have come to the end of the inaugural session. I would really like to thank everybody. The Secretary, sir, of course, there has been thanks to you from the starting, and we definitely like to thank MeitY, and we'll, as promised, we'll come back to you with our suggestions and the recommendations on these various areas we discussed. Professor Rajat Mona for sparing time, and as we have heard, Secretary sir, so definitely there is something which we have to work together with academia. We'll discuss that things later on. And Dr. Manish Gupta for his address on the industry side and highlighting the aspects which Google is doing on this area, on the research area specifically, and also we will discuss on the next steps we can do that. I would say, the support which we get it from our secretariat side. I would talk about the chairman, Mr. Virat Bhatia, and the co-chair, Dr. Ajay Data. So thank you all for helping us out day in and out, for building up this initiative, for supporting us in all the things we do, and having trust on us and being with us for at every mile and step. So thank you, Mr. Bhatia, for sparing time and being with us for this initiative. This is valuable. And of course, Dr. Data, for being with us and driving us with this Bhashantara. We, as a team, we have got the work from the secretary side, so we would work together for the next steps. I know there are a few challenges. Of course, the sector does have something which will be taken care of with the support of all the members. There are discussions which are lined up during the day, and I'm sure those things would get covered up, and rest others we can definitely take it up in various meetings of FICCI-ILIA, which we do it otherwise. So thank you all. With this, we have come to the end of the inaugural session, and there's no break. We will definitely move on to the next session. I request all the audience, more than 440 people who are there, please stay online. We will switch on to the next session on NLP. We have the eminent set of speakers for that panel. You know that NLP is an important area which is being talked about in this language sector, and it is the way which we communicate, the way by using ML and AI and the others. And of course, we see the lot of potential of NLP within the within the market is around what is something expected around 20 billion by the end of 2021. So that amount of area we are the potential we are talking about, and we have lots of players working on this. So the session would deliberate upon what are the challenges, what are the opportunities coming forward, and what are the steps to be taken up by the industry, the government and others to in a collaborative manner, so that we can actually explore the potential of NLP, which is an important area, cannot be overlooked. So we have a session which is on the era of NLP and analytics, and we have all the panelists who have joined in. The chairman for the session is Sri Abhishek Singh. He's the CEO of National E-Governance Division, Digital India Corporation, and MyGov. Welcome, sir. I hope you can hear us. Sri Abhishek Singh ji, he would be chairing the session. The panelists for the session are Mr. Ganesh Gopalan, co-founder and CEO Gyani.ai, Ms. Kalika Pali, Principal Researcher Microsoft, Mr. Raghavendra Bhatt, Principal Engineer at Intel Corporation, Mr. Partha Talukdar, Research Scientist, Google AI, and Mr. Toby Farmer, Product Lead, Facebook AI. Welcome you all. The session would be moderated by Mr. Sushant Rabra, Partner, KPMG. I would request the panelists for the session to kindly switch on their videos and keep themselves on mute until they are speaking in. Welcome you all. And with this, I hand over to the moderator, Mr. Sushant, to kindly take over the proceedings of the session. Over to you, Sushant.
Thank you so much, Sarika. And a very warm good afternoon to all the fellow panelists and all the audience who is listening to us as we speak. First of all, I'd like to start by thanking FICCI for giving us this opportunity to come and discuss on this very important topic, which is very pertinent and topical, not only for the economy, but also, I would say, growth of the country and our national security in many areas. So thank you so much, Sarika and team, for giving us this opportunity. I'd like to start first by introducing the topic for the wider audience. Now, when we talk about the natural language processing market, this is the next big thing in human-computer interface, right? So we have been seeing various waves in which we have developed solutions and platforms for humans and machines to engage more productively. What we have seen is the natural language processing has emerged as the next big wave for not only human to machine, but also from a human to machine to human kind of interaction. It has its applications across sectors, across countries. So for example, there are a wide number of applications which people are thinking about in terms of retail, in terms of medical service, in education, even in defense. There are estimates suggesting that the market size for the global natural language processing market in about 2026 would exceed $80 billion. So it's a large market to be looked into. And now we are seeing there is a perfect storm of the advancements what have happened in AI, in terms of the language research, and also what we will cover today, digital humanities, which is coming in together to create the perfect storm and perfect opportunity for us to explore this particular dimension, right? So today we have with us eminent speakers representing various parts of the industry as well as the government. So I'll call out for the speakers one by one, and I'll request the panelists to give a quick introduction about themselves. So I'll start with Mr. Raghavendra Bhatt from Intel. If you would like to go first, please.
Hey, thank you, Sushant. Thank you to FICCI for inviting me and having me here. It's a great pleasure to be here. Good afternoon, everyone, to the general wider audience. So I come from Intel. I'm a principal engineer in Intel, over 21 years of experience, the last 4 years of which I've spent a lot in AI, specifically around speech and language. And it's that experience of working on the technology as well as working with the Indian ecosystem that I hope I can bring to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Raghavendra. Welcome on board. I'll request Mr. Partha to give a quick intro as well.
Hi, Sushant, and thanks again to FICCI for having me here. So it's a real pleasure, and good afternoon to everyone. So I lead the NLU Natural Language Processing Group at Google Research India, and I'm also a faculty member at ISC Bangalore. So we are really excited to be working in this Indian NLP space and how we can significantly advance the state of the art in this area and how we can democratize the access to information for hundreds of millions of Indian language users. And I'm really looking forward to discussing various topics with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Partha. That's one of the key areas we want to discuss, and we'll take your thoughts on that. Thank you. Moving to Ganesh, if you would like to introduce yourself, please.
Sure. I'm Ganesh. I'm Yani.ai. I've been computer science and MBA from the Indian School of Business. Thanks to FICCI for having me here. Short introduction about Yani.ai. We are leaders in the speech technology and NLP. Truly, probably the only Indian panelist here. That context, a Made in India company that is what we think is the leader in this space for India. Thank you.
Thank you, Ganesh. Requesting Kalika to give a quick intro from Microsoft.
Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, FICCI, for having me over. I'm Kalika Bali. I work as a researcher in Microsoft Research Labs India, mainly in the area of NLP and speech technology. I've been working with the Indian language NLP community and being a part of this community for nearly 2 decades now. So I'd be happy to share my thoughts and learn from the discussion with others here.
Thank you, Kalika. And now on to Mr. Toby Farmer.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm Toby Farmer. I'm a product manager in Facebook AI. I lead our machine translation team on the product side here at Facebook. Excited to talk about the subject and how machine translation NLP can help solve some of these problems that we're seeing and how we can partner and build a better world together. So looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you so much, panelists. As you all can see, we have the industry stalwarts who are focusing on this particular domain in the panel discussion today. I don't know about you, but I'm really looking forward to the conversation and listening to their perspectives on this. Before we get there, may I request Mr. Abhishek Singh, as a chairperson of the panel, to share his thoughts and perspectives on the topic. Over to Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Sushant, and it's indeed a great opportunity to get an opportunity to listen to these industry stalwarts and on natural language processing and learn from them. So I'm really looking forward to this panel discussion. And having said that, I'd just like to mention is that, as you mentioned, the potential of NLP in whatever we do in the government or outside is huge. You mentioned $80 billion, but I feel that if we really leverage NLP and get language technologies to get people who are not connected on the internet on board, the potential may go much bigger. Today, we have in India 700 million people who are connected to the internet, and the internet economy is based on the number of transactions and number of interactions that happens with this base, with this as a base. As we all know, we have more than 22 languages and many dialects that are there. And if we see the growth of vernacular media or the content that we see coming up in various Indian languages, we see the next 500 million who will come on the internet, the other languages, the non-English speaking, the non-Hindi speaking languages will play the key. And the content that is available on in these languages is still very limited. So when these 500 million people join on the internet with language, with NLP tools and with voice enabled internet, the potential will be much bigger. What we have seen is that when we use, there are several advances which are made in the field of NLP, but when we were using the various languages, when we built the chatbot on MyGov, especially for COVID-19 response, and when we tried to enable it in various languages, we found that it was a separate interface that we had to build for every chatbot in every language. So if we could somehow kind of crack this piece and ensure that any chatbot which is enabled in English will also be able to simultaneously work in other Indian languages. So that's something that we are looking at. We are on Umang platform, which we use for delivering more than 239 services to citizens, the mobile interface. Therein we are trying to build up, can we have a voice-enabled interaction so that people can talk to the Umang platform just like you talk to your Alexas or the Siris. There again, when we are designing those chatbots, the challenges that we face is that while answering single questions is all right, but building a conversational AI-based tool brings in much more NLP challenges that we imagine. So there is a lot of area to cover by the industry, and there is a lot of work that has been done. But as I see, as and when we enable more AI tools, more NLP tools, the coverage and the reach will expand greatly. When we run analytics, for example, very often MyGov does a lot of social media analytics and trying to find out the sentiment of what people are talking about a particular issue, and what are the main issues that are bothering people. When we look for public grievances in the PG portal, when we run through analytics, very often doing text analytics on English language grievances is still much more easier than doing it on Indian languages. And very often we find multiple languages, people giving their grievances in multiple languages. So to find out which are the key themes in a different language, there are challenges that we face, and I'm sure NLP-based companies and technologies and researchers and academicians, startups would be looking forward to solve that. For Man Ki Baat, for Honorable Prime Minister's address on radio, we get voice input. We have a toll-free number on which people call up and they speak and they give their inputs. So those inputs also that we get are very often in multiple Indian languages, and at times mix of languages. There will be a mix of Tamil, English and Hindi, or English and Hindi, or English, or very often colloquial language. So to make sense of that with analytics-based tools is a challenge that we face. So what I want to say is that the potential for building solutions in the NLP field for startups and entrepreneurs is huge. And I'm sure companies like Microsoft, Google, Gyani is here. They all have done a lot of work in this direction, but there is a lot more to be done. And once these technologies are matured, then there will be use of them in the government and outside. So I look forward to hearing from the industry stalwarts of their thoughts and how new advances are being made and how it can really make a difference in the way we interact with each other, the way we access services, and the way we make the government come closer to the citizens by using NLP tools. So with these, I would leave the floor to the panelists and look forward to hearing from their deep insights on the subject.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, and thanks for setting the context and the guardrails for the conversation. Thank you so much. I will just get started. So let me first start with a question to Mr. Bhatt. Now, we have been talking about opportunity landscape for NLP in India and the kind of use cases it can actually drive. I want to take your thoughts on it. What is the real opportunity that you see for NLP in India? And if you can maybe illustrate that with a few examples from your side.
Okay. Thanks, Sushant. Of course, we've had the fellow panelists talk about, and also as part of the introduction, talk about the opportunity, right, in terms of the numbers. So I'll not get into the numbers, but I'll kind of more talk about what does it mean in an Indian context, right? So besides the European Union, arguably India is pretty much the only country which gives you the kind of diversity and challenges when it comes to handling languages, right? Abhishek rightly pointed out the challenges that we have with the multilinguals. Most of us speak more than one language. The challenges that come with it. That that provides an excellent opportunity from a research perspective, right? So the first point that I would like to make, in terms of opportunity for the researchers, this actually is a gold field, right? Gold mine of research problem statements. Number one. From a opportunity, from a financial opportunity perspective, again, you do have all those set of standard use cases when it comes to NLP, cutting across healthcare, e-commerce, finance, education, etc. Right? And absolutely, given the size of the market that we are, again, that's a huge opportunity, and that's the numbers that we hear in terms of 20 billion to 80 billion kind of a range, depending upon which side, which one you want to look at, right? The last one that I'll kind of touch upon is, more than the money part of it, I think, even in the Indian context, technology, when it comes to language, gives us a unique opportunity to depoliticize language, because we do see a lot of those issues around, language translation issues, the north-south divide, so to say. Right, and technology does offer, through, for example, translation capabilities, right? Does offer a lot of opportunities from a society, from a social perspective also, right? And lastly, as Mr. Abhishek rightly pointed out, there is a big part of the population which is illiterate, and that's a population that needs to be included in this entire digital India dreams and visions. And again, spoken language gives an excellent opportunity for us to tap into that part of the population also.
Thank you. Thank you, Raghvendra. You have set up the context very nicely. So there is a huge opportunity, but of course, there are certain challenges that need to be addressed as well. And just taking that forward, just on the opportunity side, if I can take a minute and go to Mr. Farmer, you would have seen NLP being used across multiple cultural contexts and countries, right? Are there any applications or case studies that you want to share with the audience today where NLP has been sort of a great boon?
Yeah, that's a great question. Here at Facebook, today we translate probably over 20 billion pieces of content every single day across the world, billions of users every day. This allows sort of our users to connect, communicate, create economic opportunities and much more. Some examples of this are like on our platform, where you can go on our platform, create an ad in one language, and we allow machine translation allows, these advertisers to translate that ad into over 21 languages, giving access to these vast markets and countries that they wouldn't have otherwise, given how expensive it is to sort of translate these ads, which really benefits large companies, but the small, medium-sized mom and pop shops have this opportunity to create this economic opportunity for themselves. We also saw, during COVID-19, it was a big surge in usage for us as well. And we saw some problems in machine translation around COVID-19 translation of those terms. The team, our research team, really put a lot of efforts into, making sure we're translating COVID-19 terms right, so that people had access to that information from credible sources across the globe. And maybe one other one is, being able to participate and be heard, right, on our platform, whether that's in the civil discourse around your government, or maybe it's about talking about your favorite cricket player. Another great example here, in Australia, we had a community of refugees that came from Syria. And using Facebook groups, they found a community and comfort in a foreign land. And that was able to do that through machine translation. And so you kind of see the power that not only allows people to be heard and be understood in sort of this digital environment, but allows people with access to the internet and connectivity to build a better life for themselves through economic mobility and these sorts of things. And I know we'll get to this, but we do see this democratization of knowledge as something that machine translation has a big power to do. Most of the most needy people in the world are isolated, not just by economics, geography, government, connectivity, but the lack of understanding of language, it can be one of the most devastating realities for somebody today. And we believe, machine translation really does have the potential to abolish that lottery of circumstance that dictates from one's birth access to the world's knowledge. And we believe that the NLP has that power to unlock that potential. And specifically, machine translation in India can be very influential, as knowledge from one state to another state can be shared very easily whether that's education, awareness, government policies, etc. And so, yeah, these are some things that we're seeing on our platform that really does have that potential to sort of elevate not only a country, but a society and individuals where they're at.
Thank you. That's the one key thing that you mentioned there, and I'll take away. The access isn't restricted by resources or geography. Many times people are locked out because of the language barriers. And I think that's a very powerful statement. And that in a way summarizes the opportunity landscape also that NLP is trying to address. So thanks, Toby, for bringing that out. So now coming closer home to India, we have seen that there have been great strides made in NLP in some of the global languages which are widely spoken, and possibly maybe they were the languages of choice in the respective countries where the initial research was carried out, right? Now coming closer to India, one of the key challenges that we have is unavailability or limited availability of large language sample data sets or corpora, right? And that restricts us to go deeper into the multitude of languages that we have. Now that's an interesting problem. And may I request Partha to share his perspective on how can this thing be potentially addressed? Are there any technological interventions, non-technological interventions, for example, wider stakeholders? How do we get around this problem from India perspective?
Right. Yeah, thanks, Sushant. That's a super important question. And I would say maybe one of the central ones towards at least development of Indian language technologies. I mean, as we know, data is oil, electricity, everything for AI. So it's really fundamental. So I guess there are multiple factors here. I mean, as we are all very familiar, I mean, India is a hugely diverse country from many different aspects, including linguistically. So we have lots of languages, lots of speakers, many different tasks, but not enough data to go around. And that's true for both even unlabeled corpora in these languages, but even more acutely labeled data for various tasks in various languages, right? So I guess over time, government has been investing in the development of language technologies and development of corpora. But one of the issues there have been that that kind of effort has been run in different institutions, and that data has been fragmented. And some of that effort is directed towards development of those technologies, but even otherwise as part of day-to-day business, lots of relevant corpora has been developed. So one approach could be to making access to that type of data, which is there in larger quantities in stakeholders like the government, and making it more available to academia, researchers, and industry, I think will be one step. And I'm aware that there are multiple efforts on that front. So I think that's one high value direction to go after. There are also issues around content creation and whether we have the right input tools to help users develop content in those languages. I mean, Indian language keywords still continue to be difficult to use. So how we can make that process more easier and natural, so that others can create content. So we have been Manish mentioned during his previous session. So we've been working with Pratham Books as a small step in the direction of how we can help develop transliteration tools to support languages like Konkani, MeitY, where we don't have great tools to work with there. But the other also issue is around incentives for content creators, right? So I mean, in order to have a sustainable ecosystem, I think there should be incentives aligned. So I think we also need to work on that. The other issue is around privacy and the rights to usage of data that's generated in these languages. So I think there are always going to be privacy, fairness type of questions associated with large corpora. So not everyone probably can have access to all of the data that they may want to leverage upon. So ideas like federated learning, where you develop technologies in a privacy-preserving manner, could be also, I think, very interesting, and we should look more into that. And then finally, I think just requiring, if I need like X amounts of data for a particular task in a given language, and then I want to cover like 22 languages, requiring 22x of that data for all of those languages probably is not going to be very scalable. So recent advances in multilingual representation learning models enable you to transfer supervision and knowledge from one language into another. So how you can bootstrap a particular technology, like say entity recognition for Oriya, leveraging resources in Hindi or even languages that are outside of India, I think is also a very promising direction. And we have been doing quite a lot of work in that direction, and also have made a model called Mural, which stands for Multilingual Representations for Indian Languages, publicly available, so that others can build on top of that. So that's what, I mean, I'll summarize maybe kind of like reducing the fragmentation wherever it's like not possible to make data publicly available. I think that could be one stream of exploration. Where there are privacy concerns, how we could use federated learning to build technologies leveraging diverse data sets. And then finally, how using advances in the machine learning methods, how we can cut down on the data samples that are necessary in order to bootstrap to a new language quickly is also, I think, interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Partha. I think you touched upon all the key dimensions. Technology is not a magic wand, and there are some of the other aspects that need to be addressed as well, especially from the federated access side. That's been a big issue in terms of a lot of organizations saying that, is the access democratized? Do we have access? Do we have the availability of information to sort of train our systems and be successful? And then, of course, the other areas that you mentioned around incentives, they are also very important. What is in it for me? Eventually goes back to that. So while we spoke about the technology, we spoke about some of the incentive structure and other interventions. One key theme that also needs to be looked upon is talent. And I would like to request thoughts from Ms. Bali here. Now, we have been talking about NLP, and there's a huge technology underplay under that. How do we build the right skill sets or talent that we need for this country to be successful in NLP domain? What's your view on that?
Yeah, I think that's really important. Where do we get all the people who are going to make this NLP revolution in India possible? And, to get to the crux of the matter, there are very few institutions right now in the country that offer a very strong course in NLP or a strong program in NLP. There are a handful of them. NLP continues to be an elective in most of the institutions. And we just need to rectify that. And not only that, because of the popularity of NLP, a lot of students actually go and attend courses, MOOCs, online courses that are offered by people outside the country. And while these are really useful in familiarizing them with the nitty-gritties of how NLP technology actually works, it doesn't give them any idea about how the Indian language scenario intersects with this. So having programs not only on which are strong on the NLP side, but also which touch upon the language situation in the country and the intricacies of and the complexities of the linguistic diversity in this country would be really useful. One of the things that I think that hasn't been done at a very large scale, which would really help, and this is an ask maybe for FICCI and for the government, is to conduct really large-scale shared tasks or challenges for the student community, where teams of students could get together to tackle a particular task. And that would probably enable them. And if we could have mentors from various parts, either academia, industry, etc., who would mentor these teams in some way, I think that would also go a long way into inculcating interest, as well as skilling the students and encouraging them to go forward. In not only students, even people at the start of their careers who could participate in such endeavors and go forward and do more. So that's what I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kalika, for that view. You are absolutely right. We'll have to build that pipeline of talent and make sure it's part of our academia itself for us to have a sustained advantage. We cannot work on looking at outside India for the talent to actually do this for India. Yes, we can get that kick-started, but eventually it will have to be driven by us. So thanks for that view. Now, while we spoke about talent and we spoke about technology and the enabling layers, one of the key questions that comes in is, what about the policy response to this question, right? And I'll like to request thoughts from Ganesh, as you have started this entire organization, solutions and landscape and so on, and probably you would have a fair degree of first-hand experience on how the policy enablers or challenges work. So what are the policy, regulatory or enabling interventions that probably you would like to suggest or wish for, which could fast track India's progress on NLP?
Yeah, thanks, Sushant. I think first and foremost, let's get it out of the way that companies like us, and there are others, we already developed, speech, spoken language, as well as written NLP capabilities in multiple of these languages. Many of them are, more accurate than some of the players in this forum, right? And the second thing is, even when we look at data being the new oil, right? Companies like us have built our own, even though we are small startups, right? We have built our own corpus. We have proprietary corpus that we have built. Say in, for example, in Hindi, we have developed our own corpus for say more than 50,000 hours of annotated data for spoken Hindi and covering all the dialects. So I think more than looking at the government spending money on some of these aspects, what I would request is open up. For example, the Honorable Minister Shri Ravi Shankar Prasad recently said, can Umang be open up so that any person can speak and get access to government services? So that's, I think if we take a bold step and open up new RFPs for a bunch of these things, where I can give you a few examples. For example, there is this new farm bill, right? And every farmer in the country now would love to know what is the mandi price, right, across any part of India, right? And how do you make that happen? You got to make the system work for people who have just have a feature phone, speak their own language, right, in their own dialect, and the technology is already here, and there are companies like us, who can already deliver on some of these things. So, so what I'm trying to say is, if we take a bold leap, and I'm really, happy with, what Sri Abhishek Singh sir said at the start of this session, as well as what Honorable Minister Sri Ravi Shankar Prasad said. Open up more RFPs for companies like us, right, to participate. As long as you allow startups like us to participate and not just restrict it to foreign or larger players, we are very confident that we can compete with the best of the breed. Just a level playing field, as long as we can get. We think we are ready. We have benchmarked our systems with many of the global players, and we think ours is in many cases much better. So let's give us an opportunity, and we will and let's not give the data out open forum and things like that for others. That's our so I think that's very important. Secondly, let's protect our country's data. For example, if you're having data on if you're having government services, right, don't let that data go out to the cloud, because you're actually understanding the grievances of every person in the country, and do we want to give it out on the cloud and accessible, outside India? So let's keep all this information within the government. Let's have on-prem deployment for some of these things, DIP certified companies like us, are already working with several branches of government, state and central government, solve various problems in government, right? If we are given that opportunity, I'm sure that we can, really live up to the expectations of the government. And so fundamental answer there is just open up more and more things that RFPs. Let's not worry on. I think there are enough Indian companies today having the capabilities, and we can deliver good systems. There was a specific question on, for example, Abhishek Singh sir said on, say, let's suppose it's multi-intent, right? Now, if you look at it, a lot of these things requires work with linguists, right? And for example, we're working with linguists across the country. For example, right here in Kannada, which is the first language we have. Before we went to other languages, we are working with almost 20 to 30 Kannada linguists. So it requires that one is the technology, second algorithm, second is the data. The third is, are we working to understand on the linguistic side, right? So there is a wealth of information. And for, in our country, a lot of the really good linguists typically are over the age of 60 very often. But let's work with people before all this knowledge is kind of lost. And, let's, and we have done wonders in this regard. And, I would suggest we can, do great things going forward.
Thank you, Ganesh. Thanks for bringing that out and sort of sharing your journey and perspective on things. Yes, there has to be, I would say, equal access to various companies, to the opportunities which are coming through, and of course, maybe some guidelines around how we go about it. And that actually brings me to the second part of our conversation today, which is in an open session format. So I'll ask a question and any of the panelists can choose to respond. And Ganesh, I think your answer has triggered some thoughts in my mind. So I'll go with the first question. See, we are seeing these themes everywhere. Deglobalization, data nationalism, protecting digital assets, protecting investments in digital organizations. We have seen all of that play out in the last few months and years. What does that mean for the NLP program here in India? So, in the backdrop of all of that happening, what is the new reality for us and what should we be looking at as the key recommendations for the NLP program in India? So any of you who want to go first on this topic?
So I'll just share very quickly what I would like to say and a little bit of a response to Ganesh's comments. Every time I've heard about let's not give our data from India, if I had like $1, I'd be a millionaire now. For the last 20 years, I've been hearing this again and again. And actually, it is harmful because if you think about the basis of these advances that we are having in NLP, in the last 2 decades, they're based on the fact that a lot of data was provided for free for people, industry as well as academics, to come together, create systems, do research, and that's how the ecosystem works. While I understand that there are proprietary data issues for various commercial players, including startups, big companies, small companies, I think from a government and from like a getting together and trying to come up with a program for the country, not putting data out harms rather than helps competition. Okay, and if you think about actually the smaller players, they actually are harmed much more than the larger players, because larger players actually can go and collect data if it is commercially of interest to them. They have the withal to go and do that themselves. They're not really dependent on the open data that's forming. But when you kind of try to create these kind of boundaries all around, what happens is that why would I, as a Microsoft or a Google or a Facebook share data when there is so much distrust and so much anti kind of a feeling towards us, right? So that kind of a thing actually harms. Now, really, what we really need is, and we've needed this for several decades now, is to create that ecosystem where everyone can prosper, and it is possible. It's in EU, it has been possible. In the US, it's been possible, though they work with only one language mainly. In other parts of the world, this has been shown to be possible. So there's no reason why we in India cannot do this, coming together and creating an ecosystem where everybody has a role and everybody can play a part and not get disadvantaged. And having said that, like like Gyani is there's another very new player in the on the block, Navana Tech, right? They are a commercial entity. They are working on speech as well, speech user interfaces in local languages. And we work at Microsoft Research, we work very closely with them, right? And it doesn't harm them commercially to work with us. There can be ways and systems that can be worked out so that everybody gains in some way or the other. And we all eventually gain, because as Indians, we create technology out there that we as Indians can use now. So that's my soapbox for the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may just add to that. Sorry, if I may just add to that, right? See, I mean, I do understand some of these recent trends with respect to deglobalization, nationalism, etc. Right? But they should not be mantra for walls that we build around ourselves and cut ourselves from the rest of the world. Right? It should be more a mantra for self-sufficiency. Absolutely, we should build our own solutions. Absolutely, but solutions, I mean, technology-wise, we need to partner. That's the reality of the day, right? So the thing is, walled fences are not going to help. We need to cooperate technologically, protect our assets wherever they need to be protected, absolutely, but not the high walls, right? It should be more a mantra for self-sufficiency. Secondly, I mean, I've been kind of active in this space for the last 5 years. This enabling the ecosystem is something that I've been hearing since a long time. But I think we kind of miss the tools to, what is that enabling of the ecosystem means. And again, I think we do have answer to that. The digital payments, the kind of revolution we have seen, is a very good example of what we can do to enable that ecosystem. For example, a marketplace wherein, all these collaborators, asset creators can come together on a common platform, right? And trade their, assets. I think that actually will go a long way, right? It's not about, I mean, Nani Ganesh rightly said, they have spent the resources to kind of collect the corpus that they need. But, why would they just want to give it away for free, right? I mean, or government, why should it just, anything free is in a way, devalued, right? There's no value attached to anything that's free. So if you kind of create a marketplace where there is a value for everyone participating, I'm very sure it will be a fast track to building that ecosystem together and with all the right set of participants.
So, I mean, if I can just add just one point, sorry for repeating this. So we are a very small startup. We probably have $2 million of funding. That's all that we've got so far, right? And if we are able to, able to create 50,000 hours of annotated audio for Hindi, say, more than 200,000 hours of annotated audio for across other languages. And I know that there are other startups like us who are doing it. I mean, I rest my case at that point without getting into this. But again, going back to what Raghavendra said, I mean, while this is one aspect, there are several opportunities of collaborating within the ecosystem. Right? We do work very closely with Microsoft. We do work very closely with some of the other players here, even some of the other global companies that are not present in this forum. And there are enough opportunities to work together. I mean, some of the bigger problems, while we get lost in all this technology piece, right? The bigger problems in our country, how do we solve some of these social issues, right? Can we use this for more for education? How can we, use this for problems that need immediate solutions, right? So, for example, or it could be something long term, like how can we, is there a way we can use spoken technologies for to reduce malnutrition? So there are so many other things, and we are cooperating and we're working closely with several other companies, including the MNCs in this regard. So all that I would like to say is let's focus on where it adds value and where Indian companies or even the foreign companies can do it themselves. So be it, and that's the whole thing. So as long as we protect the proprietary information and don't make a valuable resource, which maybe through a unique way people have created, let's not make it of no value. That's the only point I want to say.
Thank you. Thanks, Ganesh. So I am keeping an eye on the watch. So we'll go into what is called as the rapid fire round. So I'll ask a quick question. So this is essentially about saying, and I'll go to each of the participants. Let's say you had $10 million to invest today, and the investment has to be on a theme which is related to NLP. Okay, and you're all venture capitalists or private equity players, and you want to invest in the top 1 or 2 themes that you want to invest in. Of course, please don't mention your own organization. We know you all love it, but let's keep it away for a minute. So if you had $10 million, where would you invest as a seed investor or VC? So I'll start with Toby. Toby, if you had $10 million to invest in NLP, where would you invest?
That's very generous, $10 million. I think I would start with who we're trying to serve the most here. And I think that's important to bring the conversation back, even in the previous question, is that we're trying to serve the people who need this technology the most. And, I think I would look at the problems that get us there the fastest and look at those trade-offs. So whether that's creating a reliable set of basic tools from LID, tokenization to dictionaries, and creating large collections of digitized monolingual data, annotated clean data, I would invest in these types of companies first so that they can then get, because this is what's going to kickstart this technology in the quickest way possible. And I think for us to get the people that need this technology the most, the fastest, that would be my pick up front. Lightning round.
Thank you, Toby. Taking thoughts from Kalika?
So a little bit like Toby, but I would, if I had $10 million, I would invest it on the next set of languages, not the top 10, 15 languages that everybody in India is working on. I would like to invest it on languages that nobody is thinking about right now, and the entire set of tools, plus domain-specific applications, which actually go out there and help the people who are right now totally out of the thinking of everyone here, get into the whole digital space. So that's where I would personally invest it on.
Thank you. I'm sure, in fact, we had a question from or comment from the audience as well about the sort of neglected languages which are not getting so much of attention, right? And I think there needs to be a lot of work there. Thank you so much for that. Now, Ganesh, your thoughts, please.
I think, say, pilot projects on solving some of the bigger social problems in India, right? For example, infant mortality, can we have something there? Can we have something in, could be teaching languages, okay, using speech technology. Definitely, I think these are, without a doubt, all these are going to be practical and implemented within the next 10, 15 years. Absolutely, no doubt, would love to be a part of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ganesh. I think a lot of people would, their thoughts will resonate with what you just said. The outcomes have to be important as well. Taking view from Partha.
Yeah, so I think, I agree with the panelists that we talked about. It will be like a combination of for some one or a few targeted high value applications just to give some focus. Then looking at kind of tools and data sets to enable that. And then also investing in the team who will be able to leverage those data sources, develop methods that are necessary. And I also feel the need to not just go after maybe how many users you can find in a particular language. So echoing some of the comments from Kalika. Looking at more digitally disconnected language communities, because the social impact on them is going to be the largest. I may not be like a great investor because what's the return on that is not super clear, but I think as a country, as a community, we should be looking at those languages as well. So thanks.
Thank you, Partha. I hope we had more investors like you, and maybe some of the pressing problems of the country would be much easily solved. Thank you.
Well, Kalika's $10 million are already there, so.
Yeah, just give it to Parth.
Sure, thank you. Taking view from Mr. Bhatt.
Yeah, so I'll be a little bit selfish here, right? I speak, my mother tongue does not have a script of its own, right? So first I would kind of invest into technology that is able to transcribe purely from speech. I know that there is some work happening in that direction, but that's something that I'll certainly invest in. And secondly, which is, kind of an unsaid problem statement, which is about the compute barriers. So, we talk about NLP, but we don't kind of look at the kind of compute signature a lot of these algorithms need. So there is an infrastructure that's required for at least some of these, the budding startups, so to say, to get access to cheaper infrastructure. That's the area that I'll focus on.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. We have had a few questions from the audience as well. As you are all aware, there are hundreds of people currently logged in who are watching this live as we speak. I think we covered certain flavors already in the conversation, but there is one specific question for Mr. Singh. If we can have your thoughts, please, sir. So the question is, what is government's vision for development of NLP ecosystem in India? If you can share some perspective on that.
Yeah, in fact, thanks for the very engaging discussions. And in fact, the conversations between Yanni and Microsoft and all of you was very entertaining and interesting, and in a way highlights the challenge that we face. Like, how do we work together? How do we collaborate? How do we build up common repositories? How do we kind of grow up to solve challenges that we all face by putting up a holistic and integrated approach rather than working in silos? So a lot. So the question with regard to what is the government's approach to build the NLP ecosystem. So while several initiatives have been taken, and as we all know, the National Language Translation Mission, if I'm right, the NLTM has been on it for a number of years, and there have been several initiatives that have been taken in this direction, beginning from the Unicode standards, laying down standards for languages, then the Web Standardization Initiative, which laid down the best practices for localization of mobile web applications in Indian languages, which MeitY had published in around 6 years back in 2014. Then similarly for various services, for e-governance services to be delivered in various languages, those standards were also published earlier. Then the open font format, the Sakal Bharati open type format was brought up, which supports 22 Indian languages. And the challenge has been that that while these open type formats, fonts and Sakal Bharat has been done, but then all operating systems have not been providing support to these fonts by default. So there has to be some standards and some guidelines being laid down, which will ensure compliance, whether you are running an operating system on an Apple device, or you're running on a Windows platform or any other platform. One has to conform to the basic standards, which is the worldwide norm. And industry will, and I'm sure the NLTM will work out a framework. We will ensure the industry and government work together to promote that. The other thing that has been done is that the National Language Translation Mission is working on building such interfaces, creating the common artifacts, building a repository, and putting them on an open access kind of system, wherein the artifacts which conform to the laid down standards can be used by anyone and everyone. And when we start following that, then only we'll be able to build systems that can talk to each other, that can interact with each other, and that will not be confined to an operating system or an environment of their own. So the endeavor of the government and the National Language Translation Mission is to create these artifacts and make it available everyone. And once this is done across languages, the next challenge will be, of course, building it on a voice-based system. The voice-based systems will be the biggest thing that the NLTM has to achieve. And with partnering with all industry initiatives, a common repository of such artifacts will be created to ensure we are able to go on in that direction. The National Program on Artificial Intelligence, which is also working on enabling this ecosystem, is also like working towards this direction. Like, how do we ensure language interface to be possible on AI-based systems? So that's again being taken up under the National Program on AI. So I think together with these efforts and working together with the industry, we'll be able to create a framework. And some of it was also highlighted by our secretary in his opening address. We will be able to create an ecosystem which will help several NLP solutions to come in, but all of them to be developed in such a way that they are interoperable and they'll be able to talk to each other. So a Gyani system will be able to talk to a Microsoft Bhasha system or to a Google system. So endeavor should be that. It should not be that we have a Gyani system which is independent of the Microsoft Bhasha and a Google's NLP engine. So that's the challenge which we need to address. How we'll go about it, I am sure the tech experts in the MeitY and industry will together find a way out.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Singh, for sharing that perspective. And I'm sure it is being discussed at the highest levels in the government, and the enabling policy response is being rolled out as well. So thanks for sharing that perspective with all of us. We are almost out of time, and when you're having a good conversation, you don't look at the watch, right? So thank you so much, everyone, for being here today and sharing your perspective with us. We had the leaders from the industry who are actually doing cutting-edge research on this. We had applied research folks on the call, as well as innovators and startups. So a very good flavor of opinions and thoughts is what we could hear today. And going by what I'm hearing from the audience perspective, I'm sure audience had a lot of key takeaways and learnings from the session that we had today. So I'd like to thank once again all my fellow panelists for giving us time today and sharing their experience and insights with all of us. With that, let me hand it back to Mr. Singh to share his concluding remarks and take it forward. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Singh, are you there online?
On a phone call to IBIS, please.
Sure. Sure. So I wanted to just hand it over to you for your concluding remarks and taking the session forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sushant, and thank you, Sushant, for moderating this very engaging discussion. And I must say that having listened to all of you, Ganesh, Kalika, Raghavendra, Partho, Bobby, in fact, most of the issues which relate to NLP-based development of NLP-based ecosystem have been highlighted. All that we need to do is to sit down and try to work out a framework, try to work out a strategy in the direction in which we can go in. I'm sure with the deliberations today, the NLTM will greatly be benefited. The National Language Translation Mission is working in this direction. And in order to ensure that every Indian is able to access a service in the language of his choice, and to ensure that services are delivered, the translations happen in a very easy to understand manner, such frameworks will be very, very useful. So we need to develop a strategy to share our insights and to share the tools that we have, share the technologies that we have, in what ways it can be part of the larger good. Because once the basket of services, the NLP enabled services expands, everybody will benefit. It's not that it can be limited to only one company or the other. It's the government of India is of course making this effort, but what we have seen in the last 10 to 15 years since the language mission was launched in MeitY, the advances which have been made by industry has been far ahead of what the government has done on its own. So the way ahead, of course, CDAC has made a major achievements, but the way ahead will be to build up a kind of a partnership wherein CDAC, the industry partners all come together and build up a roadmap for expanding the services, the e-governance services or the services accessed by citizens for their various needs in all languages. So this is the key takeaway for me from this panel discussion. I thank everyone, and I thank FICCI especially for building up this platform. And Bhasha, you call it Bhasha Tantra, no? Again, a very complicated word. Bhashantara, language translation. So last year also I was part of this forum, and I had seen how you had run that Innovate Challenge also there. So Bhashantara also gives a platform for all those who are working in the field of NLP and language translations and enabling services in multiple languages to come together and develop a strategy for moving forward for enabling services in various directions. So thank you, FICCI, once more, and look forward to your continued engagement on this very important aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Singh, for sharing your remarks, and thank you, Sushant, and all the eminent set of the panelists who were part of the discussion. It was really, really deep discussions, various topics being covered, starting with data and the collaboration and the way and the path forward. I'm sure there would be outcome, and as Secretary Sir mentioned during the inaugural session, we will take the discussions offline as well with you all, so that we can come up with a key set of recommendations which we can take up with the government in the next level. So thank you all for joining us for this discussion. And with this, since we are already on the time, and like Sushant mentioned, when the deep discussions are going on, you don't realize the time has come and it's time to take a break from the first session. So thank you for this panelists for the first session. With this, we directly move on for the next important discussion topic. We know that the new normal is the new norm which is being there. We are the way we commute, we talk, we communicate, or we do anything right now has been changed because of the current conditions of the pandemic which is going on. So definitely it has also affected the way digitally the communication is happening, the digital transformation it is happening. And definitely when we talk about digital, the role of language technology has actually emerged on a further, in a different scale and a different manner. And so the next session, which is on the COVID-19, a challenge and opportunity to the Indian language technology service industry, we're going to have the discussions around that area. The chairperson for the session is Ms. Simi Chaudhary. She's an economic advisor and group coordinator, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. Welcome, ma'am, on behalf of FICCI and everybody. Thank you for joining in. We have the panelists, which is Ms. Vidhushi Kapoor, CEO and co-founder Process9, Mr. Geoff Vendemore, Director TOS, Dr. Shailendra Mohan, Secretary, Linguist Society of India, Mr. Radhakrishna, founder and CEO, Vocal India, and the moderator for the session is Mr. Ramesh Loganathan, Professor IIT Hyderabad. I would request all the panelists to kindly switch on their videos and keep themselves on mute whenever their turn comes in. Please carry on with the discussions. And you would have had a chance to hear something in the first session, and you know there is a task which needs to be taken forward. This is a small announcement to be made, especially for the panelists and the moderator. Ms. Chaudhary, ma'am has to leave a little early, so maybe she would, after a round of introductions with everybody, she will deliver her opening remarks and maybe present her thoughts during the discussion, and then she would have to leave a little early. So this is just to make a little announcement before we start up with the session. So good luck, and we really look forward to your discussions. My team has just informed me we have more than 418 people who are live right now. So over to you, Mr. Loganathan, for carrying forward the discussions.
Yes, Anika. So I'm very happy to be here at this session. I think the topic is very, very relevant. COVID-19 pandemic, and it has changed everything around. Some real, some imagined, but the reality is what it is. We live in a world where there's a lot of uncertainty. There's quite some paranoia around, and of course a lot of caution and precaution that needs to be taken. And so the way we communicate is changing. Also, in many ways, the way we communicate is changing. There's a lot more that needs to be done online. Online, we often forget the like they say, the Bharat, the larger part of India that's not English literate. And and most of them have. I mean, I know many of my elder aunts and uncles that are not even comfortable with English, very, very, very comfortably using WhatsApp these days. And WhatsApp is an entry into digital apps that they can now very easily move into, and they can start transacting, doing things using their mobile phones, given that WhatsApp has brought the digital literacy that's required for such things. Now, which means that, like, if they're not familiar or comfortable with English, they need to transact with the systems in Indian languages, since you don't have the luxury of going to a place or going to an office or a business, wherever you need to conduct some business, conduct some transaction. Since you can't go there, and phone may not always be an option, and there are apps and other web-based interfaces. So I think the significance of Indian languages becomes much more important, especially for transactions and information access, since you can't go to places. I think that's one. The need has always been there to be able to kind of communicate the systems and organizations in Indian languages. If anything, it's got amplified by the whole pandemic that has driven us a little physically far apart. And so you can't go to places that you could easily go earlier. And so I think the importance of the challenge has become that much bigger. So I think that's what we're going to be discussing in the next 15 minutes or so. Like Sarika introduced, there's a fantastic panel. I mean, we have a company that's been for a long time in the space of trying to localize content, leverage technology to localize content more quickly. We have an organization that's dealing with monetizing data, language data specifically. Now, so I think that's an interesting perspective, which through Bahubhashak and such, now we are trying to do the same thing in the Indian language mission as well. And then we have the Linguistic Society. Linguistics is at the core. So it'll be interesting to see like the intersection of where does linguistics intersect, and is there anything that they can do to amplify or accelerate this whole process of Indian language solutions. And then of course we have Vocal that's been very actively present in the Indian language space, especially in the Q&A systems, which is again a key part of what is required in the pandemic-driven world. You need to interact with systems. You need to get information, you need to perform operations. So I think there's a fantastic perspective. So before we get into the panel, let me invite the chairperson, Ms. Simi Chowdhury, to share Madam's opening remarks. Madam?
Namaste. First of all, a big thank you to FICCI for arranging Bhashantara. And as Abhishek Singhji was just saying in the previous session, that it is a very meaningful platform and a very relevant one at this juncture that provides us an opportunity to discuss and deliberate how we should go about enriching our strategies and government's initiatives for the natural language processing technology. And my apologies that I would not be able to hear all the panelists as they talk here today, and I will not be able to be an active participant in the discussion that flows in the session. But Rameshji, I would definitely want to catch up with the proceedings of the session subsequently. But there's a parallel engagement, so I would have to withdraw after the opening remarks, but it is an opportunity missed for me, and I'm sure I would have got even wiser as the head of the technology development for Indian languages and the NLTM in the Ministry of Electronics and IT after hearing the thoughts that take place over here. But I would definitely take stock of what has been discussed, what have been the main recommendations or the main points or the concerns that have been raised by both the panelists as well as the participants, if there are any that emerge after the session. So thank you, Rameshji, for giving me this opportunity. And as we all are aware, this is a topic of great relevance too for us. COVID-19 pandemic has affected our lives in many ways. We are all fighting this challenge and we are fighting it real hard, right from the medical domain to the education domain and to every domain that affects our life. We have adapted ourselves with the help of technology. That has been a very critical tool as a weapon rather for us in fighting this pandemic. And this has got the focus on Indic language technologies even more and much more than ever before. Digital inclusiveness in our country requires speech interaction with the technology solutions. The demand for translation today has increased in fields like medicine, the pharmaceuticals, life sciences, education, e-commerce, public health announcements, and all COVID-related contents. So this demand has multiplied manyfold due to the pandemic. And language technology, we all agree, plays an important role in the localization of the content. The education system, to entertainment, to mapping, to medicine, everything requires a robust localization for last mile delivery. And if content is available to an individual in their natural language, this only helps in spreading more awareness, preparing us more in combating the pandemic. Today, the natural language processing is not just an agenda or something desirable, but it is a necessity and a requirement. The natural language technology mission of the Government of India is our booster to the technology development for natural language processing, and an ecosystem building approach in this domain targeting Indic languages is our strategy to take it forward. We are supporting data creation to infrastructure building to development to deployment of our research under TDIL program, and our esteemed institutions are taking it from the lab to actually. We are creating an environment that is suitable for growth of natural language processing that is related to the technological innovations taking place in this domain in India. Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has been conducting and facilitating research and supporting it as well in this direction for the last 15 years under the TDIL program. We are launching the natural language translation missions shortly to harness the natural language using artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies and techniques to overcome the language barrier and bridge the language divide for a more meaningful digital inclusion through the Bahubhashak ICT platform that will leverage all the developed technologies to enable speech-to-speech machine translation for Indian languages and also natural language technology processing services. This will catalyze the market by aggregation of stakeholders and development of an ecosystem rather than silos for startups in this area. Digital technology has proven to be a boon during this epidemic to deliver justice, to deliver education, to disseminate information right at the doorstep of people by leveraging the technology and the interventions or the e-governance solutions that are available today. Spoken Tutorial Initiative under the Ministry of HRD's ICT mission that provides the educational content dubbed in Indian languages, and thus it promotes the IT literacy for education. Multilingual content proliferation in domains of agriculture, health, education, social welfare, energy, and e-governance, and many other large-scale initiatives by both the public and the private entities. They're all working together towards building an ICT-based knowledge society. Human-like artificial intelligence capabilities are now getting researched, which make the AI model develop inferencing abilities as well. The Bahubhashak ICT platform will enable users to watch and read content using voice-based translation with subtitling technologies in the desired language and will open new avenues for employment. Voice-based search and voice-based intelligent assistance in various domains are also under our purview of the mission goals. The government to citizen outreach will be broad-based through localization of websites in all 22 Indian languages by using this platform under the mission of the government. The new normal today is digital first, and multilingual support on ICT platforms will localize the internet in Indian languages. And this is the key to percolate the use of digital technology in all domains, and thus to increase the participation of masses in the digital economy. In fact, under the mission, our target is to create a really meaningful One India by generating technological solutions which will make it like a Bahubhashya sitting next to every citizen of the country, wherein the massive resources that are available on the internet, the wealth of knowledge that is today available across various domains in the internet is all available to a citizen in their regional language or their natural language, so that the digital inclusion is meaningful, the digital divide and the language barrier are all taken care of. And for this, we are planning to create this ecosystem which will have a Team India approach with participation from industry, from the academia, from startups, from the government at all levels, be it the central government or the state government, and participation citizens in general, to create a single sign-on facility with the use of data analytics and other emerging technologies. Some kind of personalized services be created for every stakeholder in the domain through the platform that we are envisaging under the mission. And my call for action to all of you today is to render your cooperation and support to the government in institutionalizing this mission, devising appropriate strategies to implement it, and really achieving One India in a meaningful manner by bridging the language divide. I will not take much more time, and I would leave the floor open to the moderator and the panelists, and all my best wishes for a very successful and outcome-oriented session. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Mr. Longanathan, you're on mute.
Sorry. I was saying thank you so much, ma'am. We'll work with Sarika and make sure the proceedings of the session reaches you as well. Thank you. I think like under your leadership now, I mean, like we are actively involved with Bahubhasha project here at IIIT along with CDAC and IDMETAS. I think that's a nice initiative with so much happening in the last 15 years around language research. I think that's an initiative to take it that last mile. I think that's where we are stuck for many years. It's almost there, but we don't get it out there as a solution. So hopefully Bahubhasha will help. I think the program design is very good. I'm quite excited that that's happening now. So we look forward to it. Thank you so much, ma'am, for all your support. So now just kind of switching tracks a little, I would like to get to the topic at hand in terms of just deliberating on like what does it mean for Indian language solutions post-pandemic. So just to set the stage, I would request each of the panelists to share some their initial opening comments, quick introduction to themselves, but touch on one facet each. Let me first request Vidishi Kapoor, the CEO and co-founder of Process9, a language kind of translation solution for content and websites and such. So I'd like you to touch upon, after introducing the company itself, like in the next few minutes, just share your thoughts on like if you're seeing any uptake and demand for content localization now post-pandemic. So Vidishi, a quick introduction to Process9, and then your thoughts on if you're seeing any uptake on local language solutions.
Thank you, Ramesh sir. Hello, everybody. A bit about Process9 first. So we are a language technology company, and through homegrown technology, we are building tools and solutions to increase the scalability and efficiency in the translation and localization process. So we recently launched a platform called MoxVeda, through which we have made website translation and app translation a DIY process. So anyone can come and do it yourself through a simple 3 to 4 step process. Anyone who has a website or an app can come and translate it into any language. In addition to that, we have also launched a neural machine translation API that is MoxWave that does automated translations for Indian languages. So these technologies are 100% made in India, and they're made for the world. And they can be used by large enterprises, MSMEs, startups, translation companies, anyone who is looking to add speed and scalability and reduce their costs in the translation process. Now coming to the demand uptake post-COVID. I think we have experienced and are also expecting in the next few months to see a quantum jump in the demand for local language content consumption and creation. COVID has given a huge push, as Simi ma'am also said, and to changing language technology or the content requirement in Indian language from a good to have to a must have. It has become a necessity now. So previously, it used to be the big boys club or the large enterprises who used to look at adding languages to their apps and websites as, a branding exercise or something good to have. But today, having a digital presence has become, it has become essential. Digital presence is real presence. You don't really have physical shops anymore. So imagine your, corner kirana store. If he has to come digital, is he going to come digital in English? No, he has to come online in local language. So whatever platform he chooses to create his digital presence, whether it is Dukaan, whether it is Now Floats, whether it is Shopify, that platform needs to speak his language. His entire store will be in his language. His operations will be in his language. So that from that point itself, the need for local language is going to increase. So it is, the necessity hierarchy, which used to be roti, kapra, makan. Then we added internet. So now, according to us, it is going to be roti, kapra, makan, internet, and local language.
absolutely, Vidushree. I think like the whole the fact that we have democratized network access is a fantastic thing. But if you don't get the services on the network cannot be just about movies and browsing. I mean, like it has to be. If you don't get the right services through the network that is now democratized, then the opportunity is lost. You're right. I think that's very essential. So presenting another view is like, I mean, vocal. So would request the founder, Apramya Radhakrishna, to, I mean, briefly introduce vocal, and then just would like you to reflect upon, like, I mean, you are more into transactional systems, right? Specific information access, I mean, Q&A systems and like transactional systems. Are you seeing the same thing? I mean, have you also been noticing any uptake in requests for these systems in transactional systems like as well? Information access is one thing, but then also like transaction systems. So we can introduce vocal and then share your thoughts on what you're seeing in the last 7-8 months. Apramya.
Thanks a lot. So we run two platforms. One is called Vocal, and another is called Koo. Right. So Vocal is more a question answer platform, and Koo is a microblogging platform for daily expression from people. Right. So these are the two platforms that we run, and as far as the demand for consumption of content in local language goes, it's been an inherent need, right? Nobody's really produced that content ever before. One solution to the whole localization is, okay, can we translate, which Vidushree and team and many other companies like us are focusing on. What we focus on is, basically enable tools for you to express and create content in local language itself, right? So on Vocal, basically, stats from Google says, more than 40% of all search queries on Google in India is voice, right? And most of that voice query is actually in local languages. So any new user who's coming onto the internet wants to use the internet like they would use, like they would talk to any other person. So they're not used to searching for keywords, right? They're used to asking a full-length question and getting back a full-length answer for it, and not like going through various links to research, self-research, answers and get the right answer, right? That's not what they're requiring. When I ask, how do I become an IAS officer? The answer should be from an IAS officer telling me how they became an IAS officer, right? And it's not, getting redirected to a website which talks about how to prepare for IAS, right? So the expectations, the experiences are totally different, right? So on both our apps, Vocal and Koo, we've kind of, built experiences apart from just making available content in local language. The whole experience is also made for local language users, right? Which means, instead of a pop-up telling you about the app, we actually have a audio message that pops up and keeps playing for people to understand what they need to do on that screen. Right? For an English language user, you would just pop up and they would read it and then they would go and follow the instructions. For Indian language users, it's almost like a voice telling you what to do while you're holding the app in your hand, right? So while translation is important, while creation of content is important, it is also important to understand the offline experiences and expectations of the new users, and also adopt and build technology. So you can't just build technology like you would build for the English user. You should also adopt experiences, right? And a couple more things. The talent that is required to build. I think the demand for technology in local languages is so high. The biggest challenge that we have is the talent required to build all these systems, right? Whether it's NLP, whether it's anything else. So, sir, a request to you is push all your students to get into technology for Indian languages, right? And tell them to apply to us, and we'll be happy to get them on board and give them challenging problems, right? Because what we're trying to do is build the whole ecosystem that has been built for English over the last 25, 30 years of internet in a very short period of time, right? So what is to be done is very easy to say, but actually doing it to a world-class level is a challenge that we all need to solve as well. Can't hear you.
Mutes itself. So absolutely, Apramya. I think you're right. It's the intent is there and the need is there. Just that not enough is happening and definitely not happening fast enough. Students, yes, happy to chat offline, but then they go where the opportunity is. Unfortunately, we can't. Many of them do stick. I mean, you're referring to that. We have one of the best language technology research groups in the country. But then again, so they go where they go. But happy to chat with both you and Vidushi later to see, like, from the research group, definitely we can help. So that's going to be one of the points I would like to discuss just a little bit. Before that, let me just give opening comments from the other two speakers as well. Would now request Jaap van der Meer, Director of TAUS. Very interesting that there's the whole data monetization is the focus of TAUS. So would just like you to share, after introducing TAUS briefly, sir, would like you to share your perspectives on lessons learned from public data sets. We were struggling with that here in India. If you look at our language technology mission, the corpora and all that, we are just kind of all kinds of issues we are facing. We'd just like you to share about how was that experience creating those data sets in Europe. Sir?
Yes, thank you very much, first of all, for having me on this panel. Perhaps it's helpful to share with you a very brief introduction of TAUS. I can imagine we're not so well known in India, but we started in 2005 as a think tank for the global translation industry. Initially just creating a platform for the early adopters of machine translation to meet, to talk to each other. In those days, we had the first generation of data-driven machine translation technology, the statistical engines, and there was already a need for data to get these machines to work better, to teach them to translate better in all the different languages. So as a spin-off from our think tank, we started collecting data, language data, source and target sentences, already in 2008. So we built up a very large repository of language data, currently around 35 billion words in 600 language pairs. And then the question was, what has COVID really done to the world? But I would recall everybody here also of the revolution in machine translation itself, which happened just before that, maybe a little longer before that, 3-4 years ago. The emergence of neural machine translation has made a big difference, has had a big impact on the world of machine translation, because suddenly we saw the quality improving a lot. The quality of machine translation made a real jump, which made the need for data even bigger, because people found out that customizing these engines was really making a big difference in quality. So the need for domain-specific data, the need for more data, even in high-resource languages, but definitely the need for data in low-resource languages surged suddenly. And so at TAUS, we were happy to get funding from the European Union to develop a new incarnation of our data cloud, basically changing the business model behind the data cloud and creating a market, bringing the demand and supply together in a marketplace for data. So that's where we're at the moment. And driven by the demand for data and for instance, low resource, well, I always find that a little a strange word actually, but that's how everybody refers to it, low resource languages. And one big example, of course, is from a global perspective, the Indic languages. Our customers started driving TAUS to develop corpora in the Indian languages. So that's what we've been busy with doing in the past 1.5 years. And we're making this data, these corpora available through our marketplace. So that's a quick sort of introduction of TAUS. We see the demand growing very quickly, not just because of COVID-19, but of course, because also because of all the breakthroughs in on the technology side in neural networks. You're muted.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot more is possible now, just on a simple mobile device. So I think you're right. I think the technology is more ready for these solutions, and also technology also has matured in the recent years. So hopefully we'll see more of it coming mainstream. We'll come back in a little bit to also the challenge, the data challenge for language technology. But before that, we'd like to get the other perspective that we have on the panel as well, which is linguistics. It's at the core. Like kind of understand the language models and the language structures, and is at this core, at the core of language technologies. So would request Dr. Shalendra Mohan from Linguistic Society just to share, introduce the society briefly, but also share your thoughts on understanding the language models and how do linguistics connect with technologies. Is that happening enough? We are fortunate to have two linguists in our research center itself, but I don't see much interaction outside. So I just want to get your views on like how much of interaction is happening between the linguists and the language technologists. So Dr. Shalendra?
Yeah, thank you, FICCI, for inviting me to this panel, and I'll be sharing my thoughts and I will learn from the panel. I'm Shalendra Mohan. I'm Secretary Linguistic Society of India and also a faculty member at Deccan College Postgraduate and Research Institute. Primarily, we work on lesser known languages, and our task is to create content in these in lesser known languages. Personally, I am working on Nihali, a language isolate, and as well as a Munda language called Kurku, in which, so looking at the interface between language and industry, we do develop computational linguistics as a course, and that courses are running all over India, and perhaps the most, the CDAC as well as the Google and others are employing linguists to understand the language systems. Recently, because I am a field linguist and work on the languages of India, especially in lesser known languages, I came with recently a app that has been developed by FitFinger, which is called a field recorder. And this is an app which comes around 10 to 15 euros. And if your informant, suppose if a person I am working is a Kurku speaker, he has a, definitely everyone has a Chinese mobile or anyone. And if he can download that and record his voices and send through the WhatsApp messages, a good amount of creation of Indian languages can be done. And I have talked to many speech technologists. They told me that the accuracy of these apps are perhaps 50 to 60%. So if in future, if we can create an apps which can be up 70 to 80%, a whole amount of localization of these English-centric global mass communication will come to a localized one. So my take would be that the industry should develop these kind of, so that we can get the data directly from the informant or the language speakers, and then accordingly model your e-commerce or whatever in these post-COVID situations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think that's, yes, I think we need to get more of the solutions. While on that topic, I would request Yap to share, Yap under me to share one unique difference between, like, say, at least European countries and India is like most of the countries in Europe or many across the world, there are very few countries where they are inherently multilingual, with the business language being one predominant language and often not a local language, like in India. English is the predominant business language. Now, we tried recently to talk to the local university, which has all the engineering colleges in the state, about 250 colleges, and at least half of them are in tier 2 small towns. So we asked them saying, would you want to get NPTEL courses translated to Telugu, the local language? And they said, no, most of the students don't have a problem. They're okay with English. Now, that was surprising. Now, I just want to hear your views, sir, on like any thoughts or observations. Have you seen other multilingual societies where there's one predominant language? How does the technology and solutions in the lesser used languages for business, at least, evolve?
Well, no, there's, I think in Europe, I mean, people are perhaps willing to speak another language if they can, but there is still a great demand for everybody to be able to speak their own language, their local, their native language, and be able to do business, to do any sort of consult online or to buy their things online. And it's common knowledge that people are, what do they say, 4 times more likely to purchase something from the web if it's available in their local language. So the commitment that the European Commission has made to all the member states from the outset is to make all content available in the native languages of the European citizens, which is 24 languages. So there has been always a lot of funding available from European Commission to develop the language technology and to support this strategy, this policy, and we as a company headquartered in Amsterdam in the European Union have always been a beneficiary of that strategy, of that policy as well. As I mentioned briefly, the marketplace that we're now developing as a new kind of layer or incarnation on top of our data cloud is also a funded project by the European Union under the Connecting European Facility program, the CEF program. It's interesting in this respect that this program covers a much broader kind of infrastructure scope. So it's I believe there's something like €1 billion of funding in this program, but it includes things like roads and bandwidth. So all barriers to connecting European citizens and language technology, and so it's part of the same kind of Connecting European Facility program. Yeah, I don't know if that answers your question or your thoughts to some extent. You're muted.
This thing, I mean, it mutes by itself, so I don't realize that it's been muting. So India has this unique challenge. I mean, like most people can manage with English, so that the business drivers to create local technology solutions are not as strong. That brings to the next question. I would like to pose this to Vidushi and Apramya. Like, why? I mean, WhatsApp. I mean, it's amazing to see how much WhatsApp is being used by those that are like not at all comfortable with technology, not at all familiar with English, and even in the local language, they're not tech savvy per se. I mean, like they work with images and such, and like, but not really actually type much stuff. And in spite of that, the Indian language, actual kind of Indian language apps or technologies or services available in the Indian language is still very, very small. Now, what is your take on it? I mean, like, why do you think, are there technology barriers to it, adoption? Or is it just pure market economics that there are not enough economic drivers that need the adoption? Either of you or both of you, please.
Yeah, so I'll take that. So WhatsApp is a close friend network, right? So the people who you are interacting with on a high frequency basis are people that you know well, right? Family and friends. So even if you make a mistake, right, you're totally pardoned. So they will attempt to, type in local language or whatever else. So in a public domain, right, to post publicly, they might not do it at a higher higher frequency. These are all one-to-one communication or a closed group communication where they can get away. It might be college friends, it might be family, it might be one-on-one messages with friends. So hence the willingness to try and communicate in local language is much higher, right? So that is one reason why WhatsApp is being able to help people communicate more in local language, right? So nobody's worried. Second is, WhatsApp for the language speakers is less about only communication and more about sharing. So there's a lot of local language content that is being created somewhere else, but do the rounds of WhatsApp. So to communicate with somebody I know, you don't really have to create on WhatsApp. You can just take content and forward it. and it's like I can't hear you.
Sorry, sir. I was just saying, but looking at it as a stepping stone. I mean, WhatsApp, you're right. I mean, it's coming for a different purpose and different reason. But having made its entry into kind of a common non-tech savvy, non-English savvy person's life,
yeah,
why are the other solutions not coming in? I mean, now that you got the person kind of comfortable with the phone, at least, why are other solutions not coming in? Are there any impediments, or is it just a demand supply?
No, so let's just take WhatsApp. Look, let's say your question is, why isn't there a Indian language WhatsApp only?
Right? No, not just that. I mean, given that like the people are comfortable with mobile-based apps, even if it's WhatsApp primarily, why are other apps not coming up? I mean, if you take 5 years back, not enough people were on mobile devices, but that's not the case anymore. So why are not enough Indian local language apps coming up?
Well, we have two. So I wouldn't agree that there aren't too many, but you have to adopt, right? One is it's a whole ecosystem that will make an app work, right? One, the entrepreneur has to believe that this space is for the future, right? When an Indian entrepreneur looks at, okay, should I build for the English audience which is already paying enough money, transacting online, should I give them a better experience and make money today, versus build an experience and hopefully make money in the future? Most entrepreneurs want to build for today, right? So that is one thing, right? And because the money is in the English audience today in India, even the investors who are investing, would prefer a place where money is being made today, right? So it will require a certain concentrated effort over a period of time to show that audiences can be garnered by focusing on Indian language first, and money can be made by focusing on Indian language first. So with that, you will see more apps coming up, right, for all use cases. So we do Q&A and we do microblogging. So one is like Quora, one is like Twitter with a local essence put in. And, there will be further apps that will come in, I'm sure, based on, insights that we get from offline behavior of the new audience.
So you're right. I mean, like the commercial sense is unfortunately a large driver. I mean, if there are not enough people asking for it, but that's where the opportunity for technology players such as both of you come into play, where you can abstract it out a little. So, Vidisha, in your experience, if you have to abstract this out, like if like Apramaya said, if a startup has to invest or a company has to invest its time and effort, they'll focus on English because there's more immediate, much larger pool and an immediate revenue source available. But if you have to say technology makes it easy to make the same service available in another language without them having to do much. Now, that's one way to go. I mean, it can abstract this out like so that they don't have to invest much, but they still get the local language solution available. Now, what, in your view, I'm sure you've been working with the whole fraternity, whether it is like the likes of MeitY and FICCI Language Tech Group or research institutions. Are there any impediments? Why is it not happening? I mean, like, why are such solutions not coming that can abstract this out?
See, I think the solutions are coming in. As Apramaya had said,
I should say, why are not enough solutions coming out? You're right, solutions are coming out. Why are not enough of them coming out or getting used?
So just, the question that you had asked, I'd like to take 2 minutes to address that. There is still the perception, and I think that perception is really breaking, that Indian languages, you can't make much money in it. If you're investing in Indian languages, it's not really something that you will make money in today, maybe, a few years down the line. I'll take a small example. You see, e-commerce today, the 4 biggest players in e-commerce in India, that's Flipkart, Amazon, Paytm, Snapdeal. All 4 have implemented Indian languages to some sort. They're not really doing just lip service to it, but to some degree or other, they've all invested very well in Indian languages. And if you just see last month's Diwali sales that happened, the numbers that these platforms saw was incredible. More than 50% of the sales were coming from tier 3 cities and beyond. For Flipkart, the deliveries rose 10x. And this is after, the demand that has gone down, or an economy that has depressed due to COVID and even before COVID. So this is, language has played a very big role here. So we cannot really say that investing in language today is going to reap you benefits, 5 years down the line. That is changing, and people, there are many startups that realize that when I go live, when I launch, I must launch in Indian languages. It's not an afterthought. Some amount of adoption challenges could be faced by users because, again, as a premise, it's a matter of adopting your product or adapting your product for them. Just simply converting the language may not always be enough. You have to help the user come onto the internet. If internet in Indian languages or computing in Indian languages is enforced a lot more in the educational years in schooling, like Hindi typing or Tamil typing is taught in school as opposed to focusing only on English typing, then of course adoption is going to become a lot easier. But adding languages and adding, more interfaces, like you're training them, you're guiding them, you're helping them, that is going to really that is making an effort and it's making an impact. Sorry. So I would not really agree to the fact that there's not enough happening.
Okay, we just, both of you live that world, right? So if somebody is looking at Indian language, they might come to, you and so you see that world all the time. If I look at it from outside, I can look at it from, even if I look at it just from proprietary standpoint, the number of companies that come to us asking for local language technology is much, much lesser than companies that come to us asking for either any kind of language technology solutions around English. Now, so, you're right, like you said, if people are not even comfortable typing in Tamil or Telugu or Hindi, how would they? So the English comes very, very quickly and very early on, unfortunately. But recently, one of our startups is MeitY. They got into YC early this year and raised a very good round of funding. And in less than a year since they started, they went into, she discovered an opportunity, it's one of her alum, looking at a family business. She was just home and then for some time, and they have a grocery store. And she saw that they were getting orders on WhatsApp. Somebody said, okay, just get me 1 kg of oil and something. And then they send somebody and then deliver it and come. Now, she saw there's an opportunity. Why should you just do it? Why can't you browse what is there and do it? So they've made a very quick WhatsApp e-commerce solution. And they're doing very well. They're scaling like crazy. And the Y Combinator and the funding that came with it has only further accelerated the process. Now, I didn't check with them. If I was talking, I was thinking I should ping her and see if they do it in, because they based or started in MP, if they have it in Hindi or not. Now, you'd think something like that. I see my mother who cannot operate a phone, call the grocery store nearby on the phone, can you send this? Now, she knows only Tamil. Now, if it's available in Tamil, I'm now wondering, she's 77, 78 years old, if she would kind of do WhatsApp e-commerce in Tamil. Now, so I think there are the masses that don't know English and can only, but they seem marginalized today. So that's what I was trying to get to. Why is the business environment not trying to tap into them? So I don't know if you have any thoughts, since you see a lot of end organizations that are adopting technology. If you have any thoughts, or even Yap or Shalendra sir.
Can I speak on this?
Yes, please, Dr. Shalendra, yes.
So, because you do not offer, that's why you do not get. So that's what I will take it like that, because if you start offering in Indian languages, and I would say that because India has 1500 languages and others, and it is very difficult for anyone to create so much of resources. So what I think that if WhatsApp or a Facebook or others, if interfaces are developed in Indian languages with the translation tools, perhaps that would be a more that e-commerce and other things can be. Suppose if there is a Amazon or a Flipkart which is offering with a translate into, and these language solutions, I think in that sense, definitely the business will grow. And because there are no choices, hence people are not using in smaller towns or even in villages and others. But most of the market is coming from cities because you are offering only a very less. Perhaps that will I take into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Just to throw in this comment again, that what people don't realize maybe is the importance of the data. That's of course a core topic of this conference here, but it's not simply a matter of using an off-the-shelf machine translation technology. What we hear back again and again is that the machine translation is a simple sum of algorithms and data, but of the two, the data is much more important than the algorithm. So to develop tools and apps for the many different languages in India is a real data challenge, because if the data is not available to make these apps and tools and websites available in all the different languages, then it's very hard for any startup to, where do they start? Just downloading the algorithms, the technologies is not sufficient. They need access to data. And I very much like the comment earlier about the field recorder that Shalendra made there, because the other thing that we're learning now is the challenge of getting organically grown data. There's traditionally there is an approach of striving for linguistic perfection in all the applications and tools that we're building, but it's much more important these days to speak the language of the people. So for that purpose, you need to really harvest, collect the data of the people, the language that the people speak, and that makes the challenge even harder, to get the natural kind of language that people understand.
No, absolutely. I think those are all good comments. I mean, especially on the data, part. I know we've been in conversations. MeitY and FICCI has been part of those conversations as well, to say how to make some of this. I mean, today, almost every startup I know that's in the language technology space collects the data they need with themselves. I'm sure Vidushi and Aprameya will agree. It doesn't make life easy. With so much work happening, every research institution looking at language technology, collecting their own corpora, but there's no, just getting it publicly available is a big challenge. And I know Bhashak is trying to solve it a little bit now, and hopefully the next year or so we'll get some solutions. But just in the last 30 seconds to a minute that we have, Vidushi and Aprameya, if you can quickly touch upon that in terms of what would help accelerate, at least a technology startup journey. Like somebody using your technology, for them it's not an issue, but building the technology like you are, what do you think will help, if from my ministry standpoint or anybody else from FSC?
I think publicly available dictionary. So every time, every time we pick up a new language to launch in, we end up, finally coming down to, okay, we need a dictionary of words that we will learn from, right? To be able to predict the language, whether while it's typing or understanding a language without actually a person reading it, you finally point out to, okay, do I have a large enough dictionary of words which I can program on top of, right? So, for a small company which wants to, basically come and solve some of the language problems, technology problems that we have, it will almost become impossible. On both our platforms, fortunately, we have users producing enough and more language content which we use as data. But that itself, is a time-consuming effort, right? So I think publicly making available, a dictionary which can be used by engineers to build on top of, so that anybody who's building language technology can use it. I think that'll be a great thing.
I agree. Data is gold for any of these technologies to work, and we actually personally took the time to curate and build all the data, and all the corpus that we use to build our neural machine translation APIs. So good quality data, if it can be made available, which already, MeitY is working towards making it available, is going to be a fantastic boost for all of us.
No, absolutely. I think that's something we need to have. I'm relatively new to this world. I've been engaged on the MeitY and the Indian language thread only for the last 3-4 years. But I have seen this data being discussed in every forum, every meeting, every committee or a panel. And I know Bhashak, one of the aspects of Bhashak is to make that available more easily. But I think it's much harder. I mean, it's much easier said than done. But I hopefully will. Yes. I mean, you have anything to add?
Just one thought very quickly, if I may. Indeed, what we think is very important is to change maybe our economic thinking here a little bit on this topic and allow the people who have good quality data to make some money out of this data. So to allow them to monetize their investments over years in building up these translation memories, these dictionaries, as you say, and make them available publicly. So they should be able to earn some money out of every time a technology company uses their data, because it's at the core of this multilingual future. The ownership of this data. So allow them to make money out of the data.
Absolutely. I think that is the challenge here. If you can figure out commercial models where it's economically beneficial for the various players, from the corpora generators to the technology providers to the commerce and other solution providers, I think we need to create that more rounded ecosystem. So we will hopefully, Sarika, we will pass this on back to MeitY. That's something that we would like to see if we can work not just on any one aspect of it, but look at the whole pipeline and see how to incentivize. Because if the whole pipeline is not available, like some parts are getting addressed, but not the end. At the end, if you don't get end solutions, which is technology providers, only one step in the pipeline. I think the researchers, the ones generating data, the ones getting the technology platforms, the early adopters, the late adopters of those platforms, I think we should look at the whole pipeline and see if we can somehow wire it in. That might help accelerate this process. So with that, I'd like to thank the panel, Aprameya, and Vandermeer, Shailendra, and Vidushi. Fantastic, I think very interesting perspectives. For me, I mean, the Taos world and the linguistic society world is very new to me. And so very happy to get a glimpse into your words and like how that fits into what we're trying to do here with Indian languages. Thank you so much for sharing your time and sharing your experiences. Sarika, back to you.
Thank you, Ramesh, for running the session. Came up, of course, data being the prime word, and like you mentioned, it's been a talk in almost every forums in different respects. And we all know that there has been various initiatives which has been taken by the government, which is in pipeline, and we would hope some results and positively coming out, which would be beneficial from the industry perspective as well as for the, I would say, sector's perspective. So we understand there are challenges which the session has taken it forward. There are a few things, and like Ramesh mentioned, there is a whole chain which needs to be looked forward rather than just a piecemeal manner that we fix up one thing and we don't know the end results. And like Jap also mentioned that, yeah, he did share about the his views on the data monetization part. So without commenting on those aspects, I would say as a body, as an industry body, we can definitely put forward whatever the I would say the industry view is that with the government, and definitely leave it a platform for them to further have a discussion and coming out with the solutions which could be beneficial for the sector. So while we are talking about, I mean, as FICCI, of course, we have made submissions on the various I would say the documents and the bill which has come across regarding the data, and it is in consultation with the members, and we are really hoping forward for positive things which is coming forward, which will come out of it. Honorable Secretary has already mentioned about NLTM, and we are aware of the language portal which is being talked about. So we understand that if those things get implemented soon, definitely is going to help the industry in a, I would say, industry and academia and everybody, I would say the whole chain in a positive manner. With these thoughts and having a further discussion, taking this discussion, probably obviously we'll take it in the next forums as well. I thank all the panelists who have taken out time for the session. Thank you all for joining in, and thank you, Ramesh, for moderating and finishing the session in time, and of course the chairperson who of course had to leave early, but for her for sharing her initial thoughts to it. With these, thank you, Vidushi, Jab, Aprameya, and Dr. Shailendra. Thank you all, and thank you, Ramesh. And we now switch on to the next session, which is about, you've heard about the importance of language, you've heard about the NLP, and now we talk about how do you bring the next billion online. So I mentioned in my initial talk that there's a huge opportunity which lies with India. I mean, if we talk about the next under 500 million internet subscribers would be Indic-Internet subscribers. That's what numbers we're looking about. So this session would have a fireside chat between the moderator for the session, who is Dr. Ajay Data, the co-chairman for ICT and Digital Economy Committee, and two eminent panelists who have joined in and they have shared their thoughts on this important area, that what are the things can be done, what is being in progress, and what are the things which are hurdles, so that which can be taken care of, so we have the next billion online. We have the session panelists, the speakers for this session are, we have Shri Anil Kumar Jainji. He's a CEO with MeitY, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. It's a big role which needs to be played with MeitY, and FICCI. We are committed to work with you as we discussed, especially on the Indian URLs, and we would be taking it forward, that mission, with you. And then we have another speaker, Shri Rahul Dev. He's the Honorary Advisor, Speakers Research Institute, SRI, Lok Sabha. Thank you, Shri Rahul ji, for joining in for the discussion, and we really look forward to that session with you. Shri Anil Kumar Jainji, oh yeah, okay, I can see you now. Welcome back, sir, and I know you have been with us since the inaugural session, so look forward to a really interesting and, I would say, involving fireside chat between Shri Anil Kumar Jainji, Rahul Devji, and of course the moderator for the session. Over to you, Dr. Data, for the discussion.
Thank you very much, Sarika. Thank you very much, Anilji, Rahulji, for joining this session. Two stalwarts of the industry for specific missions which you all are doing, and great work you all doing. We are going to talk a little bit about the importance of language, how Indic-Internet is helping us, shaping us, and what is the future, and why really we should really worry about Indic-Internet at all if we have to. So we will see this conversation and see how we take this conversation forward. Before that, I would like to thank both of you to join this session. And before we proceed, I would like to introduce both of you as a person. So my words will be small and not enough, but just to set the context, Anil Kumar Jainji is the CEO of MeitY, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. He had been in BSNL at a very senior position. I have worked very closely, very passionate, and a lot of credit goes to BSNL success and large project implementation to him. Since 1983, he has been for more than 37 years in BSNL and worked on cutting edge technology like next generation network, IP, and MVNO. And also for such a headed the verticals like broadband for all over India, including marketing, social media, and all the stuff. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us in this discussion. Rahulji is a very famous face, and I got to know him because of the language, and privileged to hear his words of wisdom many times. He is an advisor to Speakers Research Initiative of Lok Sabha. He is an eminent journalist and a language activist. He is managing trustee of Samyak Foundation since 1990. He has over 4 decades of experience in print and television. We all have seen him over the papers and TVs. He had been editor of Hindi dailies like Jansatta and Aaj Samaj. In television news, head of Aaj Tak, advisor of G News, editor-in-chief, CNEB, news channel, and primetime anchor of DD News. He also works on developmental, public health, and media issues with national and multilateral organizations. So welcome to both of you, sir. Welcome you.
Thank you,
Let's start this discussion with both of you. And my first question goes to Rahulji here. Why local language is of importance, and why we don't see great future with other mix of languages and adoption of English as a primary language? Rahulji, let's set the context.
Thank you, Ajay. Firstly, correction. I was the advisor to the Honorable Speaker Lok Sabha in the last Lok Sabha. I am not so in the current Lok Sabha. That Speakers Research Initiative is no longer there. The rest is okay. Firstly, thank you for considering me and inviting me for this great conference. I've been listening since the morning, and I've learned so much today. I can't tell you, I couldn't have learned it in 3 months. So why are local languages important? Because talent is important. Because it's important for every human being born with some talent or the other, in some language or region or the other, to have an equal opportunity to grow, to learn, and to build his future, his or her future. India is one of the, I think, the second most linguistically diverse country in the world. The world looks upon it as part of our civilizational prosperity, this diversity, but some people look at it as a problem. Now, it's a very simple thing. Firstly, for the ruler and the ruled, there has to be one language for governance, so that the connection, the communication, the crossway communication between the ruler and the ruled, the elite and the rest is open, transparent, and equal. We unfortunately have a situation here where we have been talking about digital divide, but digital divide is even, there's a greater divide that is called the language divide in the country, and most of us are aware of it. People like us are beneficiaries of this language divide, in the sense that we have acquired English language, and we have acquired so many other advantages because of the language. But similarly, I mean, if we are the 10 to 12% of Indians who can use English proficiently, efficiently, there are 90% of Indians who are excluded from the fruits of modern technology, modernization, globalization, progress, development, because they lack just one ingredient, which is the English language. If India is to grow and to allow all its talent to blossom to their fullest capacity, it's critical that every talent, every youth born in the country has an opportunity to learn and grow in his or her own language. And that's how we can create a real great future for India. The Naya Bharat will be built not by 10, 12% people alone, but we need all 100% of Indians to come together, to produce together, to be productive, and to be equal partners in this march of development.
Perfect. And this sets the context of importance of a language. And you have set up a context in such a powerful way that without the language, we kind of lose the soul of the society or the country or the community which we live in. Anilji, coming to you. According to you, how Indic-Internet, which we know as language-based internet, will play a role in digital inclusion and social economic growth of the country?
First of all, Rahul ji, namaskar. It is my pleasure and privilege to see you and talk to you, because till now we were watching you only on television and reading on the newspapers.
Thank you. Thank you.
So anyway, thank you very much. And Ajay, thank you very much for putting this. We are a diverse country, as Rahul ji has said.
We got your voice back, sir.
Now, am I audible now?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead. Please go ahead, Anil ji. आप सुन रहे हैं हम आपको.
It gets changed. But unfortunately, as per the UN report, Ajay ji, we are losing one language.
Anilji, we are losing you continuously. So, Sarika, somebody has to guide.
I'll do one thing. I'll instead of iPhone, I'll come on computer. So
Yes,
Ajay
please.
ji, can you please talk to Rahul ji for 2 minutes and then I'll come back.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I was just suggesting that only. So, Rahul ji, let's have another point which comes in my mind very often. So, you know, you have been talking about language, and I have seen it, we have discussed about it. But let's today set up the steps and set up a right kind of action which is required. So, if I can put up in a question to you, what are the steps you think we need to take for bridging the language in our core and making a difference in Bharat? Over to you, Rahulji.
Thank you, Ajay. There are many steps that we need to take, and we must firstly realize why we need these languages to grow. I think Anilji was trying to say that he was about to refer to this report that every 15 days a language somewhere in the world dies. We also heard in the last session, we not only have these 22 official languages, but we have hundreds of over 1,600 languages in India alone. And according to UNESCO, we have already lost 200 languages in the last 50 years, and 197 languages in India are on the brink of extinction. This is the loss that we have already taken and the loss we are looking at. Now, one aspect of language is not just that we use it to connect to people, to convey and to communicate, but also to language connects us with our entire civilizational history and past, our heritage. And the 5,000-6,000 year old history of the Indian civilization lies in its languages, not in English. So if we lose these languages, we are losing that critical connect with our past and our heritage, that living tradition that has brought us here up till now. So we need to retain those links. We need to retain that heritage and continue to benefit from it. So that there was talk of knowledge traditions and ancient texts being mined for knowledge. So what the steps we need to do firstly is to ensure that every child has the opportunity to learn the best knowledge, to acquire the best knowledge in his or her, according to his or her aptitude or desire, and then have the opportunity to grow to their full potential through their own languages. So that and you said it the best in the I think morning session itself, that why is it necessary for anyone to be forced to learn English before he can join this great globalization race or growth prospects. So the steps we need to take are start from primary education. Luckily, the new national education policy for the first time grants central importance to Indian languages, to indigenous languages, and to teaching our children in Indian languages. So this dominant and dominated status, the separation between English and Indian languages needs to go. That can happen only when every child learns, at least in primary education or up to class 6 or 8, in the local language or the mother language, mother tongue. English can be introduced because it's still a very, very useful language. India needs English. We all need English. And it's growing in importance. So there's no denying the importance of English. But the foundation of a child's consciousness and learning and sense of self has to be grounded in the child's own language and local language. That creates a sense of positive sense of self, positive sense of being Indian. Once that happens, then you will find that the disadvantages, the psychological stress that crores of children go through because of this, because English is forced upon them, they are not good at English, their self-esteem is lost, their self-confidence is lost. So if we have our primary education necessarily, compulsorily in local languages, mother tongues, that can be the foundation for growth of all Indian languages along with English. No one is saying lose English, but we need to have these languages alongside English. That's a step one. Number two, we were discussing in the earlier sessions also. Now the question, we were talking of input devices. There were mention of keyboards. Now every single child right now has to necessarily learn the QWERTY keyboard, the English QWERTY keyboard that we all use for inputting in any language. So people write their language in Roman. It is grammatically wrong, it doesn't make sense often, and it inhibits people from expressing themselves, from writing. So every child must also learn in school how to input in his and her own language. That is critical for Indic language growth to take place. Next, we come to secondary and tertiary, the higher education. And luckily, I'm part of a group that is working at technical education in Indian languages. And the government of India is very serious about it because the Prime Minister has announced it that we are, from the next session itself, in some IITs and higher technical education institutions, we are going to have technical education, engineering, etc. in Indian languages. Efforts are on. Once this happens, then imagine the confidence it gives to every child, every student, that I can learn the best of global knowledge, acquire the best global technical knowledge, or in any field, in my own language. That freedom and that self-confidence will unleash innovation and a great research effort on the part of Indians. The current lack of peer-reviewed journals in scientific journals that India suffers from, the lack of global scientific and technological rewards and awards we suffer from, Nobel Prizes we don't have, despite our great population, because a dominated mind, a copying mind cannot produce original knowledge. To produce original knowledge, to do original research, to come up with original products, whether in IT or other industries, needs free minds, confident minds who are rooted in their own self. So this is the ecosystem, the socio-economic ecosystem that we need to unleash the power of Indians and the talent, Indian talent. So there are many steps in various industries. In education, I have listed. Industry will have to play its own part in accepting good graduates, engineering graduates and medical graduates who have the knowledge in their own languages. So whole lot of things need to come together.
Yeah,
Society,
sir. And sir, Rahulji, sorry to interrupt you. I think the topic on this, where you need to do the step, you can write the whole kind of Bible or the document, and we can just keep discussing about that. But I would request you at the end of the day or sometime when you get time, because in the morning, it's great that you heard that session. Secretary sir has requested FICCI to write to them and advise them on the language promotion, accepting the languages. So if you get some time to write to us about what is your thoughts, and then we can take it to the government and those suggestions and steps, that will be very, very good. And we can take your reference to add a credit to it. That will be awesome to create that value out there. Anilji, I am coming to you now. I see you are live, and you can unmute yourself. You are right. What is the role you think Indic-Internet can play in digital inclusion and socio-economic growth in India?
Yeah, so because the time is running out, so I'll focus on the subject, Ajayji. What I personally feel that if we want to express ourselves, then the best language of expressing ourselves is the mother tongue. Now we have 22 languages which are their official languages. Each official language is a mother tongue, but unfortunately every mother tongue is not a language. So basically, slowly and slowly, as I was talking previously before the connection was out, that those languages, those reservoir of the knowledge which our forefathers used to pass from one generation to another generation through script, through spoken words, is getting lost, because as Rahulji has said, that importance is not given to languages other than English or to some extent Hindi. That's all. Other languages are not able to get importance. So I personally feel that internet and technology plays a very important role. Why? Because today, with the help of technology, we can preserve the language and culture through web, through videos, through Wikipedia, through stories, through reciting the story, poetries, folk song, dance, etc. And we can pass on easily, we can modify this, work on it. So I think digitization, if we are able to do the content, which add what Rahulji has said, if we make mandatory in the school education or in the college education, third language, which is now promoted by the National Education Policy 2020, if it is implemented properly, I think the communication and the way we work on it should improve further. I am very happy to note that there is a program called Bharat Vani, which is promoted by Ministry of HRD and which is given to work on text, dictionary, grammar in 22 languages. This work is given to Central Institute of Indian Languages, and I am very happy to know that they are working on subjects like anthropology, history, engineering, and even medicine, which we never thought that engineering and medicine can be taught in local languages. So it is a wonderful thing which is now being undertaken. I personally feel that it has to be managed properly rather than only talking. Who can manage these content, reservoir of content, conversion of the existing content in English or the original languages into the spoken languages? I think it has to be managed by universities with the funding to be arranged by somebody. So NIXI is ready to fund those universities who want to take up this work. Come forward, as Secretary Sahab has said in the morning. In case any technology is getting developed across the country to preserve the languages, to promote the whole working, whole environment, and promote the culture in local languages, NIXI will be very happy to do that. I am also very happy to note that NEP 2020 has given a lot of emphasis on translation and interpretation also. They have suggested an Indian Institute of Translation and Interpretation. I think if we are able to put these efforts together, there is a possibility that we should be able to preserve our languages, our heritage, our culture, and overall the civilization. Now I am happy to inform all of you that in internet there is a thing called domain like .com, .in, .org. India is the only country which is able to get domain in 22 languages across the world. Is the only country, because other countries they have got local language domain either in one language or maximum 2 languages. MeitY is promoting all the domain, .bharat domain in 22 languages. And I think this will give a lot of benefit for those website development, those development of the emails which can be used in local languages. And as initially when Sarika was talking, that this is a time when if we are able to integrate the local languages and the people who are not yet on internet, so we should be able to grow from existing 500 million internet users to 1 billion. Maybe another 1 billion may come if we are able to include those people who are not able to read also and write, but they speak. If we are able to provide some technology like which can convert the spoken to text and then text to spoken, then those people who are unconnected today on internet world will also get connected to internet world. And if we are able to do that, believe me, the overall growth of the country will be inclusive. GDP will grow at an unimaginable level, and all of us who are sitting here should be able to see India in a new avatar altogether and highly respected word across. So this is what I want to say as far as the technology contribution to the languages is concerned. Thank you, Ajay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Just to add the credit to your words, sir, as a UASG, those who do not know, Universal Acceptance Steering Group did a study. In 2017, a Mason group was entrusted for a white paper on the business opportunity for languages on universal acceptance. That white paper is available. I am happy to share. If you search 9.8 billion UASG, you will find that document. $10 billion opportunity was entrusted alone on that. I will share the document with you, sir. That document is available in a public domain, and this shows the power of business available online. And another thing, because we are lack of time, so I would like to bring the last question to both of you, sir. And this question is related to the government little bit. My question is, government is giving major push to Indian language technologies, as you have just narrated small. Our Prime Minister is taking a word vocal for local. So what measures has to be taken to ensure that these dying languages and vulnerable languages also receive the status when compared to major languages? One. And also when you are replying, please also give some ideas to the audience. How do they see value and opportunity while dealing with this kind of issue in their business and opportunities?
So Rahul can start and then I can take up after that.
Okay, thank you, Anilji. Ajay, thank you. Quickly, the vulnerable and endangered languages can greatly benefit, and they can be actually saved by using the various technologies of translation, transliteration, speech to text, text to speech that we have discussed since morning. The need is for these technologies to be taken to those communities. They are mostly in the tribal areas of the country, in the northeast and in some central parts of the India. The government, I think the department needs to connect these two communities, the local communities who use those languages and who are about to lose them, and the technologies and technology providers, and start documentation, oral documentation, textual documentation, and start training the younger generation in those communities to start using their languages. This is being done in many parts of the world, wherever indigenous languages have been lost or are about to be lost. It's happening in America, South America, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, wherever indigenous languages existed. Number one. So this is for the endangered languages and vulnerable languages. Secondly, I would request, and a few other points, we need massive content generation, either by way of original writing for Wikipedia and others, all kinds of platforms, all domains. We need massive translation services. Technologies are available. Transliteration technologies are available. All these need to be used massively on a war footing. What I would request the audience here is to please realize the importance of Indian languages for the survival of India or Indianness, or what we call Bharat. If we lose our languages, we are all using English all the time these days. Our children are using it even more than we do. They are unable to read or write in their own languages, while our generation can at least do that. So if you can show to your children and to others that you actually appreciate your languages, you love your languages, you are proud of your languages, and show this by using the languages, by reading them, by writing in your languages. There are small things that we can all do. We can all change our signatures to our indigenous, to our local languages, to our mother tongues. We can all do that. It's legally, globally valid. We all know that. Why must we all have English signatures? Have your language signature. Start using Indian language domain names for your companies. Create your websites, or create your URLs in your language, or any language that you prefer. Please adopt what Ajay Data has been doing. Emails. Our email addresses, why can't they be? Why should we not, all of us, have our email addresses in Indian languages? So these are small things, but it can happen. Languages will survive and can be saved and grow only when we use them. Language is something that exists only in our use. If we stop using a language or a single word, it dies for us. So if you want to save languages, you want to save the soul of India, the Indian civilization, you start using your languages more and more in reading, writing, and speech, in formal settings as well as informal settings. Start increasing this amount, and you would have contributed a great deal to empowering Bharat. Thank you.
Very well.
And let me take up what Rahulji has said. Let me inform all audience that my signature are in Hindi, and I'm using since 1972. Continuously same signature which is there with me. And I think Ajayji knows because he has seen my signature several times. Thank you. Repeating again what Secretary Sir has said in the morning, we are working on computerizing the GEM portal, which is in English and 7 languages today. I have requested Secretary Sir to get it converted into 22 languages, so that the working within India, within the government, if it is available in local languages, the business will grow, the people will get habituated, and they will promote local languages also. In addition to this, what Rahulji has said, I just tell you that what we have done, we have just started we are starting, in fact, I have sent for approval to Secretary, a competition in website creation in all 22 languages. And we are saying that whichever website is created best, NICSI will award 1 lakh rupees plus a citation and a certificate to that particular person. This will promote development of website in local languages, development of content in the local languages, and people will be more ready to adopt those languages. Another, we were talking about Wikipedia. I am pained to know that a small language like Spanish has around more than 15 million pages on Wikipedia, whereas Hindi has 1.4 lakh pages only. And if we talk about other languages like Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, and all other languages, you will be, sorry to say that 5,000, 10,000 pages. So we have submitted another contest on this, that whoever will produce a original paper of at least 1,000 words on Wikipedia, he will get a cash money as well as a certificate and a citation from NICSI. So these are the few things which we are doing. But one more thing I want to inform all audience, that with the help of Ajay Data ji,
with the .bharat domain, which is available in 22 languages. In case anybody is taking that .bharat domain, we are providing a free email in local language to the people for their life. It is not for 1 month, 2 months, it is for their life. So that people get connected and start using local languages. And finally, whatever I said initially and what Secretary Sir has also told all of you, in case there is any development in technology on adoption of local languages in the internet sphere, MeitY is ready to help financially and from technological point of view, and we are in the forefront to take the development of languages on internet, adoption of internet by all local people, and we would like to see that the figure which is around 500-600 million today should be around 1.4 billion as soon as possible. And India should be proud that we should go and declare that we are the best country in the world as far as the technology is concerned, as far as the adoption of internet is concerned. So whatever is possible, we have a lot of minds, we have a lot of technology available with us. I think the only thing required is a commitment that we have to do it. And I think right now with Prime Minister Local for Vocal and Aatmanirbhar Bharat campaign, which he has already announced, and the intention which Secretary Sahab has said in the morning also, we are ready, Ajay, to go ahead, take the Tiranga Jhanda in our hand and take India in the forefront of all the countries in the world. Thank you, Ajay.
Thank you very much, sir. And
Ajay,
Rahul, yes, Rahul, go ahead.
Just 5 seconds. Last
Please.
suggestion. Since so many people, I think 400 odd are listening in, and to all the FICCI members, Indian languages need champions. Indian languages need ambassadors. This is your own suggestion and idea, Ajay. Let every FICCI member, let every industry member, every IT industry member become a champion of one Indian language. Use it. Give it importance in your formal, informal settings. Show that importance. Indian languages will grow and this whole ecosystem will automatically grow. If the leaders start using languages, the rest will follow.
सर, आपने बहुत अच्छी बात बोली है और आत्मीयता की बात बोली है. मैं अगर थोड़ा सा लास्ट में हिंदी में बोलूं,
बहुत जरूरी है.
ये जो डिस्कशन है पूरा, ये सारा है ही हमारी भाषा का, और उस भाषा में ही जो अनिल जी ने भी बोला कि जितना प्यार, गुस्सा, तत्व समझाने की बात जो खुद की भाषा में है वो और किसी भाषा में नहीं आ सकती है. इट इज इम्पॉसिबल, राइट? एंड आई अर्ली इन द मॉर्निंग सेड, एंड आई ट्रूली बिलीव स्टिल टुडे, because of the past we have, which is 100-200 years of English in our history, and we have much older for our own languages, but somehow we have roadblocks to acceptance. अगर हम देखें तो आज सर आप वहां पर बैठे हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में आप हिंदी में या किसी भाषा में अप्लाई नहीं कर सकते. मेरी जो मेडिसिन की दवाई है, मैं आज उसको मेरी भाषा में मिलती नहीं है. I can't read if I don't know English. There are so many things as a roadblock for my progress. हमको उन रोड ब्लॉक्स को भी गिराना होगा कि अगर कोई आदमी अपनी पूरी जर्नी लाइफ की अपनी भाषा में जीना चाहे तो ये भी देखना होगा कि क्या क्या रोड ब्लॉक्स हैं उस पूरी जर्नी में. इसमें डिकेड्स का टाइम लगेगा, लेकिन ये शुरुआत कहीं ना कहीं से करनी होगी.
अजय, ये बहुत धन्यवाद ये कहने के लिए. ये जो आपका आखिरी वाक्य है, यही सूत्र है. हम सबको सोचना चाहिए, और ये बहुत मैं आपको साधुवाद देता हूँ, अभिनंदन करता हूँ ये बात कहने के लिए. Ideally, it should be possible for every Indian to live a full life, a rich life through his or her own language.
Absolutely.
If that is our goal, and if we work towards that, we can.
And so if we do not block the road, do not remove the roadblocks, it is okay to, for symbolizing, I can have my Hindi domain and my Hindi email address as my Hindi signature. But can I live that Hindi life throughout my journey and live a respectful very richful life the way English person will live? Do I have any disadvantage? And that's where we need to break that barrier everywhere and every sphere of life. With those, I will hand over the mic to our director, Sarika, who is very anxiously looking forward for me to just close this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh. So I would say that I was more anxiously involved with the thoughts which was being shared, starting from the last line की मेन सूची यही है कि हर इंसान को उस चीज को अपने हर जीवन के हर पार्ट का हिस्सा बना लेना चाहिए, एक्चुअली हिस्सा होना चाहिए, और आपकी पूरी जिंदगी आप अपनी लैंग्वेज में जी सकें, कहीं पे भी आपको परेशानी ना आए. So actually, that is the main crux which I could make it out. But definitely, with ins and outs of various things which Rahulji shared about, that we can have a small steps taking forward, like signature or small things, which as an individual we can do. As an industry, you can of course talk about the IDNs and the URLs and the technical words and the jargons which go on. But as a normal person, you can definitely start up with the small things in your accepting it in your own languages, imbibing it and promoting it within your fraternity. So that's one. And secondly, of course, Anilji talked about various initiatives where FICCI is committed, and Anilji, as we mentioned in the starting as well, when Secretary Sir was speaking, FICCI is committed for that, and we'll be happy to work with you as partners in all the challenges in which you have you've just announced here. We are having discussions. Definitely, we will be a partners with you on the promotion of the Indian URLs and, of course, the challenges on the websites which the Secretary Sir was talking about. So we invite our members to write to us, and we will be happy to take these discussions and this whole, I would say, challenge successful with the help of FICCI. We'll be working forward towards it, and there will be many other things which will be coming over. Only thing is, like Rahulji also mentioned, and that was the crux of the discussion which happened, each and everybody who is listening this and actually hearing the whole discussions which is happening right now, to take up the responsibility to make a difference in their own native language by one way or the other. So it depends upon what role you would like to play. Please play the role, because we could obviously facilitate that as FICCI, but it is the individual's efforts which has to happen so that we can work as a group. With this, we have come to an end of this exciting discussion that we talked about the importance and how the next billion online can be there and what are the things which can be done. And of course, the fantastic support is offered by MeitY. So thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Data. Thank you, Shri Jain, and thank you, Shri Rahulji, for joining us for this session. And while we have talked about this, now the important and the other interesting discussion which is coming up in the next session is on skilling and reskilling as a sector. We talked about why it is important, what are the things being done, and we all realize the importance. Now, it is important to know that when we talk about the available workforce, or obviously the requirement which will come up in the future, we understand that this sector needs some, I would say, some support. We would need some more organization and some steps to be taken in forward. Whether we talk about in terms of the organized work, I would say the qualified and the quantity of the workforce, be in terms of the translators or voice artists, or I would say the post editors or reviewers, anybody. So the whole sector, which is one of the areas, and I would say main the pillars of Digital India, which needs to be made more strengthened, so that we can actually realize the true potential of Digital India. That needs something main ingredient as workforce, which is actually going to take it forward. So this session would have a discussion on that important subject. We have an important set of panelists who have taken out time for this session. In the panel, I would request the panelists to kindly switch on their videos, please. The panelists for the session are Professor Anand Katekar. He's a Rajya Marathi Vikas Sanstha. Welcome, Professor Katekar. Then we have Ms. Madhu Sundaramurthy, Managing Director, APAC Socio-economic Technologies. Welcome, Madhu. Dr. Garima Srivastava, Professor, Center of Indian Languages, School of Language, Literature and Culture Studies, JNU. Welcome, Dr. Garima. And of course, Ms. Shama Dharwadkar, Assistant Professor, French, Goa University. Welcome, Shama. And of course, the session is being moderated by Mr. Sandeep Nulkar. He's a president for an association called CITLAW, which is Confederation of Interpreting, Translation and Localization Business in India. So over to you, Mr. Nulkar. We really look forward to see what are the deliberations which come out of this session. For sure, many of you would have been educated in the discussions we have been having in the first half of the day. So you would have, there's no second thought, the importance of the subject, the language technology industry which we are talking about. And the area which you are touching about is, I will say that it's a main core and ingredient, the skill force. So over to you to have a good, powerful discussion on skilling and reskilling. Over to you, Mr. Nulkar.
Thank you, Sarika ji. Before we begin, I think I would just like all panelists to quickly introduce themselves, probably a little bit about your designation, where you work, your role, and where your core experience lies. Maybe Madhu, you can start.
Thanks, Sandeep. Thanks, Sarika. It's great to be on FICCI-ILIA once again. Madhu, I work in MeitY Technologies. I'm the managing director. I take care of all operations in India. I actually started my language career in Germany. In 2003, I went there after my marriage, had to learn the language, got interested in language studies and completed a 3-year course in German languages along with a course in translation. Came back to India, started working with Mayflower Languages Service then. That was what Somalingwe was called. And since then, I have been part of languages, localization, and the translation industry. I personally speak 5 Indian languages because my father was in the defense services. We moved from place to place, and I picked up languages very fast. Maybe that's why I'm in this industry. It's great to be part of this panel discussion with such important people. Thanks a lot for the opportunity, Sandeep.
Thank you. Dr. Srivastav ji, maybe you would like to introduce yourself. Okay, I think Dr. Srivastav, can you hear me?
Maybe she can continue and she would join back.
I think there's some problem with connectivity. So, Professor Katikar, maybe you would like to introduce yourself in the meantime.
Hello all, myself Anand Katikar. I am working as Associate Professor in Ferguson College, Associate Professor in Marathi. I was Director of Rajya Marathi Vikas Samstha, an autonomous institute established by State of Maharashtra, and for 4.5 years. And it was good experience as I am interested in Marathi, development of Marathi through all the technology and technological tools. So I started many of programs there when I was working as a director. I am working with Marathi Abhyas Parishad, an autonomous institute established in Pune, and now I am editor Bhasha Ani Jeevan, a tri-monthly journal of language based. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kshama, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, sir. So I'm Kshama. I am currently working as assistant professor in the Department of French and Francophone Studies, Goa University. I hold a bachelor's in chemical engineering from Pune University and an MA French from Goa University. And I'm also pursuing my PhD from Goa University. I come here today bearing experience from a myriad backgrounds. As an engineer, I have some amount of technical knowledge and expertise. I have also worked in the past as a professional French-English translator and interpreter at BITS Private Limited. And now here I am teaching French at Goa University to bachelor and master students. Having said that, I cannot stress enough on the importance of how industry experience has immensely contributed to shaping me up and my career as a teacher. And thanks to my professional experience, I can bring about an aspect of what the market demands in terms of papers that I teach and help forge my students better in terms of employability. And I also speak 5 different languages. So yes, I think languages was where I was supposed to be. Thank you, sir. And thank you, FICCI.
Thank you. I think there's still some internet issue. I doubt whether Dr. Srivastava can hear us. So maybe in the meantime, we can start. And once she has better connectivity, let's hope by the time I have some questions for her, she has better connectivity. I think we have lost a little bit of time because the earlier session kind of overshot. And I think we'll still try and keep this concise to the point, but extremely effective, going by how the discussions have been really throughout the day. I've attended practically every session, every minute, and I think the the thoughts and ideas that came out of every session were really exciting. I'm going to quickly introduce the topic. The role of skilling and reskilling in the language services industry as a means to leverage the future growth from the next 500 million Indic users. This is a topic that's honestly extremely close to my heart, and it's also one that I've been particularly worried about. So you see, what has been happening is that while businesses have been excited at the prospect of getting to target millions of new users that are coming online, what most of them have missed is that a large percentage of these users cannot be spoken to in English, because probably English is not something they speak as their first, second, or sometimes even third language. So obviously, once they faced this reality, businesses started exploring how they could either create content in Indian languages or then translate the English content they already had into the Indian language that they needed, because there are honestly only two ways to put content out there. You either create it or you translate it. It's been over a couple of years now that businesses have started making a genuine effort to put content online in Indian languages. And even today, you'll see that there's an evident lack of online content in Indian languages. In fact, figures from a couple of years ago suggested that of the total content there is online, not even 1% was available in all of the Indian languages put together. And even today, if you really see, not much has changed. As in, maybe that percent has gone to a couple of percent. But I don't think we are still at a very significant level in terms of online Indian content. Now, despite there being a huge demand for Indian language content from users, and despite a very strong will on the part of businesses to put content in languages, why is this situation changing? Why has a significant amount of content not come online and quickly? So I think if you do a little digging, you will see that the problem probably lies with the supply side. There's obviously a palpable demand from every industry for content in Indian languages, but there's also a painfully severe shortage of resources. Talk to any language service provider and they will tell you that they do not really have a resource pool of more than a couple of hundred translators, no matter what Indian language you're looking at. In fact, for some Indian languages, the resource pool can be merely in dozens, not even hundreds. What's worse is that a significant percentage of the available resources are neither skilled nor qualified. The language services industry is probably a one-of-a-kind industry that is run by a supply that is mostly neither qualified nor skilled. And you can't really blame them, as in there aren't too many professional courses to train aspiring language professionals. And especially using the word language professionals, because I think today we have gone way past the era of translators. We now also need post editors, reviewers, content writers, subtitlers, voiceover artists, and even DTP experts in Indian languages. And honestly, there isn't much happening to train all these people. So I'm going to quickly dive into the topic with my first question for Madhu. I wanted to ask Madhu, what has your company's experience been finding quality translators or language professionals? Would you say that they are really a rare breed and that a lot of effort will lead only a few good translators or language professionals? And do you think that this experience has been similar for both foreign as well as Indian languages? Madhu?
Sandeep, you couldn't have put this better. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you couldn't have put this better. I think you set the stage very well. As most of you know, MeitY Language Services was founded in 2003 in Bangalore, right? And it was one of the first LSPs in the Indian market. During those days, there was hardly any demand for Indian languages. We provided localization services in foreign languages. And even for those languages, we initially had to hire translators from abroad and relocate them all the way to India. As the industry grew, the translation industry grew, we saw an increased availability of Indian talent who learned foreign languages. And Shama and me could be one of them, right? Due to the presence of language institutes like the Alliance or the Goethe Institute. Universities in Delhi, Pune also introduced foreign languages, and these courses slowly started helping us meet the demand. But today, we see a huge demand for Indian language translation, but the supply of good quality resources does not match the requirement like you rightly put in. We have to share our resources with other MSPs, and that way, the demand-supply balance is not good. We have to put in a lot of effort to recruit them, and most of them do not even have any formal education in languages or translation processes. Most Indians actually are not even aware of this huge demand and how they can upskill themselves to join this dynamic workforce. So yes, I would say it's very difficult to find Indian language resources in India as compared to resources with foreign language skills. But I think today what I heard, the previous fireside chat has given me that hope that with courses, that also technical courses being offered in Indian languages by technical institutes and by government taking up the step to introduce languages in primary education, somewhere in the next few years we might meet this demand with a supply or a talent pool of resources in Indian languages who will help us translate or even create content like you said.
So there's an interesting thing that comes out of your answer, because while you said that gradually universities and private institutes started offering courses in foreign languages, and that's how you slowly at least began to meet the demand. I think courses in Indian languages have always existed, as in you can count on every state to have a department in every major city for their local language. And yet somehow those courses did not produce the translators that we needed back then, or they aren't actually providing the translators that we need today. So do you think it's also a problem of approach and attitude, that they are probably not even programmed to think that coming out of a BA or a MA Hindi or Marathi or Tamil program, you could possibly look at something like that? Is that the case, or there's some other problem the way you see it?
I think there's a lot that can be done in the academic front to provide employment to a vast number of Indians who will actually fit into the translation industry very quickly, Sandeep. Like you said, and like in the previous discussion, the need is to start at a school level, where languages need to be given equal importance as the sciences or maths, or even social subjects, right?
Sure.
Indians need to be made aware of various options available to them in the future if they study languages. Universities that provide courses in language studies, of course, like you said, have added Indian language to their curriculum, but have not provided people information of what to do with those languages.
Correct.
These courses actually need to be customized to suit the industry needs. There are institutes that offer courses in computational linguistics for that matter, but they are very technical in nature and not for people who want to translate content or interpret or create glossaries and work with languages more at a content creation and translation level, right? Look at MBA courses, right? They have dynamically changed over the years. Earlier, when I wanted to do my MBA, it was either finance or marketing. But now you have courses in MBA like biotech, agriculture, supply chain, e-commerce. Why? Because the industry changed, and along with that, the MBA institutes came up with new courses. They customized their courses. Similarly, our education ministry must think of adding courses related to languages, translation, machine translation. And it is very difficult for us to create talent without these courses being part of the mainstream, right? So like you said, that courses are there. There is no dearth or lack of it. Every state has courses in the languages, but they are not promoted as a profession. They are not promoted enough to say, okay, there's an industry waiting out there to hire you.
Right.
Okay, and there is also this gap with respect to information about translation as a career. I did not know till I came back to Bangalore because I knew in Europe there was a career. I looked out for a company, I found the company, and I've been with them since then. Our government, for that matter, has a department of official languages, right? The Rashtra Bhasha department.
Yeah.
Which will also have to gain a lot if they promote this profession, and they can recruit new talent to fill the gap when the existing resources retire. So we need to make this career option interesting. We need to make it lucrative. And that can only be done if we have academic courses in languages and translation, which are customized to suit the current industry needs. It is not enough to just learn Hindi or be a master's in Hindi, but to have technical knowledge about, how do I translate? Just because I know 2 languages, I cannot translate. What are the tools that I need to use? What are the best practices in this industry? So if the course is called language for translation or language for localization, somehow it will add more value. And of course, people like you, me, Shama, who are there in the industry can always add a lot of value by providing material for these courses, right?
So I think great point, and in fact, you've kind of answered the next question I had in mind, which was where do you think the gaps lie? Because we have 3 people from the academia here with us today, and maybe they can take back something. I'm pretty sure that the outcome of every session would be put in a document and sent to the ministry. So there would be deliberations on what's being said here. So my next question was going to be, what do you think are the specific gaps on the academic front, which you kind of part answered. And I think that's a wonderful idea that you put forth, that you actually have Hindi for translation or Tamil for translation. Of course, there are translation papers as well in foreign languages for sure. But any specific couple of points you would want to add? So just to give you an example where I'm coming from. So our company BITS, we have done a course for the first time actually in the country. We have done a course in partnership with the Alliance Française in Pune, a translation course. So we offer it jointly, and you won't believe that we start this course with something as basic as touch typing, which we think is an essential soft skill for a translator or a language professional. We also have research techniques. We also deal with CAT tools. So these are specific things that we have done. So would you have a couple of such suggestions?
I would say, like you said, CAT tools, how to write for translation, right? How to understand the source material itself. Just because I'm translating in Hindi, it doesn't have to be word to word. It has to be localized for the audience that it's going to be published for, right? So how to write for translation, how to understand the source content. CAT tools, very important. Input tools. This was discussed in one of the previous discussions. Input tools are important. A lot of people who are translators do not even know how to use the normal keyboard. Right? We have to train them on input tools itself. So start with the basics, and I'm sure you will pick up slowly on how you need to tweak these courses. But technology will play an important role, Sandeep. You and I have been working with machine translation, have been working with large volume content, and that cannot be done without technology. So how translation or technology is aiding translation, that should also be a course.
I think since we are talking a lot about the academics, I think my next question is for Kshama. It's a very specific question because I think you have a great background, in the sense you have a technical background, you've been a professional translator, and that's like an ideal professor. I would have loved to have a professor like that in college with that kind of a background. So how do you see this problem from an academic perspective? As in, employability of graduating students is very important for any professional course. And when there is a major disconnect between what the industry wants and what the educational institutes are producing, students usually still find a way to get a job. That's never a problem. But they usually do not end up working in the kind of profession they were trained to work in. I have personally, in the last more than 20 years, seen numerous MA translation course students become teachers. And I really want to go back to them and ask them, where did the system fail you? Why did you set out to become translators and end up becoming teachers? As in, there's nothing wrong in being a teacher, but you yourself clearly did not decide to become one. Then what happened? So I think I just want your perspective from the academic side. Where the gaps, like Madhu said, a couple of things, I put forward a couple of points. That's a completely industry view. Do you agree, disagree? Yes. If yes, why? If no, why not?
Yes, thank you, sir. Like Madhu said also, we need to promote, this is the first thing I feel, is that we need to promote languages. I mean, speaking from a personal experience, at the school level, at my higher secondary level, I was excellent at languages. And in spite of that, I went ahead and did engineering. I mean, I don't regret it. It definitely added to my kitty, definitely added to my knowledge. I definitely don't regret it. But had I, decided to take up French much earlier, I mean, the scenario would have been different, definitely. So yes, I do agree. I mean, having been a professional translator with which I do agree that there is a gap, a huge gap rather, between what is taught and what the industry demands. Somewhere I feel there's a big disconnect between the academia and the industry. We teach from a very, very academic point of view. And I mean, again, speaking from a personal experience, I finished my MA French, then I came to business, and then I realized, oh, the translation that I learned is very, very, very different from what the industry demands. Or what are the soft skills, like just like the discussion you had with Madhu right now, is simple things like touch typing. I was not even aware of it at that point of time. Or things like formatting. So, I mean, taking forward that, like I myself, I teach 2 papers on translation, depending on which semester and all that. But and this is definitely at the master's level I'm talking of. With teaching these 2 papers, I definitely make a conscious effort to pass on the nitty-gritties of translation. I cannot encompass the whole things because there are also theoretical aspects that need to be covered. But I definitely pass on the nitty-gritties of the domain from an industry point of view. In terms of what the industry demands from a good translator, what are the qualities that we are looking in a good translator? So I definitely speak to them about CAT tools, such as MemoQ and Rian, which is an indigenously developed tool. Also, I take classes on formatting, which forms an integral part of translation as much as the knowledge of source and target languages. I do make an effort to make them aware about the difference between what is a dictionary, what is a repository, and what is a translator's forum. Because they often confuse repositories with dictionaries, and right from their, the student days at the bachelor's level till they come to master's, they still think of repositories as dictionaries. So this is a difference that this distinction needs to be made. But at the same time, I also believe that the industry and academia partnership needs to be emphasized upon, and our curriculum needs to be modified in that direction. We need to bring in experts from the industry to have time to time timely discussions with our students to make them aware of what is going to make them employable. So the industry needs translators, but since there is no awareness about the translation industry, just like Madhu mentioned, in the academia, we happen to see that we are not able to produce good translators. Also, in the academia, we happen to see that there is a myth that knowing 2 languages makes you a very good translator, which is not true. I mean, speaking from experience here again. So that's one myth that needs to be done away with. And I think that can only happen when we have an industry expert coming and speaking to our students and giving them the insights, shedding light on what is happening, what is needed, and what skills and competencies are required. So the disconnect between the translation industry and academia is what definitely needs to be addressed at a war footing. That's what I see.
Just to
another thing, I mean, just to conclude, is that our syllabus needs a major overhaul in terms of translation. Like Madhu said, we can have language courses for translation, and which need to definitely be promoted at college, at university level, or at the government level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just a follow-up question on that. Not even a question, probably an idea. I think you made a great point about the industry academia partnership. And of course, guest lectures is one way. But I think when I was doing my post-graduation in international business, what really, and even today it's not changed a bit, what really is of interest to students is campus placements. And I think that's where a body like CITLOG can really be a mediator, and we can try and tie up with all universities across India, irrespective of what language department we are dealing with, and actually make their students, that entire student pool available to members to pick from. So there's that kind of exchange. My next question is probably a little uncomfortable, but I still want to ask it anyway. You call it primarily because of probably anti-outsourcing policies in many countries, but there has been a significant hit that the IT industry took and it kind of changed course. There was a lot of work happening for countries in Europe and so many other countries in the world. And that is why primarily French used to be significantly in demand. Personally, we have seen a little dip in demand for language services in French. Some of my industry friends have also voiced similar opinions. Now, do you really kind of keep an eye on what's changing globally? Do you personally and do you as a university make an effort to adapt your courses? Because if French is not going to be in high demand, that's somewhere, somehow going to come back to haunt you a couple of years later, because the moment employability drops, there's lesser impetus for people to come to your university. So do you plan to, or do you already do anything in the direction of highlighting Indian languages? Although the students could be students of French, my point still remains that today, apart from being a French English translator, if you can double up as an English Indian language translator, whatever your mother tongue is, or have these extrapolable skills, so to say. If you're a voiceover artist, it doesn't matter if you can lend your voiceover for your mother tongue, you can do it for English, any language that you're good at. So are there efforts on your part individually as well as at the university level to include, let's say, skills that really are in demand in the industry today?
I mean, that's a good question, because it appeals to me at a very personal level also. Because from a very personal experience, I mean, let me speak about myself to answer that first. So as I grew closer to French, I kind of got alienated from Konkani and Marathi, which were two of my favorite languages. Konkani is my mother tongue and Marathi is almost as good as mother tongue. So I kind of got alienated from them because I grew closer to French. Reading, writing started happening in French and English also. But also, sir, having followed your posts and having interacted with you in the past, I have realized that the demand for Indian languages is growing. Also, if I keep, I keep an eye out on the market trend and all, and I realize that definitely the demand is increasing. And at a personal level, it somewhere made me feel that I need to go back to Konkani, which is my mother tongue. So I did make an effort. It was a very conscious effort on my part. And I ended up translating a critical literary article from Konkani to English, definitely not into Konkani. And I also ended up presenting a research paper in Konkani. At the same time, I do make efforts on my side, from my side, if anybody takes the example and carries it forward. But I do make an effort to present papers on literary works that have been translated from French into Marathi and Konkani. I have done that twice in the past. Or speak about the Goan culture, basically about Konkani, into French, so people are aware of what is happening. Recently, I've also taken the initiative to organize a translation workshop in collaboration with the Marathi department. So, at a very personal level, yes, I am trying to push forward for our Indian languages, especially Konkani and Marathi in my case. But yes, I mean, at a university level, not really at the moment. But yes, personally, we need to start somewhere. And also, like the NEP 2020 says, the interdisciplinary partnership is the need of the hour. So definitely we cannot ignore it. So if we have to stand out as French or the market, in terms of what the market demands, just knowing French and English is not going to help us, but we definitely need to go back to our mother tongue.
Thank you
so much. Yes, and I also believe that to promote our mother tongue here in Goa, which is Konkani, it would be great if our government could also start some kind of translation course, just like the Maharashtra government has done. So that would be a great help if that happens.
Dr. Srivastava, can you hear me? I think there is still, no, I think she's not online. We can talk to Professor Katikar first. Sir, you have headed the Rajya Marathi Vikas Samstha, a body that was empowered by the government of Maharashtra to come out with a professional translation course for the government. I think this was an extremely exemplary and proactive step on the part of the government. Could you tell us what was your experience with this course? Were all the students happy with the outcome? How difficult was it to put this course together? And anything else you might want to add about this course? Because I think this is really a benchmarking moment for the industry, where a state government comes out and backs a translation course. That's almost like an official acknowledgement that there is a demand out there for a regional language translation course.
Yeah. The course was very useful and designed with the help of the professional teams and persons. And we tried to meet the need of the industry with the help of that professionals. The course was completed. It was 3-month course, 40 hours. And overall impact is good and overall feedback is also good. The course was completed with the help of Ferguson College, Pune. And the outline of the course is ready. Some of the needs to be changed, but overall the outline is very good. Now anyone can take that curriculum and start the course, but because the qualitative human resource should be generated for the translation is the need of time. What happens in Maharashtra, that Rajya Marathi Vikas Samstha is an autonomous body. So with the help of that body, we introduce that course. But as there is a demand, there is a Bhasha Sanchalanalaya, the language department of Maharashtra government, which help Maharashtra government to translate the central government rules and regulations into Marathi, and for other government organization it works, but it is not working, or it is not directions, or not helping the common people or industry people for the translation one. Only translation it's bounded with the certain government things only. So in this course which we have organized, what I have, the one feedback is the internship was there for 4 or 5 days, but it should be organized to for a 15 days, and thoroughly internship should be there, so that they came to know the actual industry's requirement, and then it will be useful for all the people. It was my opinion about that course. Same, this National Translation Mission is situated at Mysore. It also ran a 21 days translation course from last 5 years. But only thing is that it is only situated at Mysore only. You have to go to Mysore and attend that course. It is not organizing all over India. So 21 days translation course is good, but then same thing is there, theoretical knowledge is more implemented, not the requirement of the industry or any other things, which we can gather the information from these professional people, and it was helpful. Mr. Sandeep was also there to guide us, and these are all efforts made in the corner of the society. So what I think so that we have to develop a proper academic structure to make the efforts fruitful. Because what happening, as I am a teacher in Marathi, so all the regional languages are literature centric. They are not language centric. So we are teaching the students about the literature, but not teaching about their own language. As I speak Marathi very well, but I could not tell others the grammar in the, in what manner if I go to learn French or German, so I'm my grammar is okay, but in for Marathi I have to learn the grammar, and I am not willing to learn the grammar. So it is the situation that the student of Marathi is not very good in his own language, which he can speak easily, but grammatically he could not answer any questions. So the gap is there, that language centric courses should be introduced. So it's my opinion from that course.
So just a follow-up question to that, because I have been part of the committee that consulted the Rajya Marathi Vikas Samstha on the course content. And having looked at the course content from such close quarters and also contributed to it, I know for a fact that it's a fabulous course, as in it has all the ingredients. We touched upon practically every topic that needs to be covered. Because I can personally vouch for the quality of the course, my question to you is that course something that any state government or any university can pick up and implement in their own state or in their university, or would they need permission from the government? Because if we have already invented the wheel, then people don't need to spend the effort to reinvent the wheel. So is that possible? Is there a procedure? How can others benefit from something that has already been done? I think, sir, you're on mute. No, you're still on mute. Yeah.
Yeah, it is not domain of state of Maharashtra or Rajya Marathi Vikas Samstha, as it was the course was organized with the help of all the people. It is open to all. We will share the outline of that course, and every academic institute can get that outline. Want to change anything, they may change and start the course.
Actually, that's very heartening, sir, because a lot of times people might not find that motivation or traction to actually put together a course. But because you're saying this is already possible, I think through this platform, we can let people know that if anyone wants to really start a course, I think all they need to do is adapt it for their language. Obviously, a lot of points that we covered in the course were very universal in nature, but I'm pretty sure some were very specific to Marathi. So those need to be adapted for regional languages, but all universities and definitely other state governments can take a leaf out of this and benefit from this. My next question to you is very administrative, so to say. If this needs to be taken up at the state government level, from your personal experience, what are the channels? How difficult is it? How much of government will is required? Or is there already a mechanism in place that we can benefit from? I'm just asking you to speculate what the condition in other states might be vis-a-vis what it was when you were heading the Rajya Marathi Vikas Samstha in Maharashtra.
I think that only willingness of the some important key person of that institute is very important, because what is happening that when this course was completed, nothing has to spend by government of Maharashtra.
Correct.
So students come from all the background, they paid the fees, and all the expenses were done through that fees only. So only willingness of some that important person is required. So I can give you the example of Maharashtra only. So if you have to apply to the institute that we want to arrange this type of course with your help, you just give your banner. All the things will be done by us, and only your banner is required. Then they are eager to, okay, please do the course. And because they do not have to spend their time, their money, or their thinking or anything. So everything, if right now I'm working in Ferguson College, if I applied from Ferguson College to the institute that we want to learn, we want to start this course for the next 3 months, then they will easily give me the permission, because they do not need to spend any.
Absolutely.
So because of some of the expenses, they have to take the permission from their system. So if their system is not willing, now this because of COVID situation, all the funds are crunched. So if the system is not, system is okay, well, when you are not going to spend any amount, then they will give you permission easily. It's my view in the government. As government, what type of people are there sitting in the governments, and what they are thinking, that don't ask me to anything to spend, do it yourself, we are with you, is the role we have to take.
Yeah, that's very interesting and very helpful. I think we are also kind of running out of time. So I have one last question, and that's open for all panelists to kind of comment on. I think we've long believed that one needed to be a language student to become a translator. And considering how technology and a variety of domains have created more translation opportunities, do you all panelists think that the time has come to change the concept and showcase language as a profession for students from all faculties? As in, it could be engineering, IT, finance, medicine, or any other. Because I think that's already happening in certain countries where you can very easily major in engineering or some branch of engineering while you minor in music. Why can the Indian education system, especially given the backdrop of this increased demand for content in Indian languages, not allow students to major in a subject of their choice, but minor in translation studies in their mother tongue too? I think we have Professor Srivastava here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
Okay, so
there is some problem in connection. So now it's okay.
No problem. So we are kind of running out of time, but let's just take this one question and please feel free to comment on that. Did you hear the question? Did you hear what I said?
Actually, I'm not able to listen you properly. Can you speak? Can you repeat it again? Yeah.
Okay. The gist of what I asked was, is it time for us to start offering students from any faculty, engineering, IT, finance, medicine, any faculty, the opportunity or option of minoring in translation studies, especially given the severe shortage of resources and the need for such huge amount of domain-specific content in Indian languages? Do you think it's time that this happens?
Yeah, yeah. I think so, because what is happening in our university, especially in JNU, that on the backdrop of the significantly rising demand of professional services, what is happening that we have MPhil and PhD program in translation in our university, right? And we don't have the postgraduate or graduate level translation program in translation in our university. So what is happening? People, I mean, students from outside, they come and join for the research.
Right.
Firstly, and very few number of students, they are able to come up to research level like MPhil and PhD. For that,
Correct.
they need some kind of different kind of fellowships and all. So if government thinks, if our policy makers, they think that translation studies should be benefited by the universities, then they have to start the graduation and post graduation level translation courses. Secondly, we are yet to make a particular, a proper kind of syllabi for the translation studies. This is what I think. We are lagging behind it because due to various reasons. Like for example, if I talk about JNU, so what is happening in our center, that because the student enters in our center for MPhil and PhD, and then he is only able to do little like Hindi to English, English to Hindi translation, and that's all. Like the syllabi is like that. The problems of translation, अनुवाद की समस्याएं क्या हैं, अनुवाद को करते समय आपको क्या क्या दिक्कतों का सामना करना है, अनुवाद के क्षेत्र क्या हैं, वो all this के very orthodox kind of syllabi is getting taught these days here. So if we
Dr. Srivastava, my big question here is, how difficult is it to change this? Would change in the syllabi be a very lengthy process, or is it something that can happen very quickly if there is a direction?
It is very lengthy because what is happening in university system, there are some practical problems. Like we need to get the ideas and views of people who are actually in practical field, like who are doing actual translations in like corporates or in Amazon or this kind of company. So they should be called and they should be asked that what kind of problems you are facing for translating different in different languages. But what is happening that a person who is from the literature, he or she is trying to make the syllabi, so he is not understanding the real problems of the translation field. So what is happening that, and moreover books are not available, so students they tend to find the books जो किताबें available हैं, हिंदी अनुवाद की समस्याएं, मराठी अनुवाद की समस्याएं, मराठी में से मलयालम में अनुवाद की समस्याएं, what are all the problems, तो वो उन problems पर ही बात करते रह जाते हैं. तो वो वहां से मोर ओवर दे डोंट हैव प्रोजेक्ट वर्क्स like they in my opinion they should be sent to some private companies or like that, so that they can understand for 6 months उनको एक practical translation का प्रोग्राम या उनका अनुभव उन्हें होगा. उसकी जगह they don't have that kind of experience. What they do is वो 100 pages का एक translation का project they are given by the end of the semester, and they are translating it from any other language, and they are just 100 में से 70 marks आ गया, okay, you have got the translation studies degree. And moreover जो procedural hazards होते हैं, like एक कमेटी से जाना है, फिर उसकी दूसरी कमेटी के पास जाना है, then वो पास करेगी, और ये तक आते आते 1 साल 2 साल, अगर कोरोना आ गया तो 3 साल भी बीत सकते हैं.
Very true. Yeah. So yeah, thank you, and that's actually something that probably only the translation industry doesn't follow. As in, you would not allow a doctor to touch you if the doctor has not gone through an internship. But no such rule applies for translators.
Yes.
And I think that's a very valid point. I think internships make great sense.
Internships are very, very much required. And secondly, in our center, like we teach, we deal with Kannada, Tamil, and Odia, this kind of Urdu, this kind of language. But that interconnection is lagging behind. Like a person who is teaching Kannada, he is not understanding Hindi.
Correct.
Like he is unable to understand the target language. So what he is translating through English.
Right.
पहले कोई हिंदी की किताब होती है, फिर उसका इंग्लिश वर्जन वो देखते हैं, then they take the help and then they translate into Kannada or in another other language. I think that you all know this kind of problems. So this is what is happening in our academics.
Fine. So quickly, I just want one final closing remark, especially from you, Shama, because you come from a technical background, have been a professional translator, and just to answer this one final question that I had for all panelists as to, is it time to kind of democratize the education system and make it possible for students from all faculties to at least minor in translation studies? That also solves problems on many levels. In the sense, if you're talking about unemployment in engineers, I think this solves problems of unemployment too on some level. Because if you're not a great engineer, your engineering background can still make you a good translator. And at least if you're good at both, you still have options. So what is your final quick take on that before we close?
So that's again a question that hits close back home, because I am an engineer again with a language, working in the language industry. So yes, definitely that is what I realized while doing engineering, one aspect that we lack, not just engineering, but any professional courses, is we completely forget languages. We completely sideline them. Even when we are choosing our career options, we are shown maths and sciences, and if nothing, then okay, chalo pharmacy or architecture. But we completely tend to ignore languages. And one thing that having worked in the the technical industry, you realize is when we get engineers coming out, and language is something that helps us sustain, that helps us work, and they are not even able to draft simple emails. So language is something that definitely needs to be emphasized upon, needs to be made a part of the curriculum, and definitely a very highly employable course like translation should be made a part of the engineering, medical, pharmacy curriculum, because the market out there, I need not say this, but is for technical translation. If you go to see, literary doesn't happen on that extent as much as scientific and technical happens, the functional translation happens. So definitely these courses do add to the CV and do add to the market demand of the individual.
Thank you so much, everyone. I will just quickly summarize a couple of amount of this discussion, which I think are really important before I hand it over to Sarika ji. I think summarizing this session, I think what clearly comes out is that obviously there is a huge gap between what the industry needs today and what is being taught in universities or colleges. And I think efforts need to be taken at the grassroots level. We start right from school, focus on language teaching as something which is very, very serious. And then take it up further at the college, university, and other levels too. I think even from the government side, it would help if there's a push for universities and state governments to offer state-of-the-art professional courses for aspiring language professionals. And again, I'm saying language professionals because we can't limit this only to translators. We need content writers and so many other skills within the language paradigm. So I think that is something that is the need of the hour too. And of course, last but not the least, kind of democratizing our education process. I don't mean a complete revamp, but at least making it possible for students coming from a variety of faculties to at least minor or take up part-time courses in translation studies. That will always help bridge that gap to kind of address the shortfall in qualified resources that we have continued to talk about. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, panelists, for sparing the time to join in. And with that, we close this session, and I would like to hand over this back to Sarika.
Thank you, Mr. Nurkar, and thank you, panelists, for highlighting a couple of very important key areas. I'm sure the key takeaway is that it's first of all, it's not just the translators you're talking about. Everybody, starting from the content writers to others in the whole chain. So the professionals has to be, and the skilling has to be all across. And secondly, a kind of a syncing needs to be required, what is required in the industry and what is being taught in the curriculum. And third, of course, the which Professor Garima also mentioned, that rather than going through Hindi, English and Kannada route, it has to be Hindi and Kannada route directly, and steps has to be taken on this direction with the help of course, from the industry perspective, the real time, I would say, the training and the experience which the workforce can get, and of course from the curriculum side, the right kind of the things which could be included. So yes, and as we had a discussion in the previous session, that the new health, the education policy definitely have a talk about the language as one of the main things which needs to be pushed forward. So definitely syncing it further with the higher education and then talking it about developing the right workforce can be one of the recommendations which the panel can think about submitting it to the government, which will take it offline again with you all. Professor Katikar, thank you for offering that course. Just a suggestion, since the objection is not there, so maybe you can share that course with us, and as FICCI-ILIA, we can upload it on FICCI-ILIA website, and anybody who wants an access and want to make it accessible in their own languages, any of the states, then we can facilitate that. So thank you all, everybody, Anandji, Madhuji, and Garimaji, and of course Nurkarji and Shama. Thank you all for joining in for the session. And with this, we now move to the last session of Bhashantara, last but not the least, because it's talking about another important subject which is required for actually realizing the important potential of a truly multilingual internet. So the subject which we will cover up in the last session is on IDNs, which is the foundation of a multilingual and inclusive internet. We all know that, and it has been covered up in bits and pieces during the earlier discussions as well, that we need to have IDNs and we need to really take it forward. We have heard the secretary mentioning about it, Dixie talking about it, and of course as FICCI-ILIA, we did mention it in our starting address, that this is something which is required for actually completing the whole ecosystem. We cannot just be focusing on the Indic content on the websites with not having accessibility in the same language which a person would like to access it. So basically, like Dr. Data also mentioned in I would say the fireside chat, the person should be able to live from starting to end in his own language, and which includes from everything, even in businesses or in the accessing to the content and everything. So we have an esteemed set of panelists today who would have again a discussion on this important subject, that what are the challenges, how in the implementation of ITN, and what are the opportunities, especially with the kind of scale we are talking with respect to our country, and what are the steps we are being taken forward. And if there is something which audience wants to take up, they can put up their questions in the chat box, and we're happy to take up with the panelists. So in this, we have Dr. Ajay Data. He's the chairman for UASG ICANN, and as a CEO and founder of Data Exchange Technologies. Welcome, Dr. Data, back again in a different avatar, of course. We have Mr. Saurabh Jain, Vice President, Paytm. Welcome, Saurabh. We have Mr. T. Santosh, Scientist, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. Welcome, Santoshi. And we have Mr. Aman Masjid. He is a UA Ambassador, ICANN, and a Consulting Program Manager for Radix Registry. So welcome, Aman. And the session is being moderated by Mr. Samiran Gupta, Head of India ICANN. Welcome, Mr. Gupta, and over to you to take over the proceeding of the session. I know we overshot your time, so you have time till 5:10. That's okay. Until the time the panelists can take it over, because I know this is an engrossing discussion, and you have a lot of. We started with 450, and what my team is telling me, still the number of people who are hooked on to the discussion is 350. So you know that the importance of the subject we are talking forward here right now. So over to you, Mr. Gupta.
Thank you so much, Sarika ji, and warm welcome to fellow panelists to this session. I understand this is the last session of the day, but we are here to have a good conversation and to hopefully discuss how best to get Indic content out to more people, and the role that internationalized domain names play. Sarika ji has already introduced the panelists, so I will not repeat that. But we do have people from industry. We have people from a gentleman from the government, somebody from the domain name industry, or at least a couple of people from the domain name industry. So let's get started. And I'm going to ask Dr. Ajay Data to kick things off for us. He is an Indic computing pioneer. So Ajay, give the audience a quick bird's eye view of the Indic-Internet landscape in India. How can the Indian economy benefit from the use of Indic-Internet? And my personal question to you, sir, is, are there any lessons to be learned from the COVID-19 pandemic? Over to you, Ajay ji.
Thank you, Samiran. As I fondly tell you, you are the man to go to when it comes to the governance and domains and email addresses, in all respect. And obviously, language becomes also a very important part. Thank you for setting the context and leading this session. If we go back before 1991 and after 1991, what is the significance of 1991 for people to understand? We got Devanagari in a Unicode there. And that is how we started getting the fonts, we started getting the characters in the languages in our computers and the devices. Before that, there was nothing, zero. And that had an issue, obviously, that you could not have 1991, right? That changed the history of computers. We first time got into Unicode. Before that, we could not have the fonts, we could not have the languages being used the way we use them today. Now let us see the context. Context is language plays a very important role. If you see the history, there are a lot of wars have been even fought for languages. And Samiran, Bangla is one language where even the war was done only on the language front. And there are many cases like that. So language plays a very critical, important ingredient in human behavior, human psychology, human life. And we all know that when we go back home to talk to our children, parents, everybody, our local language comes out as first. The moment we take out our coat off and jackets off, we come in a real sense, right? And that's the real language impact we have in our life. And this is true in our businesses. What is businesses? If you see businesses are all about relationships. You are dealing person to person, right? Let me take an example of Paytm. Saurabh is here. He will also echo this word. There was a mention by Prime Minister about a sound box of Paytm that tells to a blind person or a shopkeeper that the money has been received. If he cannot speak, cannot read the SMS, cannot read the message in English, he can listen to that language. Paisa aa gaya hai. Money has been received. Now, can you imagine that language is able to impact and delivery in a voice format to that person on a thela, on a shopkeeper, on everybody you can imagine is making an impact. And this, our Prime Minister mentions that in that segment. Now you can see our Prime Minister also mentioned lastly, vocal for local. What really it means? Really means is that people who are into the last side of the country where nobody touches them, they are completely ignorant about what's happening in WhatsApp, university, or the internet world. Are they able to also come in and take the advantage of this entire ecosystem which is going on? If we are able to bring them over and make them consumer and customer both, what offers through this technology, we can actually become a real super power, and lot of trillions, not about just 5 trillion, 6 trillion, lot of trillions can be added to this the moment they come into the power. It's all about, what is market? Market is all about buying power and expense power. How much I can spend. Where does their money come from? This come from the enablement with the technology and the ecosystem and the marketplaces. Then all the entire ecosystem, if you start bringing people who are just the consumer, now they start integrating into the system. You are on a different country, different world altogether. We all know how telecom has impacted our countries. There was a research somewhere that if you have 1% more telecom customers, you increase in GDP. That's the direct indication. Now you imagine if you have more users on internet, there is a direct impact on GDP. If we are able to actually drive that kind of research out and tell people that you are contributing to the country by breaking the barrier and participating into the entire system by using the languages, you have a different feel altogether. Samiran, you are aware about that. We did instituted a research by Mason in USG in 2017.
Right.
And that research is actually there. So if you get time to search and share the link, that will be great while speakers are talking. There's a $9.8 billion opportunity was shown by that white paper. There is an official research was done in 2017. I am sure the market has grown, the research has gone, and this is, to me, it looks like much more bigger. So from all the perspectives, if we see that all the markets which are growing now are going to have next billion people coming from non-English population. These people who are already aware about English are already consuming some services or other. So how you looking for a new consumer base, you are looking for a new market, you are looking for new opportunities, then the market is non-English areas. It could be in India, it could be outside India, wherever you want to address. The idea is to address people who do not know English at all. And this is where the near power is, near $1 billion opportunity is. Now let us take a context of our government push. And I always believe that when the government tries to do something, they are always conscious about some facts and figures they have in their back. Then only they are putting their dollars and money and the rupees into it. When government says we want to have all the websites in all the regional languages, it means their website is not reaching to the people right now. It is true even for your own website. It is true even for your own service, even for your own portal. It is not reaching to the right audience. And how about having your portal to the right audience? 2 days before only, I happened to talk, Saurabh may not be aware, with Vijay for Paytm.Bharat. 2 days before only, I had a discussion with, how about, because, and where it came from, he tweeted a Kannada ad about no MDR for merchants. And if you see the Kannada ad of Paytm, everything is written in Kannada, but at the bottom, it is paytm.in. The whole advertisement has only these 7 characters in English. How about having that domain name also paytm.bharat in Kannada? Doesn't it make sense? And if the whole purpose of Paytm writing that whole Kannada language is to impact the people in their own language, then what about the domain name? How do you adopt the domain names? Why do you leave that last leg aside? And that is where we need to go and see that opportunity. And I am sure that if you have that domain name also, you have a lot more people coming to your site. People will read who do not know about internet. They do not have a confidence of writing paytm.in rightly because they do not know what is P and A and T. And they are very comfortable to write in their own native language and they come on the site. Obviously, this indicates that you are bringing new consumers and new customers in your portal. By saying that, this is the example, which is a live example, you can now replicate in your own businesses, in your own sentiments, in your own fashion, the way and extrapolate it to the level you want to, because there's a large market available. So I think, Samiran, to set the context, I am very, very sure that the world is moving in a direction where we need to break the barriers, and people are breaking barriers. We all have to work more harder. And if I can add one more thing, a small thing, I want to take your everybody's thought around 30, 40 years before. And you will know the right date, Samiran, when the .com got into root zone. Just imagine that day when somebody in the country, in the world, was thinking to have a .com top level domain name, when there was no broadband, there was no Wi-Fi, there was no browser, there was no domain name system, there was no mobile phone, and somebody was looking for top level domain name. How it changed the world. I think we are in a similar situation for IDNs today. Absolutely. It's a starting of a new internet. If we call it Internet 2.0 from the language perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ajay. You've given me some homework, clearly. I will share the link to the analysis Mason study in the chat box over here. But and you kind of set the context for taking the conversation forward into trade and commerce. And with that, let me invite Saurabh into the conversation. Saurabh, Paytm has played a leadership role in the development of India's digital payment system, and in that process, brought so many more people into rather online. So, what's next if you were to do a little crystal ball gazing? I mean, do you see e-commerce appearing in Indic languages, becoming a thing, supporting sort of the concept of almost like a Indic-Internet or Internet 2.0? Love to hear your thoughts.
So,
over to you, Saurabh.
Paytm, as of now, you know that it is available in most of the major Indian languages. So it is one of the few apps which are available in all major Indian languages. The other thing is that I personally feel like Paytm is the best company from that point of view, because Mr. Ajay also knows that Vijay loves Hindi, and Vijay एक बार कह भी रहे थे So he said that the reason he wanted to become an entrepreneur was his love for Hindi, and initially he wanted to do something for the country, and that was the thing. So I personally feel that see, a lot of things can be done if you focus on Indian languages. The reason is that as we all say that there is India versus Bharat. So India is basically people like us who are living in cities who have gone to English medium schools. But then there is Bharat, and the good thing which I like personally about Vijay is that Vijay is one of those very few people जो भारत से skip करके India आ गए. And Vijay, as not many people would know that he did his 12th in Hindi medium, and so he's one of the very few people who know how this Aam Aadmi of Hindustan, who speaks Hindi or the native language, of what he feels and what he has to go through, because Vijay himself had to go through a lot of problems in the initial days when he joined college due to speaking Hindi and understanding only Hindi. So I personally feel that as Paytm, whenever we do something, we want to focus on the local languages. The other thing is, technically speaking, technology is going in the direction where supporting multiple languages would be easy. I do remember, like obviously computers have been there. We are one of the first generations who have seen computers from like when we were in junior school. But I remember that when I first saw Hindi computer, I thought, इसमें typing कैसे करेंगे? Because in English, ABCD and all are easy, and Hindi has matras and all. So that was a major barrier. But now, as we see that a lot of translation related technology has improved dramatically. And now, just to give you an example, which I saw in my house. So when my son was born 10, 11 years ago, so when he was using YouTube, he always said, Papa, type kar do. And he wanted to search for cartoon films. But when my younger daughter was born, so she never said, Papa, aap type kar do, because she could press that audio icon and she could search YouTube using sound. So what now is happening is that I think most of the Indians, and if you see the literacy rate, obviously, of the country is not very high when compared to West. But if you see that most Indian traditional people living in villages, etc., are now hooked to TikTok and other online services. Why? Because they are now able to use. Why in India? If you just compare, why in India instead of Facebook, the average person in village started using TikTok, because TikTok did not need text. So in India, I think the audio internet would be better placed than the written internet, because in written internet there were issues, and specifically language related issues, like Mr. Ajay told that there are some issues. So there are lots of issues, but I think the verbal internet would go very far in India. Also, I have personally seen that as a normal Indian, you understand more of local languages. So, for example, even though I have lived in Delhi and I understand that pure Hindi, but I have relatives in Haryana, so there is a different version of Hindi in Haryana. Just to give you an example, my Nani ji always used to say किवाड़ बंद कर दो. She never said दरवाजा बंद कर दो. She always said गोडे में दर्द है, घुटने में कभी दर्द नहीं था. So those kind of local nuances are there, which I think can only be done using this verbal internet. So I think Soundbox is a good example. So my own personal experience was with Soundbox. So first time when I used it was I paid to a petrol pump, and then that voice came, 1,000 रुपए दे दिए. So that petrol pump attendant didn't have to check anything, and I personally thought, मैंने कहा ये तो बड़ा अच्छा कर दिया हमारे company ने, because when you were paying online, see money, when you pay using cash, you don't have to wait for that confirmation message to come. So same experience you can get using this Soundbox. So I personally feel audio would be a game changer when it comes to technology. So we are using Soundbox in a big way now, and we aim to have this Soundbox available in various merchants. So and we also feel that a lot of other technical things would be coming. So say for example, the other thing which you see in Paytm app is that everything has an icon. Why? because many I have researched personally a lot on visual thinking. So most Indians are happier to understand visuals and icons, etc. And like nobody wants to read text. So that's why our app has a lot of icons, and these icons really help. Even if you are not very well versed with the written word, it helps. So I personally feel as Paytm, obviously we want to go to as many languages as possible, and it's a good thing that Unicode supports most of the Indian languages. There are some challenges which you feel. For example, I was talking to the so last year I was talking to the head of product. He said एक प्रॉब्लम आती है मेरे को जब मैं लोकलाइज करता हूँ. सो व्हाट द प्रॉब्लम वाज, ही सेड हिंदी में लोकलाइज होती है तो एज द हेड ऑफ प्रोडक्ट आई रीड एवरीथिंग माई सेल्फ कि ठीक है या नहीं. But when it is translated to any, say, South Indian language, obviously that person is not knowing. So those kind of challenges, I think, are there because India has so many languages. It's not like US. You can learn, say, English and Spanish, and then you can cover the whole of population. So those kind of practical challenges are there. Like if you are a developer, that single person cannot understand all the 15 languages. So I think those issues would be there, but using AI, using different audio-based technologies, I think 99% of those challenges would go away, and we would see more apps and more platforms using audio as well as the local languages.
Thank you, Saurabh. I must check out VoiceBox. I have to admit that I haven't done it yet. But I think what Saurabh is kind of gave us a good perspective of what the real challenges are. We are a multilingual community, and the best way to communicate has been through possibly through images or through icons. And there are some practical challenges, as he has mentioned, when you translate from one language to another. But then also technology, and particularly AI-based technology, is rising to this to solve this challenge. I'm going to invite Mr. T. Santosh from the Ministry of Electronics and IT next, because to talk about IDNs from a perspective where the government is a large consumer and producer of information and services. And as Dr. Ajay Data already mentioned, that when the government says that they need to bring more information online in different scripts, it also possibly means that it is required because that information is not reaching the right people in the normal course. So, Mr. Santosh, if you could share with us what the government is doing to promote, to encourage Indic computing, and the government. And we don't have this the gentleman from NICSI, so I'm going to tag his question on to you as well. So, given that there are so many .Bharat IDNs, top-level domain IDNs that the government has, how do you see these being used both by the private sector and the government into the future? Mr. Santosh? I think we may have lost him. He was in the room earlier. We'll wait for him to rejoin. But in the meanwhile, let me go to Aman then. Aman, you're in the domain name industry, and domain names are the first things that one remembers a website by. What are the opportunities that IDNs offer, and what do companies need to do to build Indic websites? I mean, are there different software, different programs to use, and can you just throw some light on this? And I see Mr. Santosh is back, so we'll go to him just after you, Aman. Go ahead.
All right. Thanks for the question, Samiran. And firstly, it's good to see Dr. Data after a long time over here, and Mr. Jain also over here, and the voice box thing. Just to point out before go to Samiran's question, we also have like a similar sweet story with respect to that voice box of Paytm. Locally, when we were having some chai at an Irani place and all, and the guy was like, "Hey, you just got to clear this out. All right, there's a sweet voice that comes, says that the money has been deposited in my account." And all. So we've all experienced that. Yes, for once, it's a changer for good, and it just has that nice experience of paise ki khanak, let's call that. And it's just another good user experience. All right. So now coming back to Samiran's question. All right. Yes, definitely. We've worked in this industry, Samiran, for over 14 years. And we, in all honesty, even at the registrar side and the registry side, when I look at, the previous day registrations of domain names, because we want to take stock of how many registrations did come, in the previous day, even as a registry or a registrar, very few IDNs did we see, or IDNs were relatively scarce in terms of the registrations coming in through either a registrar or a registry site. But having said that, all right, you don't really know if you're just looking at one channel and seeing what is the amount of registrations coming only from one channel. By channel, I mean one set of resellers or one set of registrars or just one set of TLDs that are actually doing that. So what I did a bit of number crunching, and I was kind of expecting this question to come through. So, and I know a bunch of, us at the UASG have already crunched some numbers and figured out how things work. But I'm going to put a little bit of spin over here in terms of just Hindi right now. All right. How many websites that I could pull up, that have text in Hindi? All right. And this is purely, I can give my source also. This is data provider, all right, as the source. And it's got like past 1 year data. And it's just like browsing through, and some interesting facts that came up. The most popular website in Hindi content is newstrends.news. It's a new GTLD. I know it's not an IDN, but it's completely in Hindi and it's news based, and there are consumers, and it's got like 8.8 million viewers as an average traffic estimation per month. So that's huge. When we talk about demand, and when Dr. Data was also talking about demand earlier, there's definite demand over there. All right. And the opportunities, there are quite a lot of opportunities. And I think it's actually the first mover's advantage. What we're talking about, we're still at that stage that anybody who can provide this consolidated infrastructure for people to get online in their own language is going to be a really big first move advantage, and he can actually earn a lot of customers, trust, and immediately make marketplace name over here. All right. But how do you go ahead and do that? How do you proceed and do that? All right. Number one, you got to find out a service provider that will give you the capability to have a translated version of, let's say, a site like GoDaddy, or a translated version of, let's say, Big Rock. All right. Some shopping cart that is out there, which is highlighting all your IDN options, or probably the local market that you're targeting. Now, how do you couple that? All right. The second part of your question is there any content management tool out there that is doing this service, that that you can put your text in your local language? Well, there is actually. I know ICANN's working on a training program for WordPress. I've been also working, with the WordPress community over here and coordinating with certain folks and trying to figure out how WordPress can basically help. So this has got nothing to promote with WordPress, because there is Joomla, there is other content, there's a normal PHP also, with certain plugins that you can actually go ahead and use and have like a translated version of your website. WordPress has got, I think, a multilingual plugin that can be used in their deployment, and then you can have your content in Hindi over there or any particular language that you prefer. So the option is there, but how user friendly it is this information available to that end user who is going to be using that particular language or wanting to deploy that website? Because to even gain access to this technology, he will need to learn English to basically ensure that he can provide content in Hindi. Not the end Hindi user who can just go up and say that, all right, fine, I need content in Hindi. Is there something that I can just click? Or I see a set of instructions like an installation where I can just go ahead and click, I can read in Hindi and install, let's say, a CMS and get all my instructions in Hindi. The complete language experience. That is kind of missing. So I think there is going to be a lot of hand-holding required for the person who is willing to go ahead and take that effort to create that infrastructure from the guys who can speak English and Hindi both and provide that infrastructure and opportunity, set it up for them, provide support, and see this blossom through. And that can be used as a case study later on and inspire more people to come into that particular channel and create more and more services over there. So yes, the opportunity is there. And just to sum it up, like, one last thought as far as demand is concerned, all right? And this is again to Dr. Data's point. Dr. Data gets really nostalgic, and that is exactly what I like about him. Like, he brings out nostalgia in us. But I'm going to do one better for Dr. Data over here as far as nostalgia is concerned, or let's say even today in contemporary situations. India will always remain heavily spiritual and cultural country. All right, spirituality is key to Indian culture, may it be through any other religion or not. Most of the people who want to connect to spirituality find it difficult to connect with the ancient text. They need a translated version. All right, it's the inquisitiveness to learn. It's the inquisitiveness to connect. Now, this first for knowledge of what's out there right now. Let's say the 99.9% internet is in English, assuming. All right, I'm just giving a ballpark there, but you can't curb the inquisitiveness of billions of people wanting to know what's there, what's visible out there, and how do you basically go ahead and connect it over there. So that thirst is always going to be there. All right. The fact that we want like translated version of our scriptures so that we can understand that, I think that's the kind of same philosophy that's going to be continuing with any kind of knowledge that you want, any kind of service that you want to do, any kind of business opportunity you want to explore. All right. And in the contemporary world right now, to connect it, we want to look at demand. There are crazy amount of internet influencers right now on YouTube, all right, that produce their content in Hindi, and they get millions, if not billions of views, if in totality, if you look at that. All right, you've got great influencers, big influencers like Carrie Minati or Flying Beast or, Mumbai Karnikil, or these are some of the guys who are out there. Why aren't they producing their content in English? They are doing it in Hindi. They are interacting with their audiences. Their audience is Hindi. So the reason they are able to capitalize on YouTube is, and to Saurabh's point, is because through audio-visual interaction. If audio-visual isn't so much in demand, then why can't written be in demand? Written will always be there in demand. They're just looking for that opportunity to engage. And that's where we come in, and we would want to, help them out in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aman. A lot of new things, a lot of food for thought that you've left us with. Good learning for us, and I think we'll come back to you with some questions as we go along. Mr. Santosh is back in the room. Good to have you here, sir. So as I was saying, the government is a large consumer and producer of information and services on the internet. And, So Dr. Data, in fact, made the point that when the government says that we need more content, government websites need to have more local language content. It means that the message needs to get to the right people, and it's probably not entirely getting there. We saw a bit of that during the COVID-19 crisis in the early part when a lot of people were trying to get back home and were looking for support. Mr. Santosh, tell us, what is the role that the government is playing to encourage Indic computing, and how do you see the large number of internationalized domain names in .Bharat? I believe there are 15 extensions that the government of India has of .Bharat. How do you see them being used by the government, by private sector? If you can share your thoughts, please, Mr. Santosh.
Yeah, thank you, Samiran, for having me, and thank you, FICCI, as well as ILIA divisions of FICCI for having me. Hope I am audible to all.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, thank you. So the question, what government is doing for, Indic, as you had mentioned about Indic-Internet, whereas the topic given to us is about IDNs enhancing both multilingual internet, and for that fact, Government of India, is committed for the cause of universal acceptance. Data has explained from the morning itself, and during the morning session, the Secretary has mentioned about the various schemes which Government of India is currently done as well as currently will be doing during the course of the line, basically on the language technologies. Now, since I am looking into the part of the internet governance, we basically look at the IDNs, that is internationalized domain names, that is the local languages, whereas we also support for the email address internationalization, which Dr. Ajay Data has mentioned in his initial remarks. So what Government of India is doing presently, so we have funded a project to an agency in which they have done capacity building for the developers. Now the thing is that now since from the morning till now, the industry should understand that there is an opportunity to have a domain or an email ID in the local language. Now, Government of India, along with the National Internet Exchange of India, we have got the country code top level domain, that is .in, into 22 languages. So we can start it, but the thing is that who are the takers? Now, yes, government will do its part in this area. As you know that most of the government websites has a Hindi site also. So during the course of the line, there are proposals that the IDNs would be also coming for the domains in the Hindi language. Nevertheless, National Internet Exchange of India, during the sunrise period, has mentioned about the new domains which are there in IDNs. So there are two aspects. One, the user should be aware of what is a domain in a local language, how it will do more productivity for him or her. And the other side is the industry, which has to take the technology across, that any technology they make, it has to have an universal, it has to have an universal acceptance. Now, globally, as the FICCI members are aware that ICANN is working on this, and as Ajay Data might have mentioned several times regarding the Universal Acceptance Steering Group. Now, I would request all the Indian industry over there to actively, not an industry, as well as the academia and civil society, actively engaged in various working groups. There are 5 working groups in the Universal Acceptance Steering Group. I would urge through this workshop that all the industry people should participate, understand. See, basically, the working group, I am also part of a working group in which I am the vice chair in the email address internationalization working group, wherein which lots of document has been prepared. Now, if you visit the uasd.tech website, you will come to know what are the best practices for a email administrator. Now, industry who are working on the email side, are you aware of this fact? So I would urge each and every industry people over here. I'm sorry, I mean, industry is coming because of the FICCI thing, whereas all academia, civil society, and others should actively engage in this, because see, we have 22 language and we have to show our might in this. So that's all from my side at present. Thank you, Samira.
Thank you, Santosh. So to just sum up what Mr. Santosh said, that the government has, in a sense, created the capacity of making available .Bharat in 22 languages. Industry has to come forward and start, understanding how best to use it, and possibly participate in universal acceptance steering group, which Dr. Data has spoken about earlier in the day, and find best ways to bring these technologies to the marketplace, to the people, so that a multilingual internet in India is supported. With that, we come to the end of the opening interventions. I see a question in the chat box. Vidit has posted a question, so I'm going to read this out. How UA implementation and email address internationalization will provide an opportunity for an inclusive internet for everyone and help organizations to reach new customers. Dr. Data, would you like to start the response, and then perhaps I will bring Aman into the conversation as well. I will request him to add to that.
Sorry. It's a very straightforward answer, Samiran, and to the person who has asked. Email address is an communicatable identity a person has in this internet world, which has a universal access. So when you have samiran.gupta@ican.org as an email ID, when I type in and send an email to, I do not really worry about and do not have any doubt whether my mail will be delivered or not. My mail are normally, this is expected, right? When I pick up a phone and dial, it is expected that the call will be matured and we will talk. Similar thing you would expect out of your softwares. If I have a valid email ID and I have my email ID as ajay@data.bharat, and I use that email ID to send you an email, do I have the similar kind of confidence? And that confidence will come when your system do not reject my email. And if I am a customer and your email system is not accepting my email, you are losing me. If you have a newsletter paper, or if you have an inquiry, or if you have a subscription, which I'm trying to sign up, and I use my valid email address, the domain name is provided by NICSI, which is a Government of India body, which is a valid body, legally, technically all correct. My email address in Hindi is a technically valid, all protocols are supported, but somebody has a bug. So do you want to leave that bug in your organization so that you are not getting the customers, it is not serviceable enough, or it produces a bug and reflects wrong and bad on you? This is exactly happens when somebody do not accept email addresses, and if you do not accept all the email addresses and all the domain names in the right way, you are not UA ready. Hence, UA implementation becomes a very important key aspect so that you do not lose customers who have email addresses which may be not accepted by your applications and softwares.
Thank you. Aman, would you like to add to that?
A good start by Dr. Data over there in that question. I know his passion for, putting it across like, hey, you know what, your servers need to be up to the mark. But anyways, to add on to this, and, we've tested a lot of existing services for their UA compatibility. I'm not going to call it UA compliances yet. I hope to call it one day UA compliance but UA compatibility. And we've seen that, there are failures of emails. There are sometimes validation issues on websites where internationalized email addresses are not even accepted, either in sign up or in contact. The idea is you're just losing out on business. It's as simple as that. Like, if there are people who want to engage with you, who've got the money to engage with you, all right, but language being a barrier and their preference of email address is not in English, that means technically you are losing out on an opportunity on people who want to do business with you, all right, who want to use your services, who can add value, who can open doors to new opportunities. So why do you want to technically miss out on that opportunity? You would rather be welcoming, at least keep the doors open for people to walk through. And in all honesty, and if we want to be fair, and I want to play the devil's advocate over here also, we would want to actually pin it down to demand and supply. All right. A lot of people would say that, hey, we haven't got enough demand for this particular feature or something like that. The simplest answer to that is that because you have not heard from those people, you don't know whether you have a demand for it or not. You haven't even heard from them. Then how can you assume that you don't have demand? The studies are there that, there are regional languages which are popular in not, I would not say the top tier, but at least the second tier and the third tier towns. And there is also a push with the new education policy that, up to a certain grade, you would promote the regional language. Then why don't you want to engage with a populace that is there, who has that particular language, preference, and the email addresses and everything might be available at the university level, at the school level. Why wouldn't you want to engage with them? It's as simple as that. You're losing out on market. Thank you.
Thank you, Aman. So Ajay spoke about something very interesting. He said that there's a need for us to have confidence in the system we are using, and be confident that when we use an Indic email ID, it'll actually work. And of course, Aman made a very good point, saying that when you use the demand and supply argument, the question then becomes that you may not have estimated the demand because you've not heard from the people who cannot reach you because you're not available in their script. We can keep, this is such a great discussion. We can continue this, dialogue for hours, but let me bring Saurabh back into the conversation over here. Saurabh, I know that, you've already shared with us Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma's love for his language and how he's kind of built this enterprise around the language, and then, how you're using the voice factor or the voice feature. And mind you, even using voice as an internet-enabled tool, you're still using the IP addressing system, so on and so forth. You're still very much part of that whole core ecosystem. But my question to you is that, do you see a challenge emerging when you move from the tier 1 cities in the country to smaller towns, smaller cities? Do you think you can use IDNs and EAI to reach more people, to sign up more users, to offer services? Because you do have the brand presence to be a leader, even using a .Bharat, email ID, using emails in local script. And I understand that, we are multilingual and maybe there could be a challenge if you go out beyond certain set of languages, but that comes a little later down the line. Do you think this is something that a company like Paytm would look at? I don't mean to put you in a spot, but I just would like to know a business person's view of the marketplace. Over to you, sir.
So I personally say, I don't know much about our progress in various languages on the IDN front, but personally, if you say, I have personally seen that we are doing a lot of things on localization. For example, when I was in South India for some event, so in radio, I heard Paytm jingle in Malayalam. And the only reason why I was able to understand that it was of Paytm was that tune was same and Paytm word was being said. So we do localize for various places, and in tier 2, tier 3, I think obviously you have to localize for the local language. So we are doing that. Specifically speaking, my own personal take on the local domains, etc., is that maybe for a few bigger languages, it obviously makes sense. So having a .Bharat domain makes sense for Hindi. Maybe for a few languages like Tamil and the other bigger languages which are there in specific states, I think it makes sense. But in many of the languages, I think we like any company would have to do cost benefit analysis also. And maybe a brand like Paytm can afford to have 15 different domain names in 15 different languages. But I have my own experience has been in the startup world. So as a small startup, I think smaller startups would find it very difficult to do that. Maybe if the target audience is in a specific state, say for example, if somebody is creating a Tamil film app maybe or a website, they would want that. But obviously for smaller setups, it would be difficult. For bigger setups, it would make sense, but even there, some cost benefit analysis would be there. The other thing is that most people nowadays don't type domain names. They either search on Google or like they have app on the device. So I think that also has to be seen from analytics point of view, that how many people are going to your homepage, typing the domain name. The same thing happens with email, that maybe you need email addresses in all maybe in all languages, but you cannot have like people using those email addresses, I think, beyond a point. Maybe for customer service you can have for all languages. But for example, my own personal take is that because I am used to using my email address in English, if tomorrow company converts my email address to Hindi, it would be, on a personal front, it would be a little difficult for me. But obviously for customer care, I think it makes sense, because if you go to villages, etc., many people don't know English, and that becomes a barrier. Writing an email in English becomes a barrier. So there I feel that the local email addresses and local domains have a role. But beyond a point, I would not see that completely internet being replaced. Say, for example, if you go to a state like Bihar, we would not have a complete Bhojpuri internet, because many of the things are there in English. So people have gotten used to things in English. So it would not be 100% replacement, but obviously for customer care, obviously for specific localization of the website translations, etc., that thing would happen. It will take a little time, like I told in my previous talk, that basically why it will take time, because the developer who is developing or the product manager who is developing doesn't know about all those 10-15 languages. So they are a little slow. It's not the company which is slow, but it's the person who is developing who is a little slow outside of 2-3 languages which they are conversant with. So that will take a little time, but I think all companies one day, say if we are sitting in 2030, I think most companies would have support for 10-15 languages. Most bigger companies in India would have that.
Thank you so much, Saurabh. One message that has come out to me loud and clear, surprisingly, I had no idea what to expect, what would be the final outcome. But the one message that I've got is that not enough developers know about IDNs or email address internationalization. And Dr. Data, sir, your work is cut out for Universal Acceptance Steering Group to make this message known. I mean, we are all there to support the process, but I think this is a very practical solution. I think Saurabh has given us some great answers as to where, and Saurabh, I agree with you. We are not really talking about a 100% replacement, but to start using it so that you maximize your potential with your consumers. As you said, use it for customer care, for example. So I think we are at the end of our time. But
before you end, I kind of agree to what Saurabh said, but I also want to give a 2 minute of different perspective out here.
So, sir, can we do this? I was just going to ask everyone to give a summary, like a summing statement, summary statement. So I was going to start with Mr. Santosh, and we'll come to you right at the end. I'll give you the luxury of an extra half a minute to give a longer response to Saurabh. Mr. Santosh, please.
Yeah, so Saurabh has which we all stakeholders need to address. So the first point is awareness on this. So definitely Government of India will support more such awareness program on the universal acceptance front. And coming to the IDNs and all, we along with the National Internet Exchange of India would do engagement with various stakeholders on the IDN front, and also to provide more IDNs to the public at large. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Santosh. Aman, you're up next.
Well, to Mr. Santosh's point, like awareness is key. Now, awareness amongst the audiences that we're talking about, the real audiences, and like you said, the one point that resonates is that the developers are not aware, right? So as UA ambassadors and the programs that we would want to carry out, we want to spread this awareness, but not only limit it to spreading awareness. We want them to, we want to inspire them to basically take initiatives wherever they go or whatever companies they're working for or they join, to kind of become like evangelists for this idea, and tell within their companies saying that, hey, there's a potential business opportunity over here if we could provide this infrastructure within our organization, and I know how to do it. I know people who can help me do this or achieve this, and get the right product managers and higher up management interested in what they have to say and start working towards it. So I think the push from that level is required in general, and yeah, let's see. Let's work on it.
Thank you, Saurabhji. One last comment. I know Dr. Data will be rebutting some of your arguments as well, but I'm giving you one opportunity to make one more argument.
So I personally feel that, obviously the local languages would become bigger in the long run. There are practical issues, like I told, that obviously, like a small thing which I would like to add would be, when I started developing mobile games at like 15 years ago. So I remember when I was going to Bangalore, not able to understand Kannada was an issue. So many of the boards were in Kannada. So I at that time I thought there should be some program where, like, if you want as an Indian, there is a lot of talk about you don't know Marathi or Kannada or XY languages. Problem is that if I want to learn, is there any crash course for a language? Obviously I don't have 2 months to learn a language, and learning 15 languages would be very difficult. But as a developer, if there is a 4-hour crash course provided by government to understand, so just to make you realize that you can learn. So I started seeing YouTube videos of Kannada and Telugu, etc. And what I realized was Kannada also has Kakhaga. So there is one-to-one correlation between Kakhaga and alphabets in Kannada, as far as I understood. So there is one-to-one correlation, and I was able to understand a few of those alphabets when I was going to Bangalore. So what I learned was that if there is a 4-hour or a 8-hour workshop by government on various languages, that would really help the developers, because the thing that is stopping is that if I don't know a language, how will I get, even if I get it translated, I will just copy and paste it. I should be able to understand a little bit of that language if you want me to support that language. So that is a big logistical challenge, which I think specifically I want to give this feedback to Mr. Santosh. And if government can do something in that regard, because I personally, as a developer, I have been a developer, I would like to learn a lot about South Indian languages, because I know that there is a lot of content out there which can be used by developers also. We can localize a lot, but I am unable to understand those languages. So as a developer, obviously there is a stigma in using, if I have to use it on my own. As a bigger concern like Paytm, obviously it becomes easier, but even there, the individual developer will only just copy paste what translator has given. That personal touch, like that Kiwad example I was giving, that would be missing, because most translators obviously want to use the right dictionary word. But in the actual, if you go, I believe that even if you go in South India, there would not be one version of Tamil. There would be 5 versions of Tamil in various districts. So that kind of thing would only be possible if I know about Tamil. That cannot be used if I just use the translation provided by a professional service.
Thank you, Saurabh. I think you've made some excellent points. Dr. Data, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Samiran. And there was no response to Saurabh. I was just trying to add a perspective there. When Saurabh says that it would be difficult for bearing the cost of domain names. So domain names come into picture when you are interested to have a website in that language. And if you are interested to have that website in the language, you will spend thousands and multi times more. Just the domain name is a 400 rupees a year, and website making will be costing you almost 60,000 rupees a year.
Just to make it correct, I was not referring to the cost of the domain name. I was referring to the total development cost of that website. So supporting a Bhojpuri website would obviously, for a smaller startup, very difficult.
Of course, this is about addressing the market. My point is, if you are addressing a language in a market, then also adopt a domain name. That's our advocacy, nothing else. Already website is there, so you can see the Paytm, for example, or Railway, for example, Government of India, for example, and thousands of websites like that. They have an English domain name and English content, and also there is a drop down where you can select a language. That only gives a comfort to a person who knows English and would like to read a content in Hindi, but does not bring the people who do not know in Hindi English at all, and does not bring them on site. That is the problem we are trying to solve, in at least in universal acceptance, and try to bring them online and try to make them at level where you and me are, and take the advantage of internet. That's one part. Second part, I think it's absolutely wrong to think that we are trying to replace English by Hindi. When we say you adopt Hindi or an email address or accept Hindi as a language, we are not at all saying that replace English. English is also one of the language. Like you have 22, have 23. Have English also. If you want to address The English specific people, you would like to have English site. And this, so be it, that's perfectly fine. We are asking the similar status, not the upper status or a lower status. We are asking that keep it simple, keep it similar. So there is no fight against English here. This is about enablement of the languages people here. So when we say that my visiting card is going to have a Hindi email ID only, is not our expectation. I am saying have both. You want to cater English, so somebody who is dealing in Kharthal, I belong in Kharthal, Samaritan, for example, a small village, and I am doing a sales. I am a sales manager for that region, for example. I can have my Hindi email address very good for there. It will work perfectly all right because people are very happy. 100% people will be very happy to deal with me in English. But if I am doing in Delhi, for example, I may be interested to have that visiting card with the English email ID, for example. That's so the idea of languages, idea of using those identities are also mattering where you are using that ID. This is also very important to understand. Like we do not talk about China or Russian or Cyrillic or Thai or Korean in this session. Why? Because we don't care about them, but they do. They don't talk about Hindi and Tamil at all. Same thing. Idea of language is about breaking the barrier in the target focus area where you want to market your services or a product and you want to communicate in. Another very important thing we should all remember as a leader in the society and for that region is forget about us for matter for some time. We all can survive on internet just by English. The only loss we could have probably is we may not be able to get new customers who may not understand English. That's the only loss you can have. And maybe you are happy with that also. Vis-a-vis the trouble you want to take and the vis-a-vis the customer you want to take. How about thinking little beyond? Thinking beyond enabling a person who do not know English at all. And this population is around 70%. How do we bring them on the main league of exploiting that power of internet and communication by providing them the communicatable identities in their own region? They may not communicate with us. Forget it. Can they communicate with each other? Can there be another Paytm in just Hindi 100%? And they can just speak, go to a domain name. You rightly said, Saurabh, that people are searching on domain name, but the level of trust. Let us say I say Paytm and I am produced a search result. But if I do not know whether this is paytm.in is a right website or is a paytm.bharat which I can relate to as a trust, where do I click? So this language brings a lot of trust component also into it. And this is where the barrier gets broken. And that's the reason, as you said, YouTube gets consumed because they are not losing anything. They are just consuming and apply the mind because they can switch off the video if it is not the relevant one, if it is not the correct one. It's simple, shut down and start again. Here, we have to think many folds here. And the question is not about either or. Question is about coexisting. Question is not at all about killing English and replacing English with Hindi or other languages. This is not the discussion. We need to be having the similar value. That's the reason, Samiran, our tagline for universal acceptance is, if you understand that, all the domain names, all the email addresses must be treated equally. This is not about IDNs on EAIs. All the domain names. If you are not able to receive .accountant as a top level domain name and sign up on a railway website, it is as good problem as not accepting Ajay.Bharat. There's no difference for me. I would like to happen it both ways, right? That is the reason we want that this should be done in that way. So I think in the nutshell, at the end, I would like to say that we have to coexist. We have to support English as well as all the languages together, but we break the barrier for those people also who cannot communicate in English. They do not know what is A, B, C, D, and they are not forced to learn that to bring on the main seat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deta. I think with that, we will close today's session. Once again, thank you to all our speakers today for an enriching conversation. I think certainly I've learned quite a bit, hearing different views. And thank you so much, Sarika ji and FICCI-ILIA for having us. Over to you, Sarika ji.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Thank you for such an interactive session, I would say. There was a lot of discussions and rediscussions and many things which came over. Yes, definitely the importance of awareness and making it people more involved and why these ideas are important and why they should be made an integral part of their I would say businesses is very, very important, and more important, how the technical workforce can be developed. Like we had a discussion on the skilling and reskilling for the language technology industry, a session before this one. Definitely when we have to club that, and then we have to talk about how you need to have the right workforce. Saurabh did point out about the issues which the developers do face and what are the things getting be done. So yes, those are the things, I mean, in terms of development of the right workforce, awareness, definitely the first priority. And of course, then making people realize that what Dr. Data did emphasize, starting with the opportunity which exists, like 9.8 billion opportunity, which you could mention, and the paper which you shared, Mr. Gupta. So yes, starting with that opportunity to the realization of its importance, and then the adoption by the companies by making the trained workforce available, and obviously spreading the word so that we can include those people who are actually not, I would say, the alphabet literate in terms of English. So those are the, I mean, that is something which would be required. Like Saurabh did mention, it's on the company's prerogative to decide whether they want to go for a multilingual or they want to go in for a single language, keeping in mind the various economic factors, definitely. But if it is done, keeping the diversity of, keeping in mind the diversity of India and the need and the masses you would be reaching to, then and definitely an IDN would be an icing on the cake. It is something which will make you a complete, and it will help you out to reach even to those who actually doesn't know. Like I said, A, B, C, and D also. So yes, thank you all. And as FICCI-ILIA, I'm sure many of you who are watching us online do know that we are the local secretariat for UA supported by ICANN, and we are working on that initiative. We have had various technical webinars also on the, I would say, where we have got the developers and others. But since it's a big mass we are targeting, so of course, more and more, I would say, efforts are required furthermore on this area. So we are working on one on the technical side, and definitely we are having a very high focus on the awareness generation and making people know the benefits about UA and across regions. And we are working with the government, ICANN, and various other stakeholders on that. Of course, Dr. Data and Mr. Gupta and Aman, everybody is aware of the same. So thank you all. It was really an interesting discussion. Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for steering such a interactive session. Dr. Data for sharing your views as a chairman for a global chair for the UST, and of course your personal experience of implementing AI in your own organization, and then how the benefits you have been able to harness through that one. Aman, for your personal experience and what you feel as even as a USD ambassador, what are the things which can be looked into? Saurabh, definitely from the industry's perspective, that was very important for us because we would definitely like to see how industry is viewing that. Also, the things which was give us a way for moving forward in terms of improvement or any things which we feel we need to prioritize more. So thank you. Definitely, Mr. Vijay Shekhar's love for Hindi is at least known to me, I would say, because in my past interaction with him, I'm aware of that kind of thing. So yes, and we appreciate Paytm available in different languages. And maybe you would like to look into the things we are talking about here, about especially with the IDNs and EI. And of course, Mr. Santosh, you've already been a part of the discussions and you are heading one of the working groups as well. And here you have contributed in terms of your knowledge how government is supporting this initiative, which cannot be complete with the government's support. And as FICCI and NICSI and government, we would all be working in this domain together with the ICANN. So thank you all. Thank you for joining in. And last but not the least, thank you all the participants. It's very heartening to see that we have more than 350 people right now online. So that shows the commitment and the industry has towards the sector and the role they want to play in. So thank you all sincerely from our heart for joining in. And we look forward to get your further suggestions and feedback. Hope we could do justice to the discussions in that time frame which we had it, a day-long discussion of Bhashantara, which is not the end. Definitely, we'll be having more of discussions. We will be doing, as FICCI, we will keep on doing multiple things, and we look forward to your feedback and support as well. If you have any suggestions, also please feedback to write to us. Thank you all. With this, please take care, stay safe, and thank you all. We stay connected. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.